Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
morning, making a mean cup of caffeine. If you need a little pick-me-up before get your day going, go over there and see John, that Orange Seal team. If you're out here on a bike and need a little bit of help, don't have a team with you, they're also offering neutral support today for anybody that's looking for some help.
3 + 2 is 5, right?
Shout out to Orange Seal again, presenting partner of this year's US XC Open.
Can you go let him know over there? We're going to answer that. Check. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check. Sounding good and looking good. Once again, welcome everybody. It's day number 3 of the U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. First call to staging as we're getting ready for our HC event. And we're going to be starting off with our junior women. Again, first call to staging for our junior women as they're getting ready to tackle 1 starter lap and then 4 laps of our cross-country course. Big thank you to Walmart and, of course, all of our partners. We'll be talking about them a little bit more later on. And, of course, InsiderMTB.com, bringing the live web stream. Make sure to text your friends, family, loved ones. If they're around, they can watch every single race every single day. And that live web stream brought to you by Orange Seal. Once again, we are 7 minutes out until we start our rider introduction. 7 minutes out to our call-ups. Staging for our junior women underway.
All right, we are live. Welcome back to the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. My name is Brennan Pack. With me in the booth, Frankie Andreu. Frankie, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Another semi-windy day, but a beautiful weather. Sun's going to be up. It's going to be a beautiful sunshiny day here as we're getting ready for our junior women. It's day number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup. A little bit different because these riders have been racing 3 days in a row. And normally we have a rest day with our U.S. Pro Cup because of very windy conditions a little bit earlier on. Little change in the schedule, and so now they're getting ready to be able to do the same kind of course, same distance as they did on Thursday. And of course, this one with HC gives a little bit more points, a little bit more valuable to them.
Yeah, we're here at beautiful Centennial Park in Fayetteville, Arkansas, just west of the University of Arkansas campus, home to the Arkansas Razorbacks. This is round 2 of the USXC Open presented by our friends at Orange Seal. Excited for another day of race action, and we're getting ready for call-ups. First race on the schedule today is going to be your UCI Junior Women. Going to take to this purpose-built Olympic-style cross-country race course here at Centennial Park.
Temperatures right now about 40 degrees, wind blowing at about 10 to 12 miles an hour. Yesterday blowing at about 30 miles an hour, so it's a big difference, and that's going to change the way maybe the tactics and strategy take place out on course. Great to be here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Once again, it's the 5th year returning here to Fayetteville for the U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart, and we're getting excited for our first race to be able to take place on with our junior women. After our junior women, we're going to have our junior men. That's coming up at 10:15, and then 12 o'clock, if you're going to set your clocks, it's elite women and under 23 together. Then we'll have our podium ceremony. Then elite men coming up at 2 p.m., and then our under 23 at 4 p.m. So lots of great racing coming up here as we're getting ready for rider introductions. And I'd like to be able to start off with our junior women, bringing them up to the line. Coming out of Canada, riding for Pivot Cycles, Raphael Carrier. Riding for the Bear National Team, Ingrid McElroy. Pivot Cycles, Maud Royland. Pivot Cycles as well, Lily Rose Marois. Stimulus Trek, Aislinn Hallahan. Bear National Team, Landry McLean. Charge Racing, Eleanor Winchell. Gravity Collective, Estelle Slingsby. Bear National, Scout Wellmeyer. Representing Donovan Racing, Isabella Wester Rivera. Rouleur National Team, Elizabeth Knight.
For Ruler Devo, it's Ella Curdy. Sports Science Racing athlete, Dania Vega Munez. Let's see, Addison Lundberg. Delania Alexander Colin. For Gravity Academy, it's Riley Houston. Berkeley High mountain biking athlete, Sophia Tripvek. For Donovan Racing, it's Avery Roberts. See, Camille Smith. Elena Fernie. Lacey Dennis, Katja Opfer, Sam Doberstein.
Bear National Team looking for Kira Mullins, Lily Lingard, Riley Nelson, Donovan Racing, Malaya Brock, Lacey Munns with Excel, Madeline Dornfeld, Maxine Richards, Harper Moore.
See, Nicole Clamman. Sierra Jockler, Anna Olison, Fitness All-Out Rider Sheridan Gable, Sarah Marshall. For the Wild Rockies Racing Payette Spangenberg, Jordan Ellison. For Buffalo Devo, it's Besh Mertens, Haley Ellison. Donovan Racing teammates Ava Upchurch and Ruth Knox, Isabella Cordoza.
Strong Rock Camp, Elizabeth Himstedt, Sydney Lally, Parker Haas, Elliot Johnson Trim, Ada Watson, Hannah McCrory, Claire Pekarek, Lydia Herrera, Corinne Collins, Emma Wilcox, Elle Warren, Schulier Haggy, Olivia Nielsen, Talia Hodgkin, and Haley Nelson. 60 riders on the line with our junior women. In order to be able to start off day number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup, we would like to be able to start with our national anthem. And with that, those of you that can stand, please stand. Remove your cap as we honor our nation with our national anthem. Riders coming up on 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We know this is our juniors with our junior women getting ready. Again, I'd like to be able to thank our team directors and, of course, all the parents taking the time and resources to be able to bring the juniors to the races here. As we're 3 minutes out. 3 minutes out. We're going to turn it over to our start-finish line as you're going to get your final instructions for race number 1 on day number 3 here at our U.S. Pro Cup. Once again, presented by Walmart.
Yeah, Ray Fischel's going to take over with 2 to go. Real quick chance to recap what we saw on Thursday, during that UCI C1 XCO competition. It was Raphael Carrier, followed by Ingrid McElroy, Estelle Slingsby, Landry McLean, and Scout Wellmeyer rounding out your top 5 in that competition. See those same athletes on the line here this morning. I want to thank those for tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. At this time, we're going to turn it over to our head official for pre-race announcements.
Ladies, 2 minutes to start. 2 minutes to start. You will be doing 1 start loop followed by 4 laps. We will be doing 80%. It is over a couple hundred meters before the finish line. Everybody have a great race. One minute to start. $30 to start. Start will be any time in the next 15 seconds.
All right, there we go. We are back to the races here in beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas. Sun is shining. A little chilly start, but These athletes are going to warm up really quick on this purpose-built Olympic-style cross-country race course here at Centennial Park.
Shot out of a cannon. That's Landry McLean, who took that first corner, sprinting immediately off the line. Hopefully she had a pretty good warm-up. Otherwise, she's going to be feeling the leg burn in those legs relatively quickly. Remember, they're doing one starter lap, and then they're going to be coming around, and they're going to have 4 laps to go on this almost a little bit under 5-kilometer circuit, so almost a 3-mile loop, as Landry McLean is the first one leading them out. So McLean is reeled back in, and sitting on the wheels, that Canadian national champion, Raphael Carrier. Raphael having a great ride, winning.
Yeah, almost a couple minutes on the field there on Thursday.
Yeah, winning on day number 1 here with our cross country.
There's a good look at the course there as they make their way through this start loop. We saw those same dry, dusty conditions throughout yesterday's short track competition, expecting more of that today as the winds have finally died down here in northwest Arkansas and the sun is going to be shining. We promised a bluebird day today, and we are going to see it. Temperatures expected to exceed 70 degrees Fahrenheit later this afternoon, but you can see there the course conditions are going to be dry. We really haven't had much of any rainfall in recent weeks, and with these high winds that we've seen, really unprecedented multi-day wind event that we've seen across this region, really the kind of south central portions of the U.S. Well, this mountain is dry and dusty, and course conditions, they are loose. Once again, what you're seeing here is this start loop. They're going to be this short start loop just to get out and sort things out before they make their way back into Stonehenge here and go out for 4 proper laps on this purpose-built cross-country race course. And what do we mean by that? Well, I'll give you a little, for those tuned in on InsiderMTB.com. We're at Centennial Park featuring a purpose-built and world-class Olympic-style cross-country mountain bike race course built from the ground up with international competition in mind, just like this weekend's U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. Characteristic of the Ozarks, the course is littered with technical rock-filled sections, punchy climbs, and fast-flowing descents. You're going to see all those throughout this race. In just a few short years, this 228-acre public park really established itself as a premier cycling event venue. This is now our 5th year hosting the U.S. Pro Cup. It's also been home to both 2 UCI Cyclocross World Cups as well as the 2022 UCI Cyclocross World Championship. So a lot of this infrastructure you're seeing these athletes on right now is shared with both the cross-country Olympic-style mountain bike course as well as a purpose-built cyclocross course here at the venue. Great shot of what we call Fayetteville's own Stonehenge as our junior women lead them in for going to wrap up that start loop and head out for that first full lap. Going to be 4-lap race. We like to call this corner right here Talladega turn. As you can see why. They can get 2, 3, 4, 5 wide, tape to tape as they make that final turn and hit the tarmac to sprint for the win or go out for another lap. Get a chance to see this lead group as they make their way through, leading them through there. That is Ingrid McElroy with Bear National Team, followed in second wheel by Raphael Carrier with the Pivot Cycles. That's your current Canadian national champion. You can see her out there in the maple leaf jersey. And again, this is where things are going to start to change. Position so important now as you see them dip down to the first portion of the single track of the course, and things get tight quick after that short loop, or that start loop, excuse me. Field already starting to separate pretty good as we're here at the start-finish line. Great split-screen coverage being brought to you by our friends over at InsiderMTB.com. This weekend's coverage, free all weekend long, every race, every day, all presented by our friends at Orange Seal. Good shot of some of the technical rock sections there out on course. The tail end of this junior women's 17 to 18-year-old competition makes their way through the start-finish. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Seeing some great coverage all week up to date with the friends over at InsiderMTB.com, the camera crew providing us some incredible shots of this venue. We've talked a little bit about this earlier in the broadcast, but kind of sticky out there. It's still early in the season. I think we are officially into spring, but you can see the leaves, the trees have not leafed out yet, so still a great opportunity to kind of peek through the trees and see where everybody's at throughout the day. Again, if you did miss Thursday action, what was supposed to be Wednesday's action, but the high winds here in the region, we had to do a little shift in the schedule, and we pushed the competition up into Thursday, really creating what is now kind of a 3-day mountain bike stage race, as they had that UCI XCO C1 competition on Thursday. Yesterday was a full day of short track racing here at the venue, and now here today. Well, today is for all the marbles, as they say, with this UCI XCO HC category race, meaning above classification, where we have more points and prize money up for grabs than almost every other competition in North America this year. There is one other HC category race in Canada later this year, and we know that the UCI Mountain Bike World Cup calendar wraps back up over here in North America with rounds in both the States and Canada. But early season, this is some of the most points and prize money that these athletes have available up for grabs before they head to Brazil and kick off the UCI World Cup calendar in April.
Thanks, Kevin.
And it is Raphael Carrier now setting the pace here, Frankie.
Yep. Breaking away from everybody. She had about a minute lead on day number 1 when she took that HC course. So they did the starter loop. They did it in about 4 minutes and 5 seconds. And if you were to compare that to the short track that they were racing yesterday with our junior women actually had a time of 4:34, 4:15, and 4:26. And that's on the short track. This is much longer, and yet they were almost 10 seconds faster on lap number 1 today than they were in the short track yesterday. So very aggressive start. And, of course, that all started off with Ingrid McElroy taking a flyer trying to be able to go. Actually, it was Landry McLean who shot out of the start ramp immediately fast. And so that put a lot of riders under pressure, kind of redlining themselves. And now Raphael Carrier on the front right now, trying to be able to break away from everybody else. Again, she had a minute lead when she took victory on day number 1. Can she do the same thing on this longer course? And, of course, it's the HC day here on day number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup.
Yeah, confirmation from race director Ty Cady. You know, the short track you're seeing yesterday and the start loop today, identical. Same thing. So they are going way faster to start this race. Just confirmation from race director Ty Cady. Frankie getting confirmation of what he just said by the race director, Ty Cady.
Always need confirmation. The race director, they know, right? They're out here designing the track. And Ty Cady, actually, he's one of the original designers of this track going back here at Centennial Park when this thing was first developed.
Yeah, 2021, that was the first opportunity for us to present the U.S. Pro Cup here at Centennial Park, because we got a move being made up out here in the woods as Raphael continues to turn the screws early on Ingrid McElroy, who looks to be setting second saddle right now, but see if she can't keep up this pressure. Similar to what we saw earlier in the week, Frankie, as these two athletes were battling it out, but Raphael Carrier early on made her presence known, and we're seeing that again today. Getting a good shot there of some shared sections up the course. How this course lays out is what you're seeing now is a portion of the venue we called Chasing Gold. That's that purpose-built cyclocross race course. We actually use that for the start loop for our short track competition, but then off that you'll see several different times, 4 times in total, the athletes will veer off of that to do sections of what we call World Cup, which is that purpose-built Olympic-style cross-country race course here at the venue. Just a good shot of just how dry and dusty those course conditions are in that corner. We'll call out some different sections on the course as these athletes make their way through the first time. Some really cool features out here. We've got the experienced Fayetteville power line climb to talk about. We'll show you that when they get to the bottom of that. That's really where the elevation's found every lap. Well, they go up and down the mountain a couple times each and every lap, but that's where the punchiest climb is found. It's down to up. It's straight up, and it's got a couple stair steps towards the top. You think the climb's over, and it's like the gift that keeps on giving, Frankie.
We need to get a name for this turn here that we're showing on the web stream. We have the name for the power line climb, and we have going through the rock garden and all that kind of stuff. But this is a tricky turn. We saw a couple crashes here on this turn last year in some of our yesterday in some of our amateur categories, and so very dusty, and so that's something these riders have to be able to watch out for.
I think it's the Orange Seal Moto section. Everyone's throwing that right leg out moto style in that corner, so we're just gonna, how about we call it the Orange Seal Moto corner? Moto, I like that. We'll figure it out, but I see where you're going there. Yeah, great shot of the Orange Seal branding there out in the woods, and yeah, good cue for us to talk about Orange Seal and the partnership that we have here with them. Great longtime partner of the series. They are a title partner for the 2025 U.S. XC Open Series and the official sealant of the U.S. Cup. Orange Seal, trusted by more pros than any other brand. Knockout flats with just one scoop. Owner John Vargas here with us here this weekend doing a couple cool things, offering neutral support over there in the expo for any rider wants to come up, need some help. Maybe they don't have a team here to support them. Mechanic over there willing to put his hand on any bike that you bring him. And then John over there serves up a mean cup of caffeine. So if you're still in the need of a little bit of pick-me-up and you're here early this morning, go see John, and we'll tell him thanks for supporting this weekend's action.
Yeah, junior men, you're coming up next. If you got a problem with your bike, head on over to Orange Seal. Got a qualified established mechanic to be able to help you make sure that bike's in safe, good working conditions. Raphael Carrier getting ready to be able to make her way back in. You know, gap has been holding steady. It's about a 10-second gap as Carrier's trying to be able to get away, but that rider in second position not giving up, kind of holding steady. It's kind of a time trial that's happening between these two riders right now, and it's very early on. Again, it was the neutral or the starter lap plus 4. When they come around, they're going to be seeing 3 laps to go.
Yeah, here's the first shot of RVS Mountain, what we're calling RVS Mountain this weekend, that little technical step up. Saw athletes struggle with throughout competition. It is a technical approach into this feature, and then there's an A and B line. So you're getting a shot at the A line as you hit a 6-foot drop right there. Or you can see that aggressive B line really going to slow athletes down that opt for that B line. And then love this. This is the Orange Seal Speed and Style section, and you can see why. It's a series of flyovers, allows athletes to really catch some air should they want. And, we've seen tail whips out there. We've seen all kinds of tricks being thrown over some of these purpose-built features here at Centennial Park. From here, they'll head to what we've been calling the Dell Descent. Dell Computers, a partner of this weekend's competition. And here in a second, you'll get a good shot of right there, that blue banners. That's where that descent starts. They can pick up speed, but then right there you can see that is some of the most technical aspects of the course, that rock garden that Raphael just made her way through. Right here, there's a good shot of it there. And so there's the rock garden we're talking about. You can see just how technical that is. These short travel bikes, though, making quick work of that. Orange Seal, like the elite athletes of the U.S. Pro Cup, Dell Technologies, like the elite athletes of the U.S. Pro Cup, Dell Technologies pushes boundaries to drive human progress. As a proud sponsor of the U.S. Cup, they believe in the power of technology to help individuals, organizations, communities, and the world move forward. Speaking of moving forward, it is Raphael Carrier off the front right now. Again, want to thank those for tuning in on InsiderMTB.com this morning, early in the day here in Northwest Arkansas. Race one of several on the schedule. We'll keep you up to date as the day unfolds. But if you're just now tuned into the start of our UCI XCO Junior Women's Competition. It's the big day of the weekend for our elite athletes. There's lots of points and prize money up for grabs today. And, well, this is a series race for the US XC Open presented by our friends at Orange Seal. USXC Open is a 6-round, 5-region series for elite men, women, U23 athletes, junior 17, 18-year-olds like we have on course now, 15, 16-year-olds, and even our 13 and 14-year-olds. It's the country's premier professional and amateur cross-country mountain bike series with a combined purse of $75,000 up for grabs on the season. 6 rounds, 5 regions, 10 champions. Shot of this flyover, and this is the backside of the course. At this, you're going to see leader here on the leader's left will be the second of 2 feed zone, able to take a bottle or a nutrition right there like she did right there, staying hydrated out here. But we've seen this backside of the course be a headwind. We've seen it be a tailwind, but I will say this morning, pretty pleasant actually, and maybe a little bit of a crosswind as she makes her way or approach back towards Stonehenge. She'll go up and over this flyover. This is where we saw Jen Jackson try to make a move earlier in the week and not able to make that stick as it was Kate Courtney taking that elite women's race. But right there is an opportunity where we've seen some athletes make a move towards the end of a race on that flyover. And now she's got a couple more twists and turns to make her way back into the start-finish area. And she's going to have 3 to go this time, Frankie.
Yeah, Raphael. Very good cyclocross rider. She's been 3rd in the World Championships in cyclocross. Canadian cyclocross champion as well, showing off her mountain biking skills. Spent some time living in Belgium, her home base for most of the season, and also put in some early season miles when she was hanging out in Calpe, Spain, to be able to put in some training. So very established cyclocross rider, has won World Cups in cyclocross as well. Is Canadian cyclocross national champion. She's got that Canadian maple leaf on the back as a mountain bike national champion as well, coming in and around the Talladega Turners, getting ready to be able to make their way in. Once again, going to be seeing 3 laps to go. She won on day number 1 by 1 minute and 20 seconds. We're going to figure out what kind of lap time she has right here. 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Looking very comfortable, fueling up as she comes through. And this is the area where you need to fuel up because it's a little bit smoother. You know, you're not dealing with dealing with all those bumps that are out there. Ingrid McElroy, excellent job. Time gap's only about 6 seconds. Not losing any ground, not gaining any ground, as McElroy doing a fantastic job to keep Carrera right in her sights.
Yeah, great shot there of the start-finish area. The team, again, we've built and rebuilt this venue a couple times this week. As we mentioned, high winds made their way through the region for series about 10 straight days as more of our athletes to chase group. This is, again, podium 5 deep here today, and so definitely a race for the podium happening back here. That looks to be 3, 4, 5. I think that's Slingsby.
Yeah, Black Jersey Gravity Collective. That's Estelle Slingsby 3rd. And so right now, as on day 1, 1, 2, and 3, it's the exact same that's on the road right here with 3 laps to go, as Carrera leads with Ingrid McElroy in 2nd and Estelle Slingsby, and that's the exact order that they finished on day number 1. As these riders now, they work together. They actually can bring back Ingrid McElroy. So they need to be able to try to stay on the front right there as they're trying to be able to come through. Excellent job. Rest of the riders coming through. That's going to be Lily Rose Marois, Aislinn Hallahan, Eleanor Winchell, Alina Furness, and that's Maud Royland that is in that group.
Yeah, we did see a move there as one. I think that Pivot Cycles racer made a move and moved up to 3rd before they were heading back into the portions of the single track here on the course. Might be more comfortable leading the way into the trees.
Riders, 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
Get a good shot of the leader there out in the woods. And 6 seconds last time through with 3 to go. So we'll see if she's able to maintain or expand that lead. Again, she won on Thursday by over a minute over the rest of the competition. So having a strong weekend out here.
Nice shot of Carrera going through the woods right there. Leaning forward. Good technique coming up on that. At 17 years old. Again, very experienced in cyclocross coming through start-finish line. You can see Camille Smith, Riley Houston, Corinne Collins, Avery Roberts, Sierra Jolicoeur, Isabel Wester Rivera. That's going to be Sheila Mertens and Emma Wilcox doing a good job as they come through. 3 to go, ladies. 3 laps to go. Very different, these early season races where it's like cooler temperatures and, you know, compared to racing in June and July mountain biking where you're just melting from the heat and trying to be able to stay hydrated is a huge problem. Obviously, you need to stay hydrated, but not as much a problem here in Fayetteville. Temperature's 40 degrees, got a little bit of a breeze. The sun is out, which makes it feel a little bit warmer. So beautiful shots right there with our drone operators. Once again, brought to you all by InsiderMTB.com. Go to YouTube, InsiderMTB.com. You can watch all of the races and all of the days here. And our web stream brought to you by Orange Seal. And a big thank you to Orange Seal for providing this live web stream of the U.S. Pro Cup. As a reminder, today does go to the U.S. Cross Country Open Series presented by Orange Seal as well. And this is race number 2, and there's 6 rounds. Race number 1 was in California, race number 2 here in Fayetteville, and then there are going to be 4 more races in 5 different regions, all part of the U.S. Cross Country Open Series. Last year it was only 4 events, this year expanding to 6 events, and so that mountain bike series continues to grow and to give opportunities for a lot of young riders to be able to show off their skills and perhaps keep moving up the level, making those, you know, ideally many of them would like to be able to make that trip to Europe.
Yeah, there's a good shot of current race leader Raphael Carrier. We'll see if we can't get a peek back in the woods and see maybe where young Ingrid McElroy is with that Bear national team. Is great shots being provided by InsiderMTB.com, free for you at home. Every race, every day, all weekend long here at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by our friends at Walmart. And then behind Ingrid McElroy last time around was a battle for 3. Again, the podium's going to go 5 deep here today for this competition, and so saw some moves being made. We saw Estelle Slingsby there in the mix for that Gravity Collective crew. It's not too bad. I mean, still chilly temperatures in the 40s this morning. Really expected to warm up quick, though. Highs over 70 degrees today across northwest Arkansas. We've earned it, Frankie. We've sat through some pretty challenging weather conditions this week, from the wind and the temperatures and the shifting wind. It was out of the north-northwest on Wednesday, shifted to the south-southwest yesterday. It's been coming at us from all directions. And so just, again, shout out to the event crew for getting this place up and ready. You can see there additions made to the course, added some international flair, flying the flags of several of the countries represented, 10 nations in 41 states racing with us this weekend. We talked a little bit about yesterday, kind of a unofficial, you know, kind of international championship maybe. I mean, we were having 1,600 race starts. We confirmed 1,600 race starts over 4 days of racing. I mean, that's as big as the national championship here in the States.
That's what those HC points will do. You know, it gives an opportunity for these riders to be able to come up here and be able to race for, you know, 3 days or 4 days, which is fantastic, especially on this groomed course. Very challenging course depending on how they wanted to design it, but yeah, very international field here for all of our events, including our juniors. And of course, coming up next is going to be our junior men. Again, junior men, you're scheduled for 10:15, so keep that in mind. Your staging will take place at 10 o'clock. Junior men, your staging will take place at 10 o'clock. That's 1 hour from now, as we continue to be able to watch our junior women tackling this race course. Raphael Carrier staying on the front as they're going around that Orange Seal
Moto corner.
Moto. I was thinking BMX. In my head, all of a sudden BMX came into it. The Orange Seal Moto corner. Tricky, very sandy, very ruddy, and definitely sort of like a motocross course that they would have to deal with.
Correct. You see a lot of riders throwing that leg out to the inside as they make that turn, something you see a lot of times in moto. And so Well, appropriately, we're just going to call it that, the Orange Steel Moto Corner, and that's one we've talked a lot about throughout the racing this week, as that one continues to deteriorate as it just gets drier and dustier and those grooves start to form, and, yeah, you can really lose a wheel in that corner. We saw that several times in yesterday's short track action. Great shot of the leader. She makes her way. That's the bottom of the experienced Fayetteville power line climb, really where the elevation's found on this race course, or a good portion of it. You see she's up and out of the saddle. It's a punchy climb. From there, it merges back in with a portion of the short track course, which now you can see it's kind of nice and 3, 4, 5 bike lengths wide. But again, you'll see a stair step. I mean, she's back up and down the saddle. The camera does not do the elevation justice here, as this really is steep, and it doesn't stop. It's got this stair step here, comes down. It's kind of a false flat, and a false top, and then it does it again. And so several little stair steps to get to the top of this venue and back up on top. She'll do a little twist and turn out in the field before heading over to Arvest Mountain.
Yeah, it's steep. It's a hard climb, absolutely. Last lap, she had a 14-second lead on Ingrid McElroy. Going to try to be able to see if Ingrid's been able to pace herself and be able to keep up Raphael. Again, an incredible ride on day number 1 as Raphael. She won by 1:20 on her nearest competitor. She went solo, and that's exactly what she's doing here again. Talked about her with her cyclocross, winning World Cups in cyclocross. 3rd place at the World Championships in cyclocross. I mean, that is a massive result. So a bronze medalist at Worlds. And obviously she has that Canadian national champion jersey on as well. Very talented young rider.
A dual threat, it sounds like.
Definitely a dual threat, as we have more riders coming through our Orange Seal Moto Corner.
Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, we have a large Canadian contingency with us this weekend. Great to see our friends from the north traveling down to make the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup a stop on their early season calendars. We got a runner here. It looks like a mechanical. We've seen a few of these. We saw him with Riley Amos on Thursday, as he had a double flatted out here on course, and so I'm sure he's looking for a better result today. But yeah, flats are going to happen out here. That could be a chain, but starting to see a few mechanicals, and good shot of Arvest Mountain right there. She, current leader, drops off that 6-foot drop and then into the Orange Hill Speed and Style section. There you go. That's why we call it that. I must have queued her up perfect. It's got a little flare in the air. See if we can't get a look back at maybe some of the chasers happening in this race, as current race leader Raphael Carrier continues to set the pace for Pivot Cycles and current Canadian national champion. Behind her is Ingrid McElroy with Bear National, and then it was a group of 3 last time through, Frankie, that were chasing, going to look to round out that top 5, but that's where the battle was. They were swapping spots, throwing some blows as they were heading into the woods.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of shots of our leader. It'll be interesting to see a little bit later on once they come by is how that group of 3, if they're able to stick together. And with so much racing to go, I would think tactically stick together, keep helping each other, taking turns on the front, because then they'll be able to bring back Ingrid McElroy, who was sitting in second, because she was all by herself. She was in no man's land. So Carrier, once they get up to McElroy, then they can start worrying about if they can get up to Raphael Carrier. But right now, if that group of 3 works together, they might have a chance of getting back up into second position.
Yeah, great shot by the camera crew as we look for second place at some point to come into the screen, but looks like Raphael Carrier has blown up this competition just like we saw on Thursday. There's one of the, it's like the kits of one of our Bear national team riders. This may be the chase group. This could be 3rd, 4th, and 5th out there, as I think we had one of our Pivot Cycle athletes as well as one of our Bear athletes, and there's Estelle Slingsby. So this is the chase. I do think that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Currently right there as they make their way down the Dell descent. You can see why we call that. They really pick up speed and hit some of the most technical section on the course. And
man, look how fast that rider in second position right there just flew down that descent. Yeah, it looks like Slingsby's getting left behind in that black jersey. She's going to have to try to make that back up right there, trying to be able once they get onto the climb. But in that Bear National rider, Landry McLean, very comfortable on the downhill. She just flew down that descent to be able to take back any kind of gap. So now in the back, Slingsby in a little bit of trouble right now as that gap's opening up. That's going to be a big effort for her to get back up to these riders. So obviously these 3 talk about working together, but they don't seem like they're working together very much. They're just each pinning themselves, trying to be able to get through these laps as quick as possible.
Yeah, and that does look to be like one of the Pivot Cycles teammates for Raphael Carrier, currently set in second wheel. I'm not sure if that's Maud Rouland or Lily Rose Morose? Who was in that group last time through, Frankie?
Yeah, so in that chase group, it was Slingsby, McLean, and Marois.
Marois, Lily Rose Marois with Pivot Cycles, so teammate to Raphael Carrier. So Pivot Cycles looking to make their presence known here early in the season. Liable to see these ladies on the podium later today. But this is the race right now. I don't know where Landry McLean is setting at, Ingrid McElroy is setting at, as she's kind of, like you said, hung out there in no man's land in between first and third. Pretty big gap. We'll get a good idea of what that gap looks like as race leader makes her way back through the start-finish line shortly. Going to be 2 to go for the leaders.
I'm thinking that might be Ingrid McElroy right there going around the turn at the top of the screen, because right behind, I think, is that's where we're going to have Lily Rose Marois and the other riders trying to be able to chase them back. So we're going to find out once they come around as they're starting to be able to maybe make some time back up to our second-place rider.
I think this is Slingsby now has been able to bridge back up with Landry McLean, but I think this is the Pivot teammate making a move here, starting to create some separation. I think that's third place that we're seeing right there. That light blue
I'll be able to figure
Pivot
out
kit.
If it's Lily Marat, Pivot Cycles, she wears black shoes. She has black cycling shoes on, so be able to pinpoint if that's going to be her. White shoes is on Maud Rowland with Pivot Cycles, and then Raphael Carrier also with Pivot Cycles, and she has the blue socks on. But you can tell Raphael Carrier only because she comes through right there with the blue socks, and going to see 2 laps to go for Raphael. Lap time, 13:51, continues to be able to push the pace. 13:51, that's doesn't really matter for her because she's got a pretty good lead. What we're going to try to be able to figure out is how much of a gap does she have on second and third, as Carrier looking very comfortable as she comes through there. And so I believe, as you said, the top 3 are the same that are going to be sitting in the lap before. Cheer on, Ingrid McElroy coming through. Come on, Ingrid, doing a fantastic job.
2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
2 to go, and she's turning over those pedals very well. 30-second gap, Ingrid doing a fantastic job.
And here's that chase group of 3 now. Slingsby able to get back on terms with the other 2, so all 3 going to lead into Stonehenge here. That Talladega-like turn, they're about to make their way around.
How often can you do that, though, right, with Slingsby? A big effort to catch back up, Eventually, you're going to run out of matches. You're not going to be able to do that. And so got to be careful to not lose those kind of gaps as Lily Rose Marois, Landry McLean, and Estelle Slingsby come through.
Yeah, Estelle having a great ride all week long. She finished third in the UCI C1 on Thursday. I think she was third yesterday in the short track competition. We'll confirm that. But
who are we talking about? Sorry?
Estelle Slingsby. Great shot there of the chase group as more of our riders make their way through. 2 to go, ladies. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
In our short track, Slingsby was third. Yes, absolutely. So
she's comfortable in that third position.
So Carrier won the short track. McElroy was second in the short track. Slingsby was third in the short track. So the 1, 2, 3 on day number 1 in our cross country, same 3 as we had in the short track, and it's shaping up right now to maybe be the same. It could be a little bit different because of the riders that they are with.
Yeah, Morose with the Pivot Cycles, she's now in the mix up in that top 3. Looks to still be currently setting the pace with Landry McLean with Bear National, Estelle Slingsby there. That's your race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's a shot of your current race leader. She makes her way through portions of that World Cup course, or what we call course is named World Cup because it was inspired by the World Cup competition around the world.
That pivot cycle working perfectly for Raphael Carrier as she's on the front just turning the pedals over. There's our 3 chasers. So they're about 30 seconds back on Ingrid McElroy. Ingrid McElroy out there in second position. The 3 chasers are 30 seconds back on McElroy, and McElroy is actually 40 seconds back on our leader, Raphael Carrier. Adjusting the shorts, getting a little bit comfortable. I'd be pulling them up, try to get a little bit of the tan lines going, right? Eliminate the tan lines. Beautiful sunny day here in Fayetteville. You're hiding out there in the woods. That's blocking the wind, but that sun shining down as we just had Scout Wellmeyer coming through, Kira Mullins, Katja Opfer, ran into her last year at Tour of America's Dairylands. Very strong rider, good mountain biker, obviously. That's why she's here. joining a brand new team with Donovan Racing, catch a offer. Lacey Dennis and Addison Lundberg have come through. Nice shot of second position. Ingrid McElroy coming through. Remember, last time it was 14 seconds. This lap was 41 seconds as she continues to be able to push the poise. Bear National Team, 10 years as a development program for many of these young riders, and some of the top riders in the world, really, especially coming out of the United States, have come from the Bear National Team. They've done a fantastic job in developing and still supporting so many junior riders, under 23 riders, and elite riders. Great to be able to see that program continuing to flourish, and it has made a huge impact on the results that we have been able to have as Americans in the World Cups, in the World Championships, in the Olympics.
Got Julia Vielich, part of that Bear Development Leadership crew, and also Vielich Farms, one of the key supporters for this weekend's U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. But Vielich Farms is a large almond and walnut grower based in Northern California. Although established less than 25 years ago, they've grown to be one of the largest almond producers in the world. So, again, thank you for Julia Vielich and the team at Bear National, as well as Vielich Farms for supporting this weekend's competition. And there is some competition happening out on course as you see some of the purpose-built athletes. A-B line there, so that's interesting. The third and fourth able to take that A line. Slingsby opting for the B line in the rock garden there. She made her way through. And you can see the time difference as the second and third, or third and fourth, able to really create some separation there between themselves and Slingsby in fifth. And so A-B lines matter out here on course. There are several options for these athletes to, risk it for the biscuit. Most of these riders pretty comfortable with the A lines, but there, Slingsby did opt for that more technical B line. Again, you can see that's part of one of the climbs. They actually drop off the mountainside several times, 3 different times, I think, in the course development, maybe 4. It's kind of up and down, with the biggest one being that experienced Fayetteville power line climb, but a lot of up and down on this course, a lot of elevations. We get a shot of the leader making her way through that Orange Seal moto-style corner. Dropping back into the woods. See, there you go, right off of that Chasing Gold course, back into the single track. Sounds like we did have a mechanical out there on course with a tire off the rim. Well, that's not a... Flats are one thing, but a tire off the rim, not where you want to find yourselves.
You're definitely walking.
And she was. And so there's a tech zone coming up for her, but it's a bit of a walk from where she was at. So a few K.
On screen right now, what you're looking at is third, fourth, and fifth as you're watching them battle it out. Slingsby's been third in the short track. Slingsby's been third in day number 1. That's the rider on the back there in the black jersey. And then on the front on the attack again, that's going to be Landry McLean as she's trying to be able to go through. This is going to be, I think that's McElroy that they just had a shot right there. That's McElroy sitting in second position, trying to be able to get up to our leader, which is the Canadian national champion, Raphael Carrier, as Carrier has won on day number 1 and on our short track as well. McLean is a very good descender. That's what I'm finding out from watching her. She's very comfortable on these downhills, and she's able to gap anybody that she is with. And so she's taking advantage of that. So as right there, you see have Landry McLean coming through. You're going to have Lily Rose Marois from Pivot Cycles, and then sitting on the back in the black jersey, Gravity Collective, is Estelle Slingsby.
While Landry McLean racing for that Bear National team actually calls Arkansas home. Native girl, seen her race several years on the Arkansas NICA circuit, and so been calling her name. Sometimes I moonlight as the league announcer for that NICA series here in Arkansas as well, Frankie, and been calling young Landry's name for many years. So it doesn't surprise me to now see her take the step up to that Bear National team and that next level of development that we're seeing, as you spoke about, for over a decade now, really leading the country in youth development when it comes to mountain bikes. Started out in road and moved to mountain bike development, and starting early as 15, so 15, 16, 17, 18, and U23 athletes. You'll see a lot of those athletes out here with us this weekend in those Bear National colors of light blue and pink. Great shot of the leader in the Maple Leafs, current Canadian national champion, cresting the top of that experienced Fayetteville power line climb. And back to the chase. Here we go. I guess the interesting question here is can these three, there's a good shot of an A and B selection there being made by those athletes, but, any chance that they can close the gap between themselves and Ingrid McElroy with Bear National as we get a shot of her there now coming up from the bottom of that experienced Fayetteville power line climb.
Yeah, McElroy looking really strong, looking very powerful, not slowing down.
Again, punchy section there. And
I don't know, it's such a challenging course with the uphills and the downhills. It's like, so that whole aspect of working together doesn't quite, work. It's very different than road cycling or criterium racing or anything like that, because you're just kind of redlining yourself. You're kind of in time trial mode, and it's almost like every rider for themselves. And so I think it's going to be difficult for them to get up to McElroy, who's just coming to the top of the climb. You see getting some words of encouragement from Bear National Team supporters right there as we go back up to our Canadian rider, just getting ready to go in through that rock garden. She's going to loop around here and be able to do that jump going down, and again, turning the pedals over very, very well, looking very comfortable. And soon enough, she'll be getting here a little bit closer. She's going to be seeing one lap to go.
Entering that Orange Seal speed and style section, we've seen her get a little, have a little flair. She's made her way over a couple of these jumps. Not that time, but there's a good shot. There it is, A and B. That's the one of several opportunities the athletes have to select a line out here, with the idea being between that A line. Well, that's going to be the faster line, likely kind of more risk associated with it.
The A line has the jump?
Yeah, oftentimes, yeah. If there's a gap or something like that, a gap jump, the A line's going to have that. There's a little bit of...
And then the B line is...
By design, a little bit more technical. It slows the rider down. So the B line's kind of the penalty for time. So if you're willing to risk it on those A lines, that's going to be the faster line for time-wise. The B line typically going to be a little easier in a technicality, but also typically a little longer, a little bit more technical, going to slow that rider down. Good shot of second place here. She too likely to opt for that A line. That B line right there off to the left, off the top of RVS Mountain. Really want a long, drawn-out rock garden. You can see where that would be a penalty, as you had to pick your line and pick your way down through there. Just getting started on a full day of racing here at beautiful Centennial Park. The sun is shining. It's a bluebird day here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. If you're not here with us at the venue and you're tuned in live on InsiderMTB.com, if you like what you see and you want to see more of it, well, hey, maybe consider hitting that donate button available on the stream. And, hey, we'll give you a shout-out on today's live stream. So, if you got a team, you got a racer you want to call out, if you got a team you want to call out, if you want to call out a business yourself, we're not, we're impartial there, so just love to consider to make a donation, and hey, we'll recognize that support. Yeah, we saw the third, fourth, and fifth there make their way through RVS Mountain. That's a great shot through the woods right there. Shot at our current leader.
I think that was our leader lapping maybe some riders that are out there. Obviously, a lot of different skill levels here, and for junior women. And you're going up somebody who's, a great cyclocross rider, a fantastic mountain biker, and is flying around this course. You're definitely going to run into some other riders that might be going a little bit slower. But I'm glad they're out here. We have 60 riders. Not all of them are going to be champions, and so a lot of them are going to be a little bit new. Some of these riders have been racing for a long time. They have 5, 6, 7 years underneath their belt, and so they're very experienced. Other riders are going to be a little bit less experienced, new to the sport, but still coming out here. And of course, we welcome that. We love having new riders coming out here, and especially in our junior ranks, for them to be able to test themselves against some of the good riders. It's a nice way too. If you're coming from a different state, you might be king of the pond over there, but then you come out here and it's like a little mini national championships. You realize how good some other riders are that are out there out on course. We're getting ready for the bell lap as our officials are warming up the bell ringing hand as we're waiting for Raphael Carrier to be able to come by. Lap number 1 was a 13:34. Lap number 2, 13:51. It's going to be interesting to see what her third lap is going to end up being. And more importantly, she's going to have bell lap with her final lap with 1 lap to go. So Carrier right now in a good position if she stays out of trouble to be able to sweep all of the races that she raced here by winning on day number 1, the short track, and now trying to be able to set herself up to be able to win the HC race here on day number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart.
Yeah, and this is also the race for round 2. A lot of points up for grabs in a lot of different ways. This is the race for round 2 of the US XC Open presented by Orangeville. She approaches Fayetteville's own Stonehenge. You see all of our Walmart branding there. Chance to shout out to our title partner for this weekend, Walmart. Let Walmart do the heavy lifting with Walmart Home Delivery. As a proud sponsor of the U.S. Pro Cup, Walmart and Walmart Plus, dedicated to making life easier for families everywhere.
Yeah, you talk about that series that we're talking to. So Carrier was not at California, so she was not there. And so Ingrid McElroy was the one that picked up those points. Here we go with 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 lap to go, fueling up once again on the pavement, the smoothest part of the course as our Canadian national champion comes through. 1 lap to go. Lap time, 13:57. So that's only about a 5-second difference from what she did the previous lap. More importantly, we're going to see how much time she has on our next rider. Remember, it was a 41-second gap on Ingrid McElroy. So going back to talking about that series, our U.S. Cross Country Open Series presented by Orange Seal, these points go into that. And when we were at California, Ingrid McElroy won in California. So she's going to pick up some massive points there. She's going to remain in the lead at the end of the day. And sitting in second place in California was Landry McLean and Estelle Slingsby. So both of those riders that are in third, fourth, and fifth that are trying to be able to chase down McElroy, they're going to pick up some valuable points as well. And so that's all going to apply to their series points. Of course, Carrier is also going to jump into those standings because she's going to be able to pick up maximum points here. 1 to go, Ingrid. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. You have a 45-second lead on the chasers behind you, a 45-second lead on the chasers behind you.
And here comes those chasers now. It does look like it's our pivot athlete leading the way still. Landry McLean with Bear National there, and there is Estelle Slingsby.
McElroy 1 minute behind Raphael Carrier as they're having bell lap with 1 lap to go. Waiting for, again, Lily Rose Marois, Landry McLean, Estelle Slingsby. Pivot Cycles, Bear National, and Gravity Collective getting ready to be able to come down through here. It's going to be 1 lap to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Second place is 30 seconds in front of you. Second place, 30 seconds in front of you.
Landry taking a feed right there. Again, not a lot of places, like you mentioned it, Frankie, not a lot of places to set up on this course. So the athletes got to be decisive when they're where they're going to feed. And, yeah, Maud Royland making her way through. She ripped through the start-finish area with 1 to go, and something tells me she's looking to bridge up. You can see her on the screen there. She can see those athletes in front of her, and she may be making a go at the top 5 here, Frankie.
Yeah, she's only 10 seconds off, and she was not 10 seconds off that previous lap with 1 lap to go. So Maud Royland actually coming forward. Maybe the battle that's going on between Slingsby, McLean, and Marois, they're worried about each other, not so much catching up to number 2, and so that's slowing them down a little bit because Maud Royland with a great ride to be able to put herself up into that group. Well, she's not there yet, but trying to be able to get there. So nice to be able to see that.
Yeah, Maud part of that Pivot Cycles crew as well. So that would put potentially 3 of 5 athletes racing for Pivot Cycle on the podium if she can make her way back up to that group, bridge back up and rejoin them and then battle it out on this final lap. And race number 1, day 3 here at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by our friends at Walmart. But another shot of a athlete out there running their bike. I don't know if that's a mechanical body or bike. They both happen.
It's how tough the climb is and the fatigue setting in. 2 days of racing, a lot of these riders struggling. You can see the difference between how good Raphael Carrier is and these other riders on a very technical course, right? The good riders make it look easy. It is nothing but easy out here on these courses. So very challenging and tough conditions for many of these riders, and it's great to see some of these riders, struggling, trying to be able to get over the top of the hill, trying to be able to, mentally be tough, physically be tough, and trying to be able to get through and finish this race. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 lap to go. That's going to be Scout coming through or Eleanor Winchell coming through right there from Charge Racing.
A lot of up and down on the course. You saw right there, leader descending, but then immediately back up and out of the saddle on this climb, and she drops back down and starts to descend again. Again, the camera doing a great job out here with the coverage is InsiderMTB.com, but just doesn't do justice to just how challenging this course is up and down each and every time around. Good shot at number 2, current second. Setting second right there is Ingrid McElroy with Bear National. Great shot ahead there. She makes her way through the woods. Again, what was separation? Over 40 seconds last time through. 1 to go, Ryder. 1 to go.
That's Catch Opfer coming through right there. Strong rider. She's got about 40 seconds to the rider that's in front of her. As got our 3 riders again. It's going to be Lily Rose Marois, Landry McLean, and Estelle Slingsby all together. Just behind them, about 10 seconds back, was that other rider of Maud Royland. So paying attention to that to see if she can catch back up. But these riders are all looking very comfortable right now.
Yeah, Landry McLean now setting in third, but Slingsby's been able to make her way up into fourth. She's got a pair of third-place finishes already this week, and so positioning herself to maybe round out the top 3. Again, Podium's going to be recognized 5 deep into today's competition, but something tells me Slingsby would be happy with that third place out of this group. Again, all these riders getting the bell here on final lap here of race number 1 of several on today. After this, we'll move on to our UCI Junior Men's competition, and the elite women are set to take to this course at noon Central Daylight Time. Elite men, 2 p.m. We'll round out a full day of racing with our U23 men at around the 4 o'clock hour.
Bell up, 1 to go, 1 to go. That's Riley Nelson coming through our start-finish line, and here Elle Warren will be our next one coming in. Elle riding for Stage 21. Raphael Carrier looking very comfortable on the descent, flying around these turns. She's got those cyclocross skills and the mountain bike skills. You can definitely carrying over. Very accomplished cyclocrosser. Canadian national champion in cyclocross, 3rd place at the World Championships in cyclocross, and winning on day number 1 here as well. Haley Nelson coming through. Here comes Sierra Jolicoeur and Riley Huston coming down the chute. Riders, you got 1 lap to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Keep her going. See all the riders trying to be able to get something to drink on this smooth section. The other parts of the section, it's so bumpy out there. This is the part where they can take in some fuel, either be a gel or a water to be able to hydrate and nourish themselves. As now we're going back to, was that Ingrid McElroy maybe?
It might be, unless there's been some separation back there with Landry McLean and Bear National Team, and if she's been able to break away from those other 2 that she was racing against. And so going to be interesting as we see for the final time of this morning, current race leader Raphael Carrier making her way up the experienced Fayetteville Powerline climb. But yeah, there's the race. I think that's okay. There's the race. That's a look back at what I now think is 4th and 5th. That might be enough. Landry McLean might have been able to break away from this group, unless that's her right there. Never mind. I think that is her.
So Landry's getting dropped from that group. Landry McLean just off the back. So that's something that she's going to have to be concerned about. And right behind her, I think, is going to be Maud Royland starting to be able to catch back up.
It looks like she's been able to bridge. We saw her rip through the start-finish here on this final bell lap, and it looks like she might have been able to bridge up. It's what we talked about.
And that's 10 seconds that she made up. That's a huge gap to be able to come back on the very final lap. So she's going to have a great last lap. But Maud Royland now putting herself in a position to try to get onto the 3rd spot. In other words, bronze medal position is up for grabs as Maud Royland from Pivot Cycles has made her way up there. She's also going to have a teammate in there as well, because you got to remember Lily Rose Marois is in there as well.
As is Raphael Carrier. She's also on that pivot ride.
No, but Raphael's in the front.
Oh, yep, I know what you're saying.
I meant like with the group. She's going to have a teammate with the group there.
A little team tactics maybe here late in the race.
But that's a great Pivot Cycles having a fantastic race here, right? I mean, these riders are flying around here. Bear National having a great race here as well. Ingrid McElroy continues to be able to push that pace, trying to be able to get up here. Looking just as comfortable as Raphael Carrier when she came through. Look at him turning the pedals over, not bogging down at all. And again, very deceptive. Camera never does justice to how steep a climb is. And so these riders, you can see them using their upper body to help pedal the legs and the fatigue setting in after 4 laps out here. And again, they're on the last half lap as Carrier now coming into that rock garden and getting ready for the jump as she's coming on to the second half of the final lap.
Yeah, what we call Rnd.2 Mountain. She's going to drop off this for the final time of the day and head into the woods on the Orange Seal Speed and Style section right here. Got a few purpose-built features here, able to air it out over that gap jump on that A-line if they choose. Here's the crest of that experienced Fayetteville power line climb. Great to see the fans out here early today. I expect this with the weather here today finally being pleasant after a week-long windstorm. I expect the venue to get busier and busier throughout the day as race fans are able to come out and join us and catch some of these elite athletes. And we're just getting started. Later today, you're going to see the likes of Kate Courtney, Jen Jackson, Christopher Blevins, Riley Amos, some of the top athletes in North and South America joined us here this weekend at the U.S. Pro Cup, presented by Walmart. There's a good look at some of the more technical. That's just a technical rock garden right there. They're trying to punch up, and see, it's a lot of these athletes make it look easy, but easy it is not. There's current number 2, Ingrid McElroy with that Bear national team and that light blue and pink kit. She's making her way up to Rnd.2 Mountain. Final time, she'll drop off this and head back into the woods for one more down and up before getting back to the flat top of this mountain. Kind of a flat top on this mountain, what they call Millsap Mountain here in Fayetteville. Centennial Park, established in 2021. It was this event, when it was the first event that we hosted here after we built the park. Again, we've talked about it. The U.S. Pro Cup in the spring of 2021 brought professional and elite level mountain biking back to, I think, the world, Frankie, as we brought in a UCI inscripted race in the spring of 2021 after a 13-month pause due to what at the time was an ongoing COVID-19 pandemic.
Nice shot of some other riders that are in the race spread out on different sections of this course, and they're flying on that coming off of Rnd.2 Mountain, making it look easy. I have to imagine they enjoy that section of the course. You know, that Orange Seal Speed and section has got to be a lot of fun coming off that jump off of Rnd.2 Mountain, being able to,
carry speed and
speed and mix it up a little bit. It's got to be a little bit enjoyable for a lot of these riders.
Something tells me we can talk these camera operators into zooming in on that shot a little bit. Maybe in this next race that comes up, there's a great shot of some of that we talk about. And as the competition picks up later today, you're going to see the likes of Christopher Blevins. Well, he likes to show off right there. So we'll see some of that later today.
So I'm not sure if Morois is one of those riders. I'm not sure if Maud Rowland is the other one, because I didn't see Slingsby, and so I'm not sure where.
I didn't see McLean, either. So that could be third and fourth there as those pivot cycle teammates matching up. That's a great shot of our current leader up and over that flyover right there, and drops around, about to rejoin us here at the finish line. And so once again, it was all her race on Thursday. She did it again yesterday in the short track, Frankie, and it looks like Raphael Carrier, current Canadian national champion, riding on that pivot cycles in those blue socks. Going to make her way back into Stonehenge for a final time of her weekend. Been kind of a mountain bike stage race out here. That's what we talked about, as the competition had to be moved around a little bit throughout the week. It was meant to go racing on Wednesday. That Thursday was scheduled for a rest day. We ended up going racing Thursday, which meant short track yesterday, and we're right back at it with this UCI HC level competition today. And so, 3 back-to-back days of elite level racing here at Centennial Park. And, well, I will tell you, Raphael Carrier, she was ready for it, Frankie.
Learned everything she had to know on day number 1, winning here in the HC with Raphael Carrier picking up the win at the short track. It's 1, 2, and 3. Winning here for the HC, your Canadian rider for Pivot Cycles, Raphael Carrier. Excellent job, number 1. What an incredible ride. Lap time, that last one, 13:54. So that's actually 3 seconds faster than what she did on lap number 3, finishing up. Remember, she had about over a minute something on rider number 2. So now waiting to see Ingrid McElroy. Pivot Cycles riders having a dominating performance here in our juniors. They picked up number 1. Now we're going to see Ingrid McElroy, but right behind that are 2 Pivot Cycles coming in. I believe is going to be 3rd and 4th. So we're going to have a great podium for Pivot Cycles. Obviously, Raphael Carrier is going to be on the top step, waiting for now the other riders. Bear National Team. Same placings they had on day number 1, Carrier and McElroy. Now it's going to be on day number 2 as well, making their way in.
Good shot at that chase group. I think that is the battle for 3rd and 4th happening out on course. And a little separation right there. We've seen some moves made right there. We called it out on that portion of the course. We saw Jen Jackson try to make a move there earlier in the week. And she twisted the screws there just a little bit and seems like she was able to create some separation potentially over her teammate. Approaching the finish line now, though, this is Ingrid McElroy with Bear National. Going to be happy with that 2nd place finish here today in this UCI HC competition. Nice ride. Gives a little peace sign as she crosses the line.
Podium goes 5 places deep, but you want to be on that 3rd, trying to be able to see who's going to come. Estelle Slingsby coming in. Unbelievable. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Slingsby dropping them. And it's the same order. What a great ride. It's a bronze medal ride for Estelle Slingsby.
So we didn't catch that. What we saw out there was the Pivot teammates battling it out in the back. Estelle Slingsby sneaking ahead of the cameras and coming across the line in 3rd.
Look at Maud Royland. 10 seconds off that group, managing to pull herself up into 4th place. An incredible ride by Maud Royland from Pivot Cycles. A great job. More riders coming in as well, as we're going to see Lily Rose Marois, Pivot Cycles as well.
So that's a top 5 right there in this competition. And I guess it was young Landry McLean with Bear National eventually coming off the back there and not able to hold the wheels with these Pivot athletes.
Yeah, she should be next in the chute, and that's exactly who it is. Landry McLean coming in. That'll be a 6th place unofficially once again. The Landry Bear National Team. So Bear National Team putting some people in that top 5, and Pivot Cycles putting some riders in the top 5 as well. Lots of riders out on course, spread out all over as we continue to be able to welcome them back here once again on day number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup. Coming up in just a little bit, turn time is about 9:30, current time 9:30. We are going to start our staging in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes for our junior men. Staging 20 minutes as we're going to start calling them up. They're scheduled for their 10:15 a.m. start, and we're on time and on schedule. It's going to be our junior men as our next event.
Little break in the action, Frankie. Maybe we take a quick break, and we'll rejoin you here on InsiderMTB.com. Thanks for tuning in today for 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by our friends at Walmart. This weekend's live stream, compliments of Orange Seal.
Podium here, Brian at Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for...
Hey, we're going to do an interview with Raphael Carrier. If we can have a shot here in the booth and be able to speak with her. We noticed your blue socks. That's what distinguished you from everybody else, but also that Canadian jersey. Tell me a little bit about that Canadian jersey you're wearing.
Yeah, I won it last year at the national champ, and yeah, I'm gonna wear it for the whole year.
And so you win it as a mountain bike national champion, but you're also a very good cyclocrosser as well. How have you found that? Do you still do both?
Yeah, I still do both. So cyclocross during the winter and mountain bike during the summer.
You won here on day number 1. You did the short track where you won again.
Yeah.
You won here on day number 3. For your performance personally, did you think you were better on day number 1 or today?
I think honestly I was better today. The legs felt really good today compared to day 1 because it was my first mountain bike race. So now that I have a bit more mountain bike race in my leg, I think it felt better today.
I saw that you were a bronze medal at the World Championships in cyclocross.
Yeah.
You're Canadian national cyclocross champion and mountain bike national champion.
Yeah.
How do they relate? The cyclocross racing and the mountain bike racing. How similar and how different is it?
Yeah, it's really fun to be able to race during the winter because training on the trainer for the whole winter will be so bad. So it's really fun to be able to train in Europe and on the cyclocross. And when I arrive at the mountain bike season, I feel ready. Yeah.
I read also that you're spending some time, you're living in Belgium and you were training in Spain, I believe?
Yeah, I did 2 training camps in Spain and yeah, some cyclocross races, but I didn't live in Belgium. I was with the national team, so we went in France and yeah.
Just racing around and doing all the cyclocross, the World Cups and everything, obviously giving you some great form, being able to come here. Well, congratulations on your 3 victories. And my last question for you, what's next? What do you do next or where do you go next? Home?
Next,
You get to go home?
yeah, I get to go home for a couple weeks and then Pan Am's in Costa Rica.
Well, obviously this should give you a big boost of confidence for going to those races, and we want nothing but the best for you. Good luck over there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Raphael Carrier, your winner on all 3 days here. Congratulations on a fantastic ride. A lot of other riders still coming in and finishing up here as we're going to continue to be able to take a little bit of a break. And once again, 15 minutes. We're going to have our first call to staging for our junior men. Junior men, 15 minutes.
Podium here, Rnd.2, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Brian, Utah. Podium here, Brian, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Brian, Utah. Podium here, Brian, Utah.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and it's just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Brian, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and it's just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Day number 3 for many of these riders, it's going to be race number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. Welcome, everyone, as we're getting ready for our junior men, as we're going to start our rider introductions. And again, our live web stream brought to you by Orange Seal. Starting off for Sabor, Quirrell Trek, looking for Tristan Talifer. Bear National Team, River Valdez, coming off a third place at the cross country. Bear National Team, Benjamin Bravman. Cibor Quirol, coming off a second place at the short track. Nicholas Gauthier. Second place at the cross country, Bear National Team, Rowan Nistal. Texas Devo, Maddox Teal. Sports Science Racing, Yandel Jesus Claudio. Gravity Collective, Dylan Lee. Oliver Welker. George Frazier. Charge Racing, Keelan Wells.
For Bear National, Tyler Lambert. Ruler Devo athlete Mason Salazar with teammate Ethan Sheary. Team Booger Johan Paradine. Let's see, Miles Perry. Nicholas Milanovic. Donovan Racing athlete Luke Osment. Bear National teammates Kean Reed. Caden Jack. Michael Ziomek. Racing for Pure MTB, it's Edric Anya Hernandez.
Gravity Academy, Simon Hewitt. Coming off fourth at the short track, Henry Schum. Benjamin Foray. Shredders Race Team, Leo Chacoin. Austin Frere. Richard Strahan with Dirt Camp. Donovan Racing, Matthew Courier. Louis Carl Menard. Louis Colon Santos. Zachary Barub. Weed Development, Chad Brown. Dirt Camp Racing, Asher Bogner. Specialized Sacramento, Caden Krotinger. Dirt Camp Racing, Addison Watley.
For Delta Development, Brody Graff. Let's see, Thatcher Nave. Adrian Javier Fuentes. Donovan Racing athlete Thomas Agnew. Anthony Griffin Ye. Pierre Samuel Vittor. Donovan Racing's athlete Aiden Valmuth. Tanner Beat. Weed Development rider Isaac Cole. Anthony Vance. Carter Limbeck. For Ruler Devo, Easton Day. Delta Development athlete Cameron Hampton. Isaac Might. Eric Aislinn. Emery Huzar. Dylan Lunsford. Keaton Verschwehr.
Texas Devo, Luke Gibson. Charles Thomas. Alex McCabe. Rylan Oaks. Adam Ingling. Stimulus Trek, Emilian Belzile. Thomas Meyer. Aiden Turnbull. Oscar Zorn. Antoine Desjardins. Larry Strother. Grayson Franks. Owen Allen. Sagan Gertz. Bodie Parker. Finley Curitan.
Adric Gingler. Matthias Lynn. Walker Snyder. Alexander Malux. Isaiah Colbreth with the Oklahoma Flyers. Kenyon Meyer. Andrew Cerise. Benjamin Sarton. Braden Smith. For Team Booger, it's Reed McLaughlin. Rocco Lawrence. Pearson Vach. Tyson Devo athlete Sid Caraway. Isaac York. Ford Gundrum. Jake Barney. Delta Devo athlete Matt Tompkins. Aiden Flugel. Contour Racing athlete Asher Kreider.
Neff Cycle, Alex Mortvet. Riker Olson. Dylan Nofziger. Henry Reed. Grady Sawyer. Cole Cashion. Henry Carnahan. Dylan Reed. Jackson Carlson. Sam Ewing. Perry Stringfellow. Kevin Herring. James Meyer. Ryder Shannels. Clark Johnson. Brendan Beer. Owen Choi. Leonardo Gutierrez. Jake Mercado. Tacoma Smith. Nathan Douglas.
Eli Young. Ever Raddick. Landon Canal. Austin Cool. Marshall Davis. Ryan Doobie. Marshall Schonhals. Wesley Hain. Herschel Brown. Sam Brody. Carson Klotz. Xavier Poole. Jack Stockton. Noah Wills. Zen Stranahan. Tyler Majors, Eden Bear Miles, Eric Owen, Thomas McDonald, William Schrader, Cole Barrera, Kenny Townsend IV, Jaxis Sandhu, Cutler Rashek, Ryan Daha,
Donkey Label, Max Owen, Jack Kinnaman, John Tabor, Nate Courier, Pinnacle Rider, Quinn Carpenter, Seamus Havron, Davis Sharp, William Woodruff, Corbin Carlson, Jack Billowitz, Gravity Academy, Flint Drummond, Jude Gillespie, Jake Boyzich, Cole Alexander, Riley Grimes, Elliot Purrington, Dylan Hall, Contour Racing, Jackson Cope, David Coyboyne, Asher James, Jonathan Yates, Pearson Bruns, Thayer Ask from Boulder Junior Cycling, Roulaire Vince Edwards, Weed Development, Wyatt Dewey.
There we go, a round of 160 athletes taken to this purpose-built race course here at Centennial Park for our junior men XCO HC competition.
Riders coming up on 3 minutes out. Riders, we are 3 minutes out. 160 riders on the line, getting ready for day number 3 of the U.S. Pro Cup.
Good morning, riders. A little less than 3 minutes to start. We will be doing 80%, so a couple hundred meters before the finish. You will be doing 1 start loop followed by 5 full laps. It'll be up on this little board up here as you come through. Two minutes to start. One minute to start. Thirty seconds to start. Start will be any time in the next 15 seconds.
And we're off. Massive field, 160 athletes, bar to bar, elbow to elbow, looking for a clean start here. We've seen several Mix-ups here early in the races, and field size is this big as the dust is kicking up. Again, course conditions dry and dusty here this week at Centennial Park, as I think we have ourselves a clean start.
Bear national team on the front right now, trying to be able to string it out. Sibor Quirol Trek, Tristan Talifer, I think, sitting in second position in that yellow and white kit. And that's Talifer sitting in second as he's following the wheels. Pink and white, Yandel de Jesus Claudio right now currently sitting in third position. A lot of racing still to go. Again, they're doing the starter lap. Then they're going to head on out and have 5 laps to go. Welker doubling up, winning day number 1 and winning in our short track. He's going to be important to be able to have a good position as these guys are heading on out. Short track yesterday with our junior men. Times they were doing pretty quick. Yesterday we saw in our junior women they did faster times on their lap number 1 than they did any other time. And then our final, it was right around 3:49 or 3:35 was actually the fastest lap they had in that short track.
Yeah, dust kicking up. We've got Ryder out of his pedals right there, trying to get clipped back in and keep that bike upright as it is, well, as Rubbin's racing, folks, and they are racing today. And see this huge field, and there's that dust getting kicked up in our Orange Seal moto-style corners. All those riders, there it is. That's what we're talking about. Got that right foot out and kicking it out all moto styles and make their way on to this, what is this, start loop, and then go out to do 5 full laps here at this purpose-built XCO-style cross-country mountain bike course at Centennial Park. Dust continues to just kick up. A field size this big, man, they are going to kick up some dust. And again, we talked about it in some of the earlier races this week and this morning already. Course conditions are dry and loose.
Beautiful day. Temperature 60 degrees as that sun shining down, and going to have a little bit of wind, but nothing too bad, as that's just keeping things a little bit honest for the riders that are out there as they're tackling this course. But beautiful day. Temperature's going to be getting up a little bit later on up into the 70s as these riders right now, again, they're on their starter lap. Once they complete their starter lap, then they go off on the cross-country loop. The cross-country loop just under 3 miles long. Again, they'll be doing 5 laps of racing. Largest field ever assembled right here at a U.S. Pro Cup. 160 juniors battling it out for these HC points.
Yeah, there you see they're approaching Fayetteville's own Stonehenge. Going to get a big look at who's setting the pace early in this junior men's competition. They weave their way through this double. For those haven't just tuning in this weekend for the first time on InsiderMTB.com, we call this Fayetteville's own Stonehenge. This that Talladega-like turn. They can get 2, 3, 4, 5 wide on the final approach to the finish line, kind of tape to tape for the final meters of each and every race.
I believe that's Mason Salazar in the front. He was in the second row, a Rouleur Devo team. Salazar riding them as they're getting ready to be able to come through. 5 to go, 5 laps to go, riders, 5 laps to go. Trying to remain in contact, wheel to wheel. Look at this, a huge field that's going to be going on forever. There's riders still going up Stonehenge as riders are coming across our line, trying to be able to stay in contact. What a great turnout. A big thank you to all the parents that have brought out their kids to be able to race here. A big opportunity for them to be able to show off their strength and show off their mountain bike skills. And, of course, that's all part of the U.S. Pro Cup.
Once again, we talk about, you've got both ends of the spectrum here on a weekend at the U.S. Pro Cup, to where not only do you have some of the most elite racers in North and South America, Jen Jackson, Christopher Blevins, Riley Amos. We'll see Kate Courtney later today right at noon, but also the development, the future of the sport. Over 30 development teams represented this weekend, and it's on full display right now, Frankie. First chance to see him drop into the single track section of the course. You can see the technicality right there. Some step down stones there as they make their way onto portions of what we call World Cup. It's a unique design of single track. It's got 5 different sections that race directors like Ty Katie with the U.S. Pro Cup can open or close down to diversify the course year over year. And today, the course you're seeing here, the same course we saw on Thursday for that C1 competition.
Excellent job, guys. Keep her going. Keep her going. Some riders tumbling, going down. You can see a little torn on their shorts, and obviously with 160 riders on these technical turns, including our Orange Seal Moto corner, proves a little bit challenging.
Yeah, probably going to see some dust on some shoulders and hips throughout this race as riders go down. A great shout out to our medical team. The event is got some great medical coverage all weekend long, thanks to our partners at UAMS.
I think remaining on the front, that's Mason Salazar. We're having a peek through the trees, watching him riding on the front. Bear National Team riders sitting in second and third just behind him. That's going to be River Valdez. He was third in the cross country on day number 1. He's sitting in second position. And then I think right behind him is Rowan Nestal.
Yeah, Bear National Team athletes already making their way up towards the front. Look to power past there. There's the move as River Valdez moves up to the front. Now going to be setting the pace for that Bear National Team there in that light blue and pink.
Sorry, that's Brovman sitting in third with the black helmet. And so Brovman making the pass over Mason Salazar. So Salazar sitting in second on the front right now. River Valdez, talked about him getting a third place in the cross country. He's keeping the pace down. You want to be able to do that. You want to string it out. You need to get rid of some of the other riders or get rid of some of the, let's just say the weaker riders so that they're not going to interfere with you. If you start to slow down and it bunches up, that's when you're going to have a huge amount of problems. And so a lot of these riders taking advantage of their skills on the downhill, starting on the front row as it's stringing out. One long line. It's like a tail whipping through our junior men's field. Great to be able to see all of these riders trying to be able to stay in contact.
Keep it up, buddy.
Yeah, great shots and coverage being provided again by InsiderMTB.com. For those tuned in at home, thanks for tuning in. All weekend, every race, every day, all weekend long of the U.S. Pro Cup. This weekend's live coverage being brought to you by Orange Seal.
Sometimes the hardest part of the bike race is the first 2 laps. You just redline yourself trying to be able to keep up with the front runners or the front riders and making sure you go across the gaps and are in the front. And then things settle down and then you get into that 80% effort. But the first 2 laps can be extremely difficult, redlining yourself, trying to be able to keep up and make sure not to lose contact. And you have to be able to recover from that after going into that lactate threshold area. Very early on in this race, when they come around, there's going to be 4 laps to go. Riders getting bogged down, almost having to walk it back there, and that's where the battle of position makes a big, big difference.
Well, you put one foot down, somebody dabs, somebody, they come unclipped out of a pedal or something like that, and, well, that's going to just we're going to see that chain reaction on the backside of this race if that is to happen in one of those key climbs, as you got 160 athletes out here battling for position all over this 3-mile race course. Good shot of the one of 2 feed zones available for riders right there, technical Tech 1.
As a reminder, junior women and our junior men that are out here racing right now, your podium will be at 12:30. Once again, junior women and the junior men that are out there, top 5, your podium will be at 12:30.
Some lead changes there, just switching positions. As now I'm seeing, I think, up to 5 or 6 Bear National riders up here in the top 10. And we saw this earlier in the season in Vail. Bear National sweeping the podiums in our junior men 17, 18-year-old race just 2 weeks ago. And so interesting team tactics early on.
Day number 1, they swept it as well. You saw them sweep it in California. It was Welker, Nestal, and Valdez who did sweep it on our day number 1 as well. So obviously Bear National showing some very good form, and that's something that these other riders are going to be well aware of and trying to be able to mark, not allow them to be able to get too far up the road.
Yeah, great coaching by the Bear development team as all those riders are working to make their way up towards the front and set the pace of this bike race. Ruler Devo, though, Rouleur also up there in the mix. Good shot of some of the technical stone on this mountainside. You can see there's a lot of it, a lot of A-B line riders jumping all over the place. They've got a line option there, and you just see it doesn't do it justice, the amount of rock that's out there in the technical rock gardens that are strewn all over this race course. One of my favorite being that Dell Descent. We'll feature that here in just a little bit, give you a showcase of what some of the technical riding looks like. And here it is, the bottom of what is the Experience Fayetteville Powerline climb. It too starts with a technical rock garden, and this is some of the steepest parts of the whole course. As you'll see these riders up and out of the saddle, it's punchy. Then you got this long, drawn-out grind of a climb, and then 2 stair steps to get the climb done.
Mason Salazar continuing to lead him on, riding for Roulaire Devo team. Not the first time he's been on the front, and so right behind him, Brovman in that black helmet sitting in 3rd position. Right behind him, or in front of him, is River Valdez. So Valdez sitting in 2nd, Benjamin Brodman in 3rd, but what a nice shot there. Pushing the pace, Mason Salazar doing a fantastic job trying to be able to keep that going. Look at the Bear National Team riders all starting to be able to move up. Then you have the yellow, pink and white. Yandel de Jesus Claudio is in there. Starting to see a separation, maybe about 20, 25 riders, maybe starting to form in the first group again. Talked about that first lap, redlining yourself. That's what you need to be able to do. You can't lose contact early on because you're never going to come back to these guys. They're too strong and they're too fast. And as we get later on to the race, they're only going to start racing each other and going quicker and quicker as we get into those final laps.
Yeah, first shot of what is about to be Arvest Mountain. You'll see these riders approach. Got a technical kind of gate into the mountain itself, into this purpose-built feature. And get to show that off here in a little bit. But it is a little technical step up, a little as they approach that mountain and weave their way up right here. Again, there's that line Frankie talked about 18 maybe riders made that initial selection now. Great shot of maybe of with our fans. There's some of our team there. There it is, Arvest Mountain. There's that technical step in and then made quicker work of that. They're going to make this corner, and this is that 6-foot drop off the side. This is the A-line, but none of these riders are going to have a problem hitting that. Arvest, strong communities start with strong relationships. Is a proud sponsor of the U.S. Pro Cup. Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others and is committed to working with those who serve our community. Shout out to Arvest for their support this weekend. Riders into that. Oh, we've got a rider down in a bad place for it to go down. He's blocking both the A and B line there.
That'll block everything right there.
Rider 350. He's able to get back up and get going back under his own power.
That's Emilian Belzile, Stimulus Trek, as he makes his way back up. And a lot of times it's just because when you slow down, like if a rider in front of you has a little bit of a bobble and you end up coming up on them, you don't have that momentum. You got to have momentum to get over these rock gardens, to get over some of these bumps. You got a nice shot of the rest of the field making their way through.
Kind of a yard sale there. I think that was his water bottle there rolling down that feature as well. And so may have lost his water bottle going down in that spill, but good to see him back up and back to racing under his own powers. Again, this is that Orange Steel Speed and Style section. I figured we'd see some of these athletes throwing some whips here. Is really able to carry a lot of speed as they come off of Arvest Mountain and into this Orange Steel Speed and Style section. And so you can see why we call it that, because these athletes are out here just all having a little fun with it. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. A little playful there mid-pack, Frankie. There's the back look back at that tumbly. Again, pretty technical entry into that mountain. You'll see why we have that A and B line, and so got twisted up a little bit and able to get back on his bike and get going.
Yep, glad to be able to see that. Mason Salazar continues to be able to lead the 18-year-old, bringing them through. He was 10th out at California, and he went a little bit earlier to Puerto Rico, where he managed to get 6th and a 10th. So 2 top 10s at the races in Puerto Rico is, wow. Coming on the inside, just moving them on the outside as Mason Salazar slots into 2nd as Bear National wants to be able to keep that pace going. Small group, you were just counting them out. What have we got? Like
10 or 11 at most now. I think maybe that crash or that bobble on top of the mountain might have split the field a little bit potentially. Not sure where that was in the race, but it does look like we've gone from about 20 riders now down to about, called a dirty dozen now off the front. Look there, that's Team Tech number 2. Opportunity for these riders to take a feed or a bottle, get a hand up as they make their way through. Not a lot of places on this course to hydrate or take a gel, and so that's one of the few places. Start finish. Right? That's right. A lot of the times it's along this start finish line and this stretch of tarmac that a lot of these riders are refueling.
Well, that's Rowan Nestal on the front right now, and then you have Mason Salazar, and then a couple more Bear National riders, including Benjamin Brovman. Bear National all over the front. Oliver Welker is going to be in there as well. Now, one thing I noticed with Rowan Nestal is that he's not wearing gloves, which is very different to me in the mountain biking. Salazar doing a good job sitting right behind there in second place.
Also not wearing gloves is Salazar. So
Mason Salazar sitting in second, not wearing gloves as well. Getting ready to be able to come in towards our turns. It's going to be obviously making their way around Stonehenge, and that's going to be that Talladega turn right there. Walmart Home Delivery, that's that van that's sitting right there in the middle. Of course, to your convenience, all you got to do is get on your phone. So Benjamin Brovman in the black helmet, he's leading them with no gloves. Brovman on the front, Mason Salazar in second. We talked about that. Kayan Reed, then we have River Valdez, Rowan Nestal, Oliver Weckler. It's a lead group of 10 riders. 10 riders sitting on the back doing an excellent job is Johan Paradon in that red jersey, staying up there with the first group. And that's what you need to do is just riders, they're just in front of you. It's a 6-second gap. 6-second gap. Oh, they can see him. I don't really need to tell them. And you can see head down, charging through, trying to be able to get up to those guys. Keelan Wells leading that group right through there. Donovan Racing as well in that group. 4 laps to go for all of our riders. 4 laps to go.
riders now single file as they approach the single track section of the course.
There's that rider that went down there, 4 laps to go, and on that uphill there as he just came through. That was Emilian Belzile. So obviously he's dropped, but he didn't really drop that much. He dropped some places, but actually it's showing him he actually moved up 6 places despite crashing. So Emilian Belzile obviously with some good legs and a little bit of bad luck there.
Yeah, you see riders moving them up and down. Several riders dropping several positions, but then some gaining several on that last lap. Looks like Mac Tompkins making the move and gaining almost 20 spots in single lap. So there's some strong racing happening all over this race course. Great split screen there on the live stream this weekend of this large field. If you're just tuning in, you're joined us for our junior men 17 to 18-year-old competition. All part of this UCI HC inscripted race, the only race in the U.S. this year with that inscription. What that means, it's above category, meaning it offers more prize money and points up for grabs today than pretty much any other race on the calendar here in the United States other than that World Cup later this year. Great shot of our lead group as well. I think that lead group down to about 10 as they came through the start-finish line, and pace continues to be high, and so I imagine to see more and more of these riders find themselves off the back of this group as starting to string out a little bit more. As it tells me next time through we may be looking at 6 or 7 or 8 riders now that are able to maintain the pace being set at the front of the field. See riders hitting that jump right there. Again, course conditions dry and dusty. We've seen them deteriorate throughout the week as high winds just really strained the event production and the venue itself. We delayed some competition earlier in the week, pushed Wednesday's competition to Thursday, which was the absolute right call as 50-plus mile-an-hour winds just wreaked havoc on the venue. Shout out to the course crew. They built and rebuilt everything you see on the broadcast here is just really challenging event production. But, they persevered, overcame, and here we are blessed with a great day of racing in beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas. Sun shining, Bluebird Day. We called it going to be in the 70s later today. So the event production team, Ozark Foundation, being rewarded for their efforts with a great day of bike racing here at Centennial Park.
That lap number 1, 12 minutes and 29 seconds. And if you want to compare that to the winning or the fastest lap that they did on day number 1, 12 minutes and 14 seconds. So only to about 10 seconds difference between our fastest lap on Thursday and lap number 1 of the full lap that they did with a 12:29. Again, we saw Mason Salazar coming off top 10 places in Puerto Rico, coming off a top 10 place in California, and he's already got himself in a really good position here. And he's been riding on the front a lot, though. I don't know how much energy you want to be able to use up very early on in this race as these riders are coming through here with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, Team Tech 1 right there, getting a shot of some riders getting a bottle hand up, and it does look like it is a lead group of right at about 10, I think is the last time I counted. Now the pace quickly picks up as they lead that Team Tech area and drop back down on this descent. This a portion of the course shared with the short track, and then they'll quickly dive back into a section of single track.
Second, third, and fourth, all Bear National team riders. You can only go second, third, fourth, and fifth, and the yellow and white just sneaking in there. That is going to be Gautier, I believe. That's Nicholas Gautier. He was second on the short track, and so he finds himself in there. I thought Talifer was there. Oh, that's Talifer on the back. He's second from the back there. So he does have a teammate there, Sabor Quirol, well represented. 2 riders in that top 10. Group looks like it's swelled up a little bit. More riders are starting to be able to come back as they're kind of, a little bit of tactics and strategy going on. You can't just go flat out until you get to that final lap, but nice job getting a little bit of gap as one of the Bear National team riders.
Black helmet, is that River Valdez?
No, black helmet is Brovman, Benjamin Brovman. And so is that who's leading him through right there?
Looks like it is.
Brovman, a strong rider as he's leading them through in this HC course here as these riders get ready to be able to go around. It's the Orange Seal Moto Corner. That's actually getting some grooves there. That's not the Orange Seal Moto Corner. My bad, but it's getting chewed up. There's our Orange Seal Motor Corner. You can see it. You can see him sliding out. That's a whole skill that you have to be able to develop as a mountain biker, is getting used to how that bike can slide out and not freaking out about it.
Yeah, Ben Brodman finishing 5th in Thursday's junior men competition here this week. Good shot at race leader. That is Ben Brodman here with the Bear National team. Got a sea of riders behind him. A lot of them his teammates. Is currently Bear National 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Keeping the pressure on early in this race. Frankie, what are they going to see next time through?
When they come through, it's going to be 3 laps to go. Top of the climb right now. Look at them out of the saddle sprinting. There's a good group that's right behind them that's going to be able to make contact with them as well. So Bear National team continues to be able to push the pace. Looks like that's Salazar sitting in 2nd position there as they're coming around some of these twisty turns.
Yeah, Salazar started on that first 2 lines, started in the top 16, which is not a bad place to be in the start of a field of over 160, but quickly moved up to the front, and it's been him and, well, the rest of Bear National up there with him throughout this race, Frankie. Good shot at some of the other athletes. And we do have looks like we do have a rider down right here. Didn't get an idea of the shot of that rider, but hopefully he's all right. Looks to be a little bit off course, enough to not be impeding the race.
Derek, I've got a rider that has stepped out into the start loop running your direction. I can't see his number from here.
Making their way into that speed and style section, or portions of that.
Where did he get off the course? Yes, he's off course, running up the start loop towards Marshall 5.
Yeah, we did see that rider down on camera. He looked to be setting up. Always good to see, but should get
Number 120 has a rear flat. He's coming up the power line now.
Good look at some of the features here at Centennial Park there. That rock cinder coming off of Harvest Mountain.
That part of the Orange Seal Speed and Style section?
Orange Seal Speed and Style section.
That's exactly. I love it when they whip it out, right? That's part of the style part of this. And fun to be able to see some of the riders, the top 10, top 15, they're definitely going for points and going for the victory. But 160 riders out here, they're just having a good time. Racing your bike under this sunshine here in Arkansas, it's beautiful. Look at these drone shots right now, cutting through the trees, trying to see if that's one lone leader
It might
that
be
has gone off the front from our main pack. We're going to be able to pay attention to that. We'll get a little bit better view once they kind of get up power line, climb, and come up onto the top of the field here.
Yeah, that was Ben Brovman that was leading them through. Could have been Ben making a break there. Definitely the first separation we've seen, if that's the case, in this race. Also could be one of his several teammates were up in the mix in that top 5. I don't think that's Ben. Is that Valdez? I do think that is River Valdez. It is, as he comes up and over that flyover. He's the first to lead him over that flyover past Team Tech area number 2. Opportunity to take a gel, get a bottle hand up if he wants one right here. But, yeah, look at the separation here. He put the gas on somewhere out in the woods, Frankie, and again, the first separation we've seen in this race so far, and it is currently River Valdez now off the front. Bear National Team.
Nice size gap for River Valdez. He was third on day number 1. Finds himself in the lead right here. When they come through, they're going to be seeing 3 laps to go. So a lot of racing still to go. Valdez, though, decided to be able to strike out. Good thing is he's got his teammates sitting behind him, and they're going to be able to sit on and not really help anybody. And they may end up counterattacking a little bit later on to bridge up to River Valdez to put 2 Bear National riders in the front group. A lot of racing still to go as they're coming around.
Good look at the chase group of 5. Yeah,
exactly. So that's dwindled down, right? It was a large group of like 10 to 12. It's dwindled down to that chase group of 5. Valdez is off the front right now. And once he loops around, look, he can just glance over to his left, on his left shoulder. He'll be able to see who's chasing. And then he'll be able to continue on his path as he gets ready to go around Talladega turn and coming in. Make your way to the barriers and let's cheer on these riders as they're coming through. It's going to be 3 laps to go. River Valdez leading him through. He's got about a 6-second gap. 6-second gaps as Valdez comes through. 3 to go, riders. 3 to go. Nicholas Gauthier is leading him through right there from Sebor Quirol, trying to be able to bring it back. Gauthier is in there. Brovman is in there. Rowan Nestal, Salazar, Kyan Reed as well.
Again, Bear National sweeping this podium, all 5 on Thursday's UCI XCO C1 competition that kicked off what is 4 straight days of professional elite amateur mountain bike racing here at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. You're just joining us this morning on our InsiderMTB.com feed, being brought to you live and free every race, every day, all weekend long. Coverage compliments of our friends at Orange Seal. And if you like what you see, hey, there's an opportunity. Maybe throw a few bucks at the broadcast. These things need support to bring this live race action to you. And so consider making a donation like Jim Casagrande did this morning. So thanks, Jim. Appreciate the support.
Lap time 12:10. That is a very fast time. 20 seconds faster than what they did on the lap before as all these riders coming through, seeing 3 laps to go. Chasers was Benjamin Brovman, Nicholas Gauthier, Rowan Nestal, and Kyan Reed. Kyan Reed, Bear National Team. Rowan Nestal, Bear National Team. Benjamin Brovman, Bear National Team. That leaves Sabor Quirol, Nicholas Gauthier pretty much by himself. surrounded by Bear National Team riders, and of course in the front, Bear National Team River Valdez going up the road. Lots of riders coming through. Gentlemen, it's 3 to go. 3 laps to go for you. 3 laps to go.
Dylan Lunsford now up to 40th, making some moves up there. Started 53rd. Got a chance to talk with his dad ahead of the competition, racing for Free Flight Elite Endurance. They're out of South Carolina. Lunsford out of West Virginia started 53rd, now up to 40th. Good to see him making some moves up. And sometimes in a field this size, Frankie, 160 athletes, depending on where you start, the win may be out of reach early on, but opportunity to really hone some of those early season skills, quality competition out here, and that's what these athletes are looking for, just a early season, find that early season fitness and get ready for a full year of cross-country mountain bike racing.
Got our split screen in that corner. You can see the rider from Sabor Quirral surrounded by the Bear National Team riders. Before I thought there was 3 of them, with Cayenne Reed and Mason Salazar was up there as well. And so I'm not sure where a couple of those other riders went to, as the pace definitely Gautier riding on the front, not giving up the victory yet. You know, he's not settling for second place. He is definitely trying to be able to bring back River Valdez.
Shot there of our Dell descent. One of the more technical, probably the most technical descent out here on course. We've seen a few riders get wadded up on those rocks this week, and hopefully all those athletes are on their way to recovery. Shot of Arvest Mountain there and down into that Orange Seal Speed and Style section. That's where we were seeing those riders throwing those tail whips over some of those purpose-built gap jumps here at Centennial Park, those A-lines, we'll call it. Saw some riders using that B-line right around there as well. So, and lots of opportunities to carry speed, or if you're not confident in your abilities to send it, well, there's a technical rock guard next to it to slow you down a little bit.
Excellent job, Asher Kreider coming through our start-finish line. It's Everett Raddick coming through as well. Here comes Reed McLaughlin, Alexander Mayu, Isaac York, Carson Klotz, Owen Allen, Andrew Cerise. Keep her going. Come on, Willie Schrader, stay on that group. Excellent job. The steady stream of riders, non-stop. You can see them. They all have their own race within a race, right? We have our leaders going off, but these guys, they're trying to catch the riders in front of them. Look at them. They're all coming through here. They're not touring out here. They're got their head down trying to catch whoever's in front of them, and so great to be able to see that. Obviously a lot of tenacity, mental strength, and fitness coming from all of these riders coming through. Gentlemen, 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
Yeah, just coming through rider 288, part of that Donovan Racing crew. Definitely looked like he was digging deep there. Jack Billowitz, yeah, he was, like you said, you could tell he was, I don't want to call it a grimace, but you could tell he was not letting up, and he's mid-pack, and at this point still willing to keep racing and racing strong. So, shot of our leader there. There's that Orange Seal Moto-style corner as he whips it around. Again, the course conditions loose here. You're going to see a lot of these riders kick a right leg out on the drive side just to keep that bike upright, moto style. That's kind of why we coined it that this weekend. It's one of the looser, kind of sketchier portions of this race course. It was used also in yesterday's short track, so that specific corner really starting to get rutted up and deteriorate, and we've seen some riders wadded up right there. So good to see our leaders make it through there clean. Getting close to lunchtime here at the venue. Just a shout out to those with us live here in Fayetteville, Arkansas at Centennial Park. We got lunch coming up shortly in the venue. You got Donnie Boy's Barbecue out there. Shout out to Fruity Patooties. You got some acai bowls. Moe's Taco and Churro with us, and Trailside Coffee. So plenty of food options available. We have that beer tent over there in the expo as well. Here shortly, I imagine we'll be seeing Fayetteville Beer Works as well as Mad Rooster Brewing Company join us. And again, you're able to grab you a cold one, and if you're old enough, and walk around the venue with drink in hand. We've activated Fayetteville's outdoor refreshment area. It means you're not confined to a traditional little beer garden. Well, the whole top of the mountain's a beer garden this weekend, Frankie, so pretty cool opportunity for folks to walk around and catch some of the action with one of our several local craft breweries represented here this weekend. Some cool other folks out there. Shout out to Experience Fayetteville. Experience Fayetteville, our host partner for this weekend's U.S. Pro Cup. Fayetteville, Arkansas, home of the U.S. Pro Cup, invites riders to explore over 100 miles of trails within city limits and over 1 million acres of national forest just out of town. At the end of the day, settle in at a craft brewery, bookstore, or one of more than 300 restaurants. Frankie, we've sampled some of those this week ourselves. Come see why Fayetteville is our favoriteville. Again, we've been talking up Experience Fayetteville. It's part of that power line climb. What is the most arduous climb out on course each and every time around? About 3 miles every lap. More riders coming through the start-finish here and getting a look at maybe the front of our bike race here. Approaching Arvest Mountain. That's going to be, I believe, River Valdez. He does have a teammate with him now. One of his, maybe the chase group here. That looks like Rowan Nestal. Oh, no, that is. Okay, River Valdez, teammate Rowan Nestal, able to bridge up, and now it is 2 Bear athletes off the front as they bomb off the side of Arvest Mountain back into the woods, drop down for another climb back up. So a lot of up and down out here, 3 or 4 different times that these athletes come to the top and then drop off the north side of this mountain, what they call Millsap Mountain here in Fayetteville. There's a good look at another one of those gap jumps, and this is the start of that Dell descent. You'll see those Dell banners there on rider right, one of the most technical rock gardens on course, but those short travel bikes making quick work of those rocks right there. But it is currently 2 Bear national team athletes off the front. Rowan Nestal and River Valdez setting the pace. And establishing some solid separation. We'll get a good time of the splits next time through as they make their way back up. They're starting on this climb here, and they're going to climb back up to the top. You'll see them go across a small little cobble section, and that cobble's featured in the cyclocross races that happen at this same venue. Again, Centennial Park, purpose-built cycling venue for both international mountain bike competition like this weekend's U.S. Pro Cup, as well as international cyclocross competition. This same venue been home to multiple UCI Cyclocross World Cups and that 2022 UCI Cyclocross World Championship. Good. Another good shot of our leaders there as they make their way up and out of the woods. Love this investment that's been made here in the Northwest Arkansas area, Fayetteville, and across Northwest Arkansas. Over 500 miles of single-track trails, what we collectively call the Oz Trails network of single-track here in Northwest Arkansas. And, I mean, if you live here, it's just what a blessing. I can roll out of my driveway and within a few hundred yards be on a paved trail that takes me to Centennial Park here or Kessler Mountain to the south. Have pretty quick access to the infrastructure that they're investing in across Northwest Arkansas with 100 miles available right here in Fayetteville. There were those cobbles I was talking about that gone over. They'll go up and over this flyover with that Dell branding on the right or left and drop by. This will be Team Tech or Tech Area number 2 on the course. Opportunity for these 2 lead riders to get a hand up, a bottle, or grab a goo or a gel. And you see right there, opportunity to hydrate. Me and Frankie talked about it. Not a lot of opportunities on this course to set up. This one of few places other than the start-finish line for these athletes to really take a breath and take in some nutrition or grab a drink from their water bottle. But it is teammates currently River Valdez and Rowan Nestal with Bear National Team setting the pace here. The 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. This is our junior men 17, 18-year-old competition. It's HC Day here at the races.
Riders are getting ready to be able to come around. They're going to be seeing 2 laps to go as our 2 Bear National Team riders. We talked about how started off with River Valdez going up the road and the Bear National Team rider then going to be able to come up to him to be able to work together. They are 1, 2, and 3 in day number 1. The question is, where is Welker? And I'm going to have to pay attention to that because Welker won day number 1, and he also won the short track. But Oliver Welker, not seeing him in the top 10 right now. So going to pay a little bit more attention to see where they are, but Rowan Nestal getting ready to be able to lead them through with River Valdez right behind them. Excellent job. Little glance over the shoulder as they're working together. 2 to go. 2 laps to go. 2 to go. 2 to go. 2 to go. Kyan Reed now trying to be able to go up there, but pulling one of the riders with him with Nicholas Gauthier. So that's kind of interesting as Kyan doesn't want to be left behind, only 6 seconds back. Rowan Nestal's time, 12 minutes flat. That's how fast it is. It continues to get faster and faster. Very fast time.
And here's the chase, just making their way through the start-finish. That's another one of their Bear teammates. That's Benjamin Brodman. There's one of our, looked like one of our Donovan Racing athletes as well, maybe rounding out the top 5. Frankie, who came through there?
Well, we got 2 riders with Nestal and Valdez. Then we have 2 riders 6 seconds back with Kyan Reed and Nicholas Gauthier trying to be able to chase. Then we have Brodman, Talifer, Valmos, Salazar, and again, looking for Welker. Here comes Welker. So Welker is a little bit further back. Their winner of the short track and day number 1, down 7 positions last lap. So he might have had a mechanical or a problem right now as we have Johan Paradon doing a good job coming through. That was Eric Ashland coming through, and that's Oliver Welker, Bear National Team, who just came through. So Welker all by himself starting to be able to make up the ground that he has lost to try to get back up to the leaders. 2 laps to go, riders, 2 to go.
Another large group coming through the start-finish here. Riders making their way over RVS Mountain there on your screen. Split screen action this weekend here with InsiderMTB.com. Good look at the race leaders battling it out, teammate versus teammate. Well, this race did come down to a sprint finish. This did come down to a sprint finish on Thursday's competition. A couple teammates, that was Ben Brodman taking the win on Thursday, but once again, Brodman setting 7th. He's 7 currently, I think. A few minutes off the mark, but came through here looking strong, so looking to get back on terms with this lead group. Not sure he's going to have what it takes in a lap and a half to get it done, but time will tell. Getting a split screen of the leaders. That's a unique shot there as we get a couple different vantage points of them. Rowan Nestal and River Valdez.
Yeah, 2 riders very evenly matched on that descent as they're flying it down there. Leading him through is Rowan Nestal on the front, and so Rowan Nestal is the white shoes and the white socks.
I was about to ask, Frankie, what color are his socks?
Yeah, white. That's what I was trying to. White shoes and the white socks for Rowan Nestal, while River Valdez has the black socks. That's a way to be able to tell them because they have the same color jerseys on, and so that's something to be able to look out for. The other thing with Rowan Nestal, he's the one that was talking about that not wearing gloves, which is I was very surprised to be able to see that from a mountain biker there. So leading them through in that white socks and white, well, once you get a better shot of them, I'll talk a little bit more about some of their background as we're still doing our split screen here, showing the riders coming through our start-finish line. Excellent job as Sagan Gertz comes through, Brody Graff, and here comes Antoine Desjardins keeping it up, not giving up. Love being able to see that. Riders still seeing 3 laps to go, 3 to go. No, these guys are seeing 2 to go. Sorry, 2 to go for these guys. Thank you.
2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, riders. See split screen there of our leaders and some of our other athletes making their way up that experienced Fayetteville power line climb. That's the bottom of it, just getting really started. Not even halfway yet. Really grueling grind from bottom to top. Making good use of the north side of this mountain and that power line corridor, Electric Avenue, sometimes we call it. There's that experienced Fayetteville branding on the rider right. But, yeah, it's got a false top. It's got a couple stair steps here to make their way to the top. And they think you're done, and, well, Frankie, you're not. You got a couple more of those. So pretty brutal climb here out on course. More riders making their way through.
Excellent job, Easton Day coming through. That's Luke Gibson, keeper going, riding for that Texas Devo team in the red and blue. Very distinctive kits. Like being able to see the distinctive kits. And more riders. Gentlemen, still 2 laps to go. Donovan Racing riders all together right there coming through. As we're looking at our leaders up pushing the pace once again. Oh, we got a rider starting to be able to come back. It's going to be another Bear National. I think that's going to be Kyan Reed. Yep, Kyan Reed. He made Gautier do all the work for the last 2 laps, and now Kyan Reed starting to be able to bridge the gap. And so there's an opportunity where we're going to have 3 Bear National riders in the front. Kyan Reed with Bear National team with a chance to be able to get up to our 2 leaders. I don't know. What do you do? If you're River Valdez and Rowan Nistal, do you wait for your teammate, or do you just keep going and kind of make him earn it, make him work to be able to get up to the leaders?
Well, we know there's some team tactics at work as Bear National race after race works to find their way towards the front and then hold that lead, and call it several different winners throughout the week in those Bear National kits. But they definitely some tactics, I think, early on in these races, and then with 1 or 2 laps to go, well, all bets are off. Teammates no more, as we've seen them sprint for the win here. And again, Thursday, our junior men's 17 to 18-year-old competition did come down to a sprint finish. Oliver Weckler taking the win over Rowan Nistal right at the finish line. So River Valdez was 3rd, Milanovic 4th, and Ben Brobman, who we talked about, was 5th. And so there's that other athlete. There's that 3rd rider looking to bridge back up at the bottom from the bottom of our experienced Fayetteville power line climb.
That is awesome. Kyan Reed doing an incredible. Gautier's not giving up. He's the rider in 4th right now, but on the front, number 48, that's Rowan Nistal. 2nd in the cross country on day number 1. Nistal, 17 years old. He's a previous national champion. He won the national championships in the 15-16 age group last year, has aged up, and that's why he's riding in the 17-18, coming off a 2nd place at California as well. Super talented rider. Again, talked about him being a previous national champion, and he's matched up with Valdez. And River Valdez sitting in 2nd place. He was 3rd in the cross country on day number 1, coming out of Sedona, Arizona, and he's your current Arizona state champion as well. He had a top 5 out at the California races. So both of these guys had some success out in California, and they're looking to double up and have success here in Fayetteville as well.
Yeah, you wonder as we're going to count down the laps, leader's going to see 1 to go next time through, Frankie. And at some point, we talked about someone's going to make a move, throw a dart, and hope it sticks. We'll see which one of these teammates it's going to be, or if they're willing to just stick together and take it down to the line. They are still turning the screws, and so I don't think they're just willing to let their teammate bridge back on as they make their way up onto Arvest Mountain, and going to come around and hit this quick little descent, little step down here, about a 6-foot step down. Right there, and that sends them into this Orange Seal Speed and Style section. You'll see why, as then they quickly start to hit this gap sender right there on your screen, and mid-pack and back, we see some aerial maneuvers happening, some tail whips, things like that being thrown out here on Racecourse. And there's a look at the split right there between the Bear National teammates, 1st, 2nd, and back to 3rd, as that 3rd-place rider looks to get back on terms with the leaders. Hitting our Dell descent right there. Great shot of the Dell descent and the technicality of this course as you see those rocks making full use of these short travel bikes. Elbows out, gentlemen. Sometimes your body's got to be the suspension in some of those more technical areas out here on course. Found the bottom now. They start this climb back up. We spoke about it last time around. We'll come back up, and you'll see them cross some cobbles, and from there it's that flyover and into the Team Tech 2 area on course. Second opportunity for these riders to grab a feed or bottle hand up. Leader's going to see 1 to go next time through. This one's going to be wrapping up here in just a few minutes. So exciting race. Racing happening all over this course. Again, record numbers of junior men here with us in this race. 160 athletes taken to the field. Last year, we were almost to 150. This year, 160. Just massive field sizes here for the U.S. Pro Cup.
Nice shot of our leaders cutting through the trees. A great drone shot from, once again, InsideMTB.com. InsideMTB.com. Go to YouTube. You can find out, watch me some more of the information that's going on as our 3 riders have come back together.
I think the bridge, was able to bridge up. I think he was able to catch him. That's what I was going to say. Sorry, Frankie.
A great ride by Kyan Reed because he was almost 10 seconds back, and so he managed to be able to get up there. So it's Bear National now all working together. Kyan Reed has been on the podium at the national championships before. He's in the cross country. He's a good cyclocrosser as well. Brand new coming onto the Bear National team. So he's putting in a good result for the brand new team that he just joined in 2025. It's the 3 riders now in the front. Kyan Reed with Bear National team, Rowan Nostal Bear National team, and River Valdez with Bear National team as well.
See if any of these riders look for a hand up as they make their way through. Yep, looks like a couple bottle grabs happening there as they're going to try to imagine this is your chance to really get some hydration in, take a feed like you see these athletes doing. They know when they come through they're going to have 1 to go, Frankie.
Yeah, it's going to be their final lap, and we're looking for Gautier, the Canadian rider, riding for Sabor Quirol, as he's going to be 4th place in that yellow and white. Sabor is a brewery that they are sponsored by, and Quirol is their local
it's their bike shop, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
Sponsored by. So they're putting in a good ride, and so they're they were saving it, trying to be able to do well here at the HC, and that's exactly what he's doing. He got strung out to dry by having to be able to pull Kyan Reed, trying to be able to chase down the 2 leaders for a while, but now the 3 Bear Nationals coming around, getting to be able to sit on in Stonehenge and making their way around. On the front right there, the black socks we were talking about, that is going to be River Valdez as they're making their way through. I believe that's Kyan Reed sitting in 2nd.
Riders up and down the saddle going through that Talladega-like turn as they approach the start-finish. Going to be 1 to go.
Riders,
1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Riders, 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. It's your 3. They're going to see how much time they have in front. 272, you need to retire, please. Thank you. Nicholas Gautier is getting ready to come. Here he is right there. He's trying to be able to catch up to those leaders. It's a 10-second gap. 10-second gap. Gautier coming through. The Canadian certainly sitting in 4th place. Tristan Tallifer, interesting. This is going to be the teammate of Gautier. It's the final lap. I don't know if they're going to have time to come together, but those 2 riders could definitely help each other to try to catch up to the 3 leaders. Both of them riding for the same team, Sabor Quirol Trek. So Tallifer moving up 1 spot to be able to get up there.
Good shot of some of the technicality on course, but here's the leaders right here as it is Bear 1, 2, 3 for Bear National Team, and the chase is on. As we said, about 10 seconds back to 4th, and what about another 10 back to 5th, Frankie?
Yeah, 10 seconds and 10 seconds. Oh, let me check out that time. River Valdez at that time last lap. He's with the other guys. They slowed down a little bit. Kyan Reed did a 12:15, where the 2 leaders did a 12:20. So he was 5 to 6 seconds faster, and that's what allowed him to be able to bridge up to our leaders. Big attack right there coming through. Nice to be able to see that. That was Eric Asselin out of the saddle coming through our start-finish line. So Kyan Reed putting in a 6-second faster lap than what the other riders were doing. Got him up into that first group, putting him in a position to be able to win. For the other riders, it was a 12:21. So that's 20 seconds slower on that lap than what they did the lap before to establish the breakaway. Lots of racing still to go as all of these riders are seeing 1 lap to go. It's 1 lap to go for everybody.
Reminder, we are going to do our podiums for our UCI Junior Women and Men XCO competitions you're seeing this morning, scheduled for 12:30. So coaches, parents, friends and family. 12:30 going to be that podium for our UCI Juniors Women competition that happened earlier this morning, and the race that's happening right now.
Elite Women will be coming up next if you're watching. This is the Junior Men, and Elite Women is scheduled for 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock for our Elite Women. It'll be coming up next. Here's your 3 leaders. Great shot of them going up the woods right there. That's going to be River Valdez leading them through.
Yeah, kicks them out to that Team Tech area number 1. I don't know if they're going to slow down through here to even mess with the feet at this point. They're going to be one on their final lap. Here's a look at the chase. It's starting to warm up here finally after a pretty chilly week of spring racing, and excited to see that. Current temperature 65, feels like 65. Winds are 9 miles an hour out of the west, and so yeah, a pretty pleasant day here in Fayetteville. About a pretty race conditions as you could ask for in March.
Riders whipping around on that downhill as they continue to be able to go up there. Valdez is the one that started the breakaway. He was the first one to be able to get up the road. 18-year-old again, Arizona State mountain bike champion. He was top 5 in the California races. Then after Valdez was there, Rowan Nestal decided to be able to bridge across. And we talked about Rowan Nestal, previous 15-16 mountain bike national champion. He coming off a second place at California. He won earlier this year, so Rowan Nestal already has a pretty good amount of races in his legs because he went to Puerto Rico, finished up a second place there and a third place in Puerto Rico. He won Copa International, so that was a big victory very early season as well. And then the best ride with 2 laps to go, an incredible Kyan Reed joining Bear National Team this year for the very first time.
Yeah, carving back 5 seconds to bridge up to the leaders.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive considering the caliber of the first 2 riders that are up there. Talked about him previously being on the podium at the national championships. And Kyan Reed, we talked about our winner in our junior women, Raphael Carrier, very accomplished cyclocrosser. Kyan Reed, the same thing, a very accomplished cyclocrosser, and it's carrying over to his mountain bike and right now putting himself in a position. Now, I don't know what you do. Maybe these guys are attacking each other. Like, how do you determine who's going to win when you have 3 guys all from the same team? And I really think it's just going to come down to these guys battling each other. Obviously you don't want them to take each other out, but it's going to come down to testing the legs and flexing on each other, and that's going to determine the winner here as our Bear National Team riders are on the second half, the last lap, as we're going to try to find out who's going to win here on day number 3.
Well, either Reed or Nestal hopping through there, making a pass in that Tech area to where jumping up to the front. Looks like they're wanting to take their turn off the front if team tactics are at play, but I don't think that's the case here. Is the pace definitely starting to pick up with about a half lap to go, and so I think these own teammates are going to start throwing some blows against each other. A few haymakers being thrown out in the woods.
Texas Devo guys together. Nice being able to see that. 1 to go, riders, 1 to go. That was Edric Anya Hernandez. Pearson Bruins coming through. Ford Gundrum coming up, going right through right there. Here comes Cameron Hampton and Dylan Knopfstiger, Luke Gibson, and Flint Drummond. Keep her going, guys. Excellent job. It's 1 to go, 1 to go. Well, definitely going to have a change in our juniors. Remember, Oliver Welker, he had won the short track and day number 1. Nestal and Valdez were second and third. Kyan Reed had a really good short track because he was third, and now he finds himself up here in this cross-country event.
Yeah, Welker 16th last time through, and so not having the day he had probably hoped for. Found success early in the week, but today, well, it's 3 gentlemen you see on the screen on their way up that Experience Fayetteville Powerline climb. What a shot. I haven't seen this shot yet as the drone coverage really covering that climb. It flattens it out a little bit, but that is the steep part of the course. You saw that technical entry into this climb. Think about that. You're starting the bottom of the largest climb on the course, and it starts with the technical rock garden, so you really can't even pick up speed. You basically come to almost a complete stop and then have to charge up this hill each and every time around.
Kyan Reed, last lap doing 6 seconds faster than the two leaders, and he continues to be able to ride on the front. Unbelievable. Just moving up an age group this year, joining the Bear National team, and he's the one dictating the pace, trying to be able to put the other riders under pressure.
Copy that.
At some point, these guys are going to try to attack to try to be able to drop each other. And sitting back a little bit further behind him in fourth place is going to be Gauthier. Nicholas Gauthier putting in a fantastic ride, trying to be able to catch up to our three leaders. But in the meantime, Kyan Reed doing a fantastic job. The cyclocross rider, mountain bike rider, showing all of his skills as he's coming through, leading Valdez and Nistal.
Great shot as these riders approach Arvest Mountain for the final time of their week. What's been back-to-back-to-back racing for some of these athletes as competition was moved around a little earlier in the week due to high winds, and started racing Thursday, went to short track on Friday, back at it today with this HC UCI sanctioned competition here on Saturday. More something resembling closer to a stage race, Frankie.
Yeah, that's a good point. 3 days of racing for these riders, and so that's something that they got to keep in mind. And you know what? It's, yesterday was the short track, and it's important that these guys do all the disciplines. It's important, even though they're going to be racing against the elite, they're juniors, but it's super important to be able to just go out there. You have the races, take advantage of it. Don't think about skipping a bike race when you have 3 days of racing laying out in front of you, because that's how you learn, that's how you get better, that's how you test yourself, doing the races and not kind of thinking, hey, this is going to be an HC coming up. Well, yeah, learn to be able to kind of test yourself, and the way you get better is racing with riders that are better than you. And so for many of these riders, having 3 days of racing in a row is fantastic, and that's all part of the U.S. Pro Cup, doing a fantastic job here in Fayetteville, Arkansas, on a specifically designed cross-country course here in Centennial Park.
Rider's going to start this climb. It's the final climb of the course here. You're going to see them ascend back up to the top of this flat-top mountain called Millsap Mountain. They'll go across some cobbles, and that's kind of, the climb is done there. It's a cobble section featured in the cyclocross course, and one flyover, and actually a couple flyovers left, and we've seen some folks make a move on that final flyover, Frankie, and so I'm wondering if one of these Bear athletes, isn't that where they go? We saw Jen Jackson try to go there, not able to make that stick as Kate Courtney came around her in the short track competition yesterday, but yeah, I'd be interested to see what happens here.
That's the problem with the flyover, right? It's not very long. It's like a little bump, so it doesn't really give you a lot of opportunity to be able to get that space that you need. You need a little bit of a longer climb, but I got a feeling these three guys are pretty evenly matched, and when it comes down to these HC points, this is their motivating factor. They're not going to give this away to allow somebody else to get some free UCI points, so I got a feeling they're going to sprint and battle it all the way to the end, and right now, Kyan Reed doing a fantastic job as he remains on the front of this group.
Tire getting a little loose there.
I think that's Valdez coming from the back, trying to be able to get onto the inside. Nistal holding him off. So again,
here's those cobbles I was talking about. So we've got two more
That's the fight
flyovers
for position that's taking place right now.
Yeah, it is Bear 1, 2, 3 right there. Great shot through the woods of your leaders, and they're going to go up and over this flyover here, this part of the race course. They went underneath that, and then they finish up and over it.
Valdez on the outside, trying to be able to make sure he slots into second position, making sure that he's going to have a good opportunity for whatever's coming up.
No one taking a hand up now as it's a drag race to the finish here on the backside of the course. It's no headwind or tailwind really to deal with at all, as it's Bear versus Bear versus Bear. This final flyover right here, all three up and out of the saddle.
Starting the sprint early because they don't have a shortest. Kyan Reed sitting in second position right now. It's River Valdez on the front. Rowan Nistal in third. They know they're going to have to dive in at certain points on this. Remember, they don't want to take each other out, but they do want to be able to get those HC points. They're not going to give it away on its own. Bear National now coming in.
Bar to bar as they approach final two turns here in Stonehenge. River Valdez on the inside, keeping that door closed. We've seen some passes made throughout these turns. We'll see if he can. Nope, he closed that door as well.
Valdez in the front. Cayenne Reed sitting in second place. Now it's coming down to the final sprint. Valdez trying to be able to go it off. It's Cayenne Reed trying to be able to come by. It's coming down. It's going to be 3 abreast. It's coming into a bike throw. Unbelievable, picking up the win.
Rowan Nestal, first to go in that sprint. Unofficial, was that Rowan Nestal taking the win for Bear National Team. First to go in the sprint, coming around on the outside of River Valdez. Out sprints his teammates and takes the win. You heard the yell as he came across the line. What a race.
Excellent job. Nicholas Gauthier finishing up in fourth, but Nestal coming through the middle. Cayenne Reed doing a fantastic ride for second, and Valdez in third as Bear National Team sweeps our U.S. Pro Cup.
Let's see if we can get a replay maybe of that sprint finish as we got some more athletes looking to finish up. You can see they just leaving nothing out there as it was all gas on that final lap between these teammates and Cayenne Reed there.
Cayenne Reed
just gassed. They left it all out there.
Cayenne Reed had an incredible ride to be able to bridge up to those other riders, and there's Gauthier saying congratulations to him as well, as Gauthier was stuck out in no man's land trying to be able to go on. But that was an incredible sprint. Valdez tried to be leading him out, but he just ran out of legs and ended up drifting back as Rowan Nestal came around on the inside to be able to pick up that win. Nice job here. Look at that. Johan Paradon. That's going to be a 6th place for him. And Caden Yacht, another Bear National rider, picking up 7th place. Tristan Taillefer sliding in there in 5th place. So Gauthier and Taillefer, the Canadians, 4th and 5th. Excellent ride for everybody. Eric Aslin, congratulations as well, finishing up.
We'll see if we can't track down young Rowan Nestal here in a minute. We'll get him in the booth, do a quick interview, give us a play-by-play of what just unfolded. But I bet we can get a instant replay going here shortly on the InsiderMTB.com live feed this weekend. Be presented by Orange Seal. Every race, every day, all weekend long as more racers sprint to the line. Again, we talk about this venue specifically. Is that rider cramping up? Oh, God, I hate to see that, cramping up in the sprint. That's a tough place to cramp up, Frankie. It's a beautiful sunny day. Here's a replay of this, and you saw him go on the outside. He was the first to go coming out of there, up and out of the saddle, trying to twist the bars off that bike.
Yeah, Valdez is the one in the middle, and he starts drifting back, and then it's on the left-hand side of the screen, he's going to have that bike throw to be able to pick it up as Rowan Nestal, or on the outside, is going to be able to pick up that win coming around the outside. Great ride by all 3 of our Bear National riders. Hey, once again, if Rowan Nestal, I know you can hear me, come on over here to our announcing area. I'd love to do a quick interview for the web stream. Rowan Nestal, pick yourself up, grab something to drink, and head on over to our announcing area.
I bet we can get Julia Vilic to grab him and escort him over here maybe. Looks like they're still over there doing a quick recovery from the
As a reminder,
race.
Podium. 12:30. Once again, junior men, your top 5, your podium will be at 12:30.
More racers crossing the line there. Great job. There's Oliver Weckler coming across the line in 23rd. So not having the day he wanted. Henry Schum there with Donovan Racing. Here comes Carter Limbeck. Ben Foray. Michael Zylmek, Dylan Lunsford all wrapping up their race. Once again, congratulations there to Rowan Nestal and the Bear National Team. Going 1, 2, 3 in this morning's XCO Junior Men's Competition here at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. Day 3 of 4. Still a full day of action left on the schedule for today. And, folks, we are truly just getting started. 12 o'clock, going to be the start of our UCI Elite Women's Competition as well as a U23 Women's Competition. 2 p.m. going to be the Elite Men's Race. Christopher Blevins, Riley Amos rejoining us here at Centennial Park. 4 p.m. going to be that UCI U23 Men's XCO Competition. Combine those fields. It was kind of close to a combined start on Thursday due to time. Again, the weather shifting things around earlier in the schedule, earlier in the week. We moved Wednesday's competition to Thursday and then pushed back competition. And with that, we combined the start of our elite men and our U23 men. Not going to be the case today, as both those fields going to have their own start. All that race action coming up later today, both live here in person at beautiful Centennial Park in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And for those tuned in live at home and all over the globe on InsiderMTB.com, this coverage brought to you by our friends at Orangeville. And once again,
Podium here, Brian, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Brian, Utah.
all right, and we are back. And with me in the booth Rowan Stahl. Rowan just taking the win in our junior men 17 to 18-year-old competition, man. That was a great race. We're sitting here calling the action. It came down to a battle of three, bear versus bear versus bear, and what was a sprint finish. Now, taking folks back a little bit to Thursday, in a two-up sprint, you got pipped out by one of your teammates here at the line, but not the case today. Take us through this finish. We're seeing it on the broadcast right now. You went late and on the outside. What'd that come down to?
I was going to try to go on the right side, but I think Kian was there, so I had to kind of move to the left. So I had to start my sprint a little late, but I think I came in with enough speed that I could just kind of get him on the line. I mean, it was really close. It was almost a bike throw. So.
Yeah, incredible sprint. One of the most exciting sprint finishes we've seen at this venue this week. Representing Bear National, excited to have you here. How long you been with the Bear team?
This is my second year on the team.
Second year at the team in the 17 to 18 age group. Fantastic, great race. First time at Centennial, you've been here before?
No, I came here last year as a 15-16.
Last year, so this is your first year moving up into that 17, 18-year-old category. Well, man, you're doing great racing out here. What's the rest of the season look like for you and the Bear team? Where from Fayetteville? Where are you going?
Got a kind of a break in April. Hopefully going to Europe later in May, but for kind of the domestic side, I think I'll be in Canmore and then maybe Missoula before Nationals. So I've got a nice little 2-month block of training before then. So.
Well, early season, you and your teammates definitely finding that form, as it's been all Bear National all weekend long in the 17 to 18-year-old age group race. So once again, Rowan Stahl, congratulations. Taking the win today for our junior men UCI XCO competition, representing the Bear National team. Well done, sir. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium later today.
All right, thank you.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Brian at Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Rnd.2, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
All right, and welcome back to the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. Round 2 of the U.S. XC Open presented by our friends at Orangeville. My name is Brandon Pack. With me, Frankie Andreu in the booth, bringing you live coverage all weekend long on InsiderMTB.com. Up next, your UCI Elite Women's Competition as well as the U23 Women's Competition right here at beautiful Centennial Park in Fayetteville, Arkansas. We're going to get started with our Elite Women's call-ups right now. Racing for She Sends Racing, Kate Courtney. Representing Orbea Fox Factory Team, it's Jen Jackson. For Trek Factory Racing, Gwendolyn Gibson. Teammate for Trek Factory, Madigan Monroe. Let's see Ella McPhee. For Equip de Quebec, it's Lori Arsenault. For the Bear National Team, Bailey Siopa. Lift Factory Racing athlete, Marin Lowe. For BH Coloma Team, it's Sophia Waite. For Delta Marriott, Roxanne Vermette. For the Bear National Team, McKenna Kellerman.
Riding for Sabor Quirol, Annabelle Droit. Juliette Teterot. Equipe de Quebec, Leah Bouchard. Hockey Valley Resort, Nicole Bradbury. Lauren Aguilar. Under 23 winner in our cross country, Bailey McSpadden from the Bear National Team. Riding for Stimulus Trek, second in our cross country, Marie-Faye St. Onge. Holly Kruchowski, Isabella Robles, Katriana Marcotte, Natasha Visnek, Donovan Racing, Madeline Fisher.
Let's see Ophelia Gremont, Sydney Nielsen, Ayana Gane, Madeline Pollock, Maya Blanchard, Ava Cherry. For Vout Racing, it's Gwendolyn Urbane and Ren Capra. Sam Paternoster. Hannah Ellison. Lily Boucher. Lucy Hillstrom. For Cosmic Racing, it's Emma Schwab. Tatum Dalton. Maggie Reed. Maya Dixon. And running out the field for Broken Spoke Devo, Mira Kalbas. 2 minutes to go. We're going to turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
Good morning, ladies. And lower the music a bit, please. Ladies, we'll be using the 80% rule. Each category will have their own 80%. You're all doing one start loop, and then it's 6 for the elite women and 5 for the under 23 women. I'll give you the 1 minute, 30 seconds anytime in the next 15, and you'll go on the whistle. 1 minute to go. Thirty seconds to race. Anytime in the next 15 seconds.
All right, and we're off back to racing here today. Combined start between your elite women and U23 women. Looking for a clean start here at Centennial Park. It's a Bear National Team rider leading the way.
Once again, they're going to be doing a neutral or a starter lap just like everybody else, and then they're going to be coming around. Be able to keep track of those times on our elite women as they're coming out.
Yeah, if you missed Thursday's action, it was Kate Courtney taking the win over Jen Jackson, taking the inside with 2 turns to go and eventually taking the win. Gwen Gibson came across the line in third, Marin Lowe in fourth, and Madigan Monroe, Gwen Gibson's teammate for Trek Factory, in fifth. For our U23 competition, it was Bailey McSpadden, followed by Marie Faye Seonge, Lily Boucher, Annabelle Druin, and Ayana Gagne. Rounding out the top 5 in that U23 competition back on Thursday.
Yeah, and our elite women are looking for what kind of time they're going to be able to do. Fastest time that they did during our short track was 3 minutes and 41 seconds, and we're going to keep track to see if someone can be able to come out on top of that. Top 3 for our short track and top 3 for our cross country, the exact same. Brandon was just talking about that. Kate Courtney, Jennifer Jackson, and Gwendolyn Gibson. Hasn't been any change. And so we're going to be able to see if Kate Courtney can sweep all 3 events here on day number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup. A lot of racing still to come as these riders right now, again, on their starter lap. And then once they come around, 6 laps for the elite women, 5 laps for our under 23 women.
Yeah, we questioned early on how it was going to be interesting to see how Kate adapted to that new Allied bike she's riding, made right here in Arkansas. She's riding the beacon only to that World Cup that's going to happen later in the year here in the U.S. So a lot of opportunity for athletes like Kate and others to grab some early season points before they head down to Brazil for the World Cup calendar.
Yeah, the only HC race that's in the United States right here in Fayetteville. And then coming up after our women, we're going to have our elite men scheduled at 2 p.m. and then our under 23 men at 4 p.m. So make sure to stick around and continue to be able to watch InsiderMTB.com. That's where the live web stream is being brought. You can go to YouTube, InsiderMTB.com. And a big thank you to Orange Steel allowing the live web stream to be able to come here in Fayetteville. Head on over to Orange Steel. Find out some more information about their sealant products for your tires. It's available for all different type of cycling disciplines. Women coming around, getting ready to be able to complete lap number 1, meaning the starter lap, and then they're going to be heading out on their cross-country loop. A little bit under 3 miles at a purposely built mountain bike course here in Centennial Park, a beautiful, built from the ground up cross-country Olympic format in mind. 4.4 miles around is our riders now getting ready to be able to come around Talladega Turn. And there's your Walmart home delivery van sitting right in the middle as Courtney decides she wants to lead them through.
Yeah, and on her wheel, pretty familiar setup here where it has been Kate Courtney, Jen Jackson all week long. They find those two already off the front. Jen Jackson knowing how to get the win done here. Last year, defending champion for the 2024 U.S. Pro Cup. Jen's also had a great showing out in Vail 2 weeks ago for round 1 of the U.S. XC Open presented by Orange Steel, taking second there to Kelsey Urban. Jen in that maple leaf jersey, current national champion for Canada. And then you've got those 2 Trek Factory teammates, Gwendolyn Gibson and Madigan Monroe, right there on your screen. And rounding out your top 4. And then saw one of our Bear team athletes out there. Maybe Bailey Siopa mixing it up and rounding out the top 5. We'll get a look here. Last time through, all of our elite women and U23 athletes come through here. And it was Bailey Siopo in 5th with that Bear national team.
Well, Kate Courtney with a time of 3:51, 10 seconds slower than the fastest time they did in the short track, which is expected because this is a much longer race. The race is going to take about an hour and a half, and so keep that in mind. You got to remember the short track is only 20 minutes of racing, and so a much longer discipline that they're doing now. But for time comparisons, relatively quick, not as quick as their fastest lap, but definitely quicker than they did a second lap, third lap, and fourth lap during the short track.
Yeah, Bailey Siopa leading our U23 competition. Is once again, we've got a couple races happening here. Both our elite women and our U23 women competitions, a shared start. But it is Kate Courtney off the front, and up in this lead group is Bailey Siopa, currently sitting first in our U23 category race. See if we can get some tunes turned back up here at the event venue. Beautiful Centennial Park.
Kate Courtney on the front right there, trying to be able to keep that pace going, looking very comfortable with that Red Bull. That's how she rode cross country on day number 1. She would stay in the front, wait to see if anybody was going to challenge her, and then she'd kind of pick it up. Jennifer Jackson sitting in second position. Jen Jackson winning all of the rounds here in 2024. She was dominant here in Fayetteville, and right now sitting in second position. A lot of racing still to go for Jennifer Jackson, Canadian national champion in the short track and the cross country, as Jennifer Jackson also a previous Pan American gold medalist as following Kate Courtney. Of course, Kate Courtney, previous world champion, was able to wear those rainbow stripes for an entire year, and now pretty much freelancing. Gone privateer. Fro used to be on one of the big teams, decided to be able to go off on her own, and so she's riding for her own foundation, She Sends Racing, which is a little bit different. A lot more organization that she has to take under her own shoulders and her own responsibility, not only in charge of just her training, right, but she's also in charge of all the logistics, because after this, she said she's getting ready to go do the World Cups all around, going to Brazil and Europe and all that, and so she's in charge of figuring out the staff, the equipment, the logistics, all of that falls on her shoulders.
She's running a business, yeah.
While being a bike racer, exactly.
Yeah, coach and player.
A little bit of an elite group starting to separate themselves. 7 to 8 riders gradually on the downhill as they're making their way around. Courtney continues to be able to lead in that black jersey. Second in that white with the maple leaf on it is Canadian national champion Jen Jackson. Got to be able to, I'm sure who's in there is Gwendolyn Gibson, because Gwendolyn Gibson has managed to be able to be third in all of these events as well. 1, 2, and 3 has not changed in our elite women. On the under-23 side, we're going to be looking for Bailey McSpadden to see where she's going to end up. And then Marie-Faye St. Onge, Lily Boucher, and then Draw. Those were your top 4 in our cross-country on day number 1. Some of those riders decided to be able to go and do some of the short track with our elite women. Other ones deciding not to be able to do it. So going to pay attention to that to see how that plays out as our riders right now heading out and tackle a beautiful course, as you can see right through all of the trees. Drone shot doing a great job with our insider MTB.com, and a big thank you to all of our cameramen that have been sitting out there day after day, all day long, making sure we have live coverage of all the racing action.
Yeah, I think Gwen Gibson now moved up to second on that Trek Factory team. Could be Madam Monroe, but I do think that's Gwendolyn Gibson there in second, riding second wheel to Kate Courtney. As you said, former cross-country world champion Kate Courtney. See the rainbow stripes on her sleeves oftentimes. It just lets you know that she is a former world champion in this discipline. Red Bull athlete as well. Frankie, you mentioned you had opportunity to talk with her here in the booth after yesterday's short track competition. And so, yeah, she's definitely found that early season form on that new ride. Jen Jackson also on a new ride, switching over to Orbea this year. And so she, too, getting her feeling of that new mountain bike she's on this season.
Nice shot of the Canadian riders going through right there on the Sabor Quirol cycling team. They're in the yellow and white, as there looks like 3 riders, all teammates coming through. Of course, pretty much same conditions as yesterday. Hasn't really changed that much. It's still very dry, a little bit dusty, a little bit rutted, and so it's a very hard pack. So it's amazing with all the riders that have gone on here lap after lap, the course holding up very, very well. It's not getting deteriorating very much at all. A little bit less windy than what we had yesterday, as these riders right now getting onto the bottom part of the climb. And again, it does not do it justice how steep this experienced Fayetteville power climb is, because it is a very tough climb, and especially at the bottom where it slows you down going through that little bit of a rock garden as Kate Courtney leads them through. And this is where you're going to see more separation, as the strength from the women are going to be able to show off themselves, as one rider starting to be able to move up on the outside.
That's Jen Jackson making a move back up to second around those Trek Factory teammates. Still there in the mix. I think that is Bailey Siopa with Bear National Team. If it is, she's in that U23 category race and potentially holding it down with these elite women off the front of this bike race.
Yeah, sitting on the front right there, or not in the front, but the first Truck Factory racer is Gwendolyn Gibson. We talked about her being third, and then you have the rest of the riders hanging in there. That's Liv Factory. That's Marin Lowe sitting on the back there, just trying to be able to remain in contact. Hopefully she can stay right there. So that is definitely an elite group separating themselves, and even more elite. 3 riders going away, and I would not be surprised. I mean, obviously the first one in the black jersey is Kate Courtney. The second one is Jennifer Jackson. And if its tradition holds it, as what we've seen on day number 1 and day number 2, it's going to be Gwendolyn Gibson sitting in third.
McKenna Kellerman in fourth now, getting an update there on that Bear National Team rider. McKenna part of this elite field, so Bailey was up there in the mix from the beginning, but elite women starting to create some separation. As like you said, Frankie, it is now 3 off the front with Kate Courtney setting the pace here today at Centennial Park. They approach this little technical step up. We talked a lot about this on Thursday's competition. It really is a little technical gate into what we call Arvest Mountain this weekend. And backside of this is a 6-foot drop that these ladies have no problem making. Arvest Bank, strong community, start with strong relationships, is a proud sponsor of the U.S. Pro Cup. Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others and is committed to working with those who serve our community. Just want to thank Arvest Bank for their support this weekend.
That's Nicole Bradbury from Hockley Valley Resorts coming through. That's going to be Laurie Arsenal, Equipe de Quebec, as she makes her way through. Lots of racing action as it continues here as Roxanne Vermette, Delta Marriott, all showing them going over those jumps. Courtney leading them down on her technical skills, really coming to the forefront as our top 3 on day number 1 in the short track are starting to be able to separate themselves. A couple riders just hanging on to the back of them. Hopefully they can get back onto them. When they come around, they will be seeing 5 laps to go. And then again, we're going to have to pay attention to where our top under 23 rider is in this group, because they have their own race taking place as well. The under 23 are going to be seeing 4 laps to go. Gwendolyn Gibson is a product of NICA, and NICA really has been the pipeline for many of these mountain bike athletes. Top 3 riders been reeled back in, so now we're going to be sitting at 5 riders in the front group. Courtney, Jennifer Jackson, Gwendolyn Gibson. The other track factory race in Madigan Monroe, and I think the other one is going to be Lori Arsenal. We're going to be able to confine that, or it might be Makina Kellerman. Going to have to be able to get a little bit confirmation once we get a little bit closer, once they come out of the woods, as these riders continue to be able to make their way on the second half of this course. Five riders in the lead right now. Again, they slow down a little bit. It's going to give a good chance for their other riders to be able to catch back up. We're going to figure out what kind of time they're going to be able to do. Fastest time in our cross country on day number 1 was a 13:13. And so we're going to pay attention to see what kind of time they're going to be doing here. Our junior men, they were doing times about 12 minutes or 12 and a half minutes, and best time in our women with Kate Courtney setting a time of 13:13 on day number 1 in our cross country. More riders are going to be having a chance to be able to catch up to our leaders as different riders on this split screen going through the different parts of the rock garden on the Arvest Mountain. After the Arvest Mountain on the descent, as our riders getting ready to be able to come over that little overpass, and now heading in to complete lap number 1. Jennifer Jackson on the front, looking very comfortable as she going through.
Yeah, elite women going to see 5 to go this time through, Frankie. Being updated, it's going to be a 6-lap race for our elite women, a 5-lap race for our U23 athletes. So elite athletes going to be 5 to go. Our U23 athletes going to see 4 to go this time through.
Jennifer Jackson used to be a cross-country skier, did that for a little bit, then switched over to cycling. And Jennifer Jackson also, she comes from a cyclocross background. It's been a common theme, right? We've been seeing that a lot in many of our different avenues with our juniors as well. And so that cyclocross background giving them a little bit of comfort of going over the dirt and the grass. And so that's coming into play as she's excelled definitely now as a full-time mountain biker. Riders coming in, it's going to be Jennifer Jackson, Kate Courtney, Gwendolyn Gibson, Madigan Monroe, Makina Kellerman as they're making their way down. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 laps to go, 5 to go.
Ella McPhee, Marin Lowe, and Bailey Siopa right there. There's the leader of our U23 category race. It is Marin Lowe and Bailey Siopa, followed by Nicole Bradbury coming through. That Bear national team. So you're 1, 2, 3 currently in the U23 competition. Marin Lowe, Bailey Siopa, and Nicole Bradbury. A race within a race, we'll call it. There is a look at your leaders.
Ella McAfee, Marin Lowe, Bailey Siopa. So that's it. Look, that's going to be the battle right there. Marin Lowe in that under 23, Bailey Siopa, and Nicole Bradbury. I don't know if you just mentioned that. Sorry. Those are your leaders in the under 23 as they come through. They're much further forward to the leaders than what they were on day number 1. These under 23s were not this far in front, like so close to the leaders as we saw in our cross country race on day number 1. So the U23s really stepping up and coming together to be able to keep in contention. A lot of racing still to go. Remember, they had 4 laps to go for the under 23, 5 laps to go for our elite women.
Yeah, we saw Bailey Siopa and Marin Lowe get off to a fast start. They were mixed up in that lead group with those elite women, and so setting the pace early, and they said, we'll go with you. So, yeah, excited to see those younger competitors having a strong showing here today at the U.S. Pro Cup presented by our friends at Walmart.
Katrina Marcotte, under 23. Madeline Fisher moving up 2 spots. Moving up 2 spots, Ayana Gagne as well in the under 23, and Annabelle Drouin moving down a little bit, having a little bit of a struggle out there. Drouin was actually 4th on a day number 1, and she's currently sitting 11th out on course. So she's going to have to try to be able to turn that around. The rider riding for Sibior Curol, the Canadian rider, as more riders going to make their way in. Madeline Pollock getting ready to be able to come through, riding for Delta Marriott. That's a team out of California.
Frankie, just a reminder to those here in attendance live, we are going to be doing our first Podium Awards on the day, scheduled for 12:30. That's going to be for this morning's competition, including our UCI Junior Women and UCI Junior Men competition. Again, that podium scheduled for 12:30 right there in the event expo. So if you are in the top 5, again, we're going to award top 5. So if you are in the top 5 from those morning competition, please start making your way over to the podium.
All
right, they're looking at the current shot of leaders. It is Jen Jackson now leading the way in our elite women's competition. Again, a UCI HC XCO event, the only HC category race in the United States this year. What that means, it's above classification, meaning we're offering more points and prize money than any other race on the calendar other than the World Cup calendar that will happen later this year. That calendar ending back in North America with a round both in the United States and then Canada. Good shot there of Jen Jackson, Gwendolyn Gibson on that Trek Factory ride, followed by Kate Courtney. Jen being a little playful on social media for us this week after that last-minute pass by Kate Courtney in Thursday's UCI C1 competition. Kate, a clean pass going on to the inside. Jen saying she won't let that door leave. Well, she wouldn't leave that door open again. And then in yesterday's short track, well, wasn't the same corner, but it was another one. Kate again on the inside, last-minute pass to take the win in the short track competition. Jen on social media said, "How many doors are there?" So great to see these women engaged with this event in that way. Appreciate it. Always fun to see them having a good time with the races. And it's camaraderie. You see that at the end of all these races. When this one's done and dusted, they're going to race it out. It's elbow to elbow, bar to bar the entire time. But when it's said and done, it's all hugs and high fives for all those that cross the line.
All good.
Every time they hit an uphill, 3 riders seem to separate themselves from that top 5. So Brandon Pack with our Ozark Foundation is going to be heading over to our podium to be able to do our podium coming up, and that's coming up in 10 minutes. As a reminder, podium coming up in 10 minutes. 10 minutes for the podium. More riders continue to be able to make their way through. 40 riders out on the start line for our elite women and our under 23 women. Day number 1, top 3. Short track top 3 has not changed. It was Kate Courtney, Jennifer Jackson, and Gwendolyn Gibson. Can anybody infiltrate onto the top 3 podium on this HC race? Again, big points available. HC, the only one in the United States right here at Centennial Park. It's the U.S. Pro Cup Day number 3 presented by Walmart. This also will be giving points for our U.S. Cross Country, the Open Series presented by Orange Seal. That's going to be, this is round number 2. This is race number 2, started off in California. 6 rounds, 5 different regions, and awarding 10 different categories. And, of course, I'd like to be able to thank many of our partners: Walmart, Experience Fayetteville, Dell, Arvis Bank, Ozark Foundation, UAMS Health, Lewis Automotive Group, Orange Seal, and Velick Farms. Courtney on the front hasn't come off the front at all, just riding her own race at her own pace as she continues to be able to push the pace at what she's comfortable. You can see the 2 different lines that they're taking there. Kate Courtney, a graduate from Stanford, so she's going to have that business degree with her to be able to help out on all her new business dealings. Talked about that new foundation with She Sends Racing. The goal of the foundation and for Kate Courtney now is to try to get more girls on bikes, or get more women in general on bikes. And so that's kind of her idea with starting up this new foundation and kind of going privateer and solo. And it's, so far, got to say it's working out pretty darn good. Big boost to her confidence, taking the win on day number 1 and in the short track. So that's going to help her leading into the races coming up a little bit later on, knowing that she's got some good form. Because the competition here, obviously, if you got Gwendolyn Gibson, Jennifer Jackson, Canadian national champion, and others, that is a very good competition. As Courtney, you can see with that Red Bull helmet and the black jersey. Jennifer Jackson, the white jersey with the maple leaf on it, the red and white that you can see. And then Gwendolyn Gibson, Trek Factory Racing, as she's sitting in third. Gwendolyn Gibson comes from that NICA background, which is great to be able to see. NICA is just a pipeline. Two-time collegiate national champion as well, and recently coming off a podium at her national championships. But her college days is really what got her hooked onto the mountain bike scene. And right now, right as I was talking about her, Gwendolyn Gibson's starting to be able to fall a little bit further back. Here's our chase group of 3 that's starting to be able to come up into there. Well, that's going to be Madigan Monroe sitting there on the front with the Trek Factory Racing as well. And that purple jersey, Live Factory Racing, Marin Lowe. Now remember, these riders here are part of the ones that are part of that under 23, and they have their own race that they're battling right now, trying to be able to get back up to our leaders, but they're worried about each other with that under 23. Bailey McSpadden, I got to pay attention to where Bailey McSpadden is in this group, because last time I looked, I actually did not see some of our under 23 riders that did very well on day number 1, so could have a whole swapping of the guard on our under 23 podium. A little bit bigger gap as Kate Courtney comes over that rock garden. Jen Jackson having a little bit more momentum, and look at that. Look at the difference on how she was able to close that gap, having that little bit more momentum as they get ready to be able to go. This is Arvest Mountain. Right after this, they're going to come down. They're going to go over the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. 2 big gap jumps inspired by the wine barrel from Stellenbosch, South Africa. It's fast, it's flowy, a chance to perhaps be a little bit flashy. Saw some of our juniors getting a little bit flashy. I'm not sure if our pro women are going to be whipping it out or as they come across some of those jumps. Here's some of our under 23 riders all coming in right now as they get ready to tackle Arvest Mountain. So as our women's race is out there taking place, a big reason that we are here is one of our primary sponsors from the Ozark Foundation, Mike Spivey, being able to bring mountain bike racing here for many years. Mike, tell me a little bit about Ozark Foundation itself.
Well, we're a nonprofit organization that's been in existence for about 5 years, and our focus is to bring premier events just like U.S. Pro Cup to Northwest Arkansas. We really want to position Northwest Arkansas as a premier outdoor recreation destination.
U.S. Pro Cup's been coming here for 5 years, since 2021. Ozark Foundation has been a part of that for a long time. Obviously, the cycling community is huge here in Northwest Arkansas. You talk about bringing premier events to here. Mountain biking is one of them. We've had cyclocross, world championships here. Other ones. Getting away from, let's say, the cycling focus, what other kind of big events is Ozark Foundation involved in?
Well, we'll do about anything from adventure racing. This year we're going to be the production partner to the United States Adventure Race National Championship. And last year we actually produced an expedition-level adventure race, which was a 5-day format. This year's will be a 30-day format. We also do triathlons. We do just about anything. Arkansas Graveler is one of our events, which is a 5-day ride across the state of Arkansas. We do a lot in the community family space. So we will put on events from ages 2 on all the way up. So
engaging the kids, obviously teaching them about an active, healthy lifestyle. Some of your other the motivations or goals of Ozark Foundation with the community.
Yeah, so, we really try to break down barriers to entry when it comes to, the community. We all know that, these are expensive sports. The parents and the supporters here today, spend a lot of time and resources, supporting these young athletes. And we really try to make, approachable and affordable events. That's something we do as a nonprofit organization. And we'd love to see, kids who, may show up at one of our street races, our criterium races at age 2 on a Strider bike, and then all of a sudden they're in a NICA program, and then
that makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's really the community and the family events is the soul of our organization. Obviously, we love doing events like this and being involved in this, but these young kids and seeing the confidence building and the healthy pursuits that they lead is something really special.
How many people are part of the Ozark Foundation helping to be able to put on all of these events? Because I'm sure it's not just you and Brandon.
No. We have a mighty team of 5.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
A lot of hats worn on a lot of different people then.
We multitask. We wear lots of hats. Today I've done 2 or 3 different things from, errand boy to going to do some anti-doping work later. And so, yeah, we wear a lot of hats. We're small. We will own and operate about 20 different events this year, but we also support about 20 additional events through whether it's technical support, whether it's through equipment support, some financial support for races that we like. And we're really trying to promote good and healthy activities for young people and
it's all great, but
aging adults as well.
It sounds like there's no time for riding for yourself.
That's the thing that I get asked the most is, I bet you ride a lot. And I ride less today than I ever have in my life.
That's the problem with work.
I know.
You got to get to that retirement age, and then you'll be able to get fit again.
I spent 20 years at Walmart, and, Walmart's a very stressful job. I traveled a lot, but I actually got to ride quite a bit too. It was more manageable in many ways. This is anyone who's been in the event production business knows that your days start early and they end late. You're in the wind, you're in the snow, you're in the rain. And, we're planning not just, this event. I'm thinking about 3 years from now and, all the things that go into long-range planning. So it's a big effort and a big lift, but we love doing it.
Well, this community would not be the same without the Ozark Foundation and everything you do. So a big thank you, and of course, a big thank you for being a partner with the U.S. Pro Cup, because we love being able to come here to Fayetteville and being able to have world-class mountain bike racing that we're doing here. So enjoy the rest of the day. Have a good time. Have a good time. Mike Spivey with the Ozark Foundation. Thank you.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Two riders separating themselves as they have just come through, as they're having, again, I'm going to see what kind of time Jen Jackson led it through last lap. That's a 13:09, so that's about 6 seconds faster than what they did before, the lap before. And so 2 riders separating themselves, Jackson and Kate Courtney. And first time that, usually Kate Courtney's been leading the entire time. She just rides on the front, but she seems to be content to let Jen Jackson stay up there. Then you got a group of about 7 seconds back. Not a group. Gwendolyn Gibson finds herself just dropping off the pace a little bit. And then 21 seconds back is going to be Ella McAfee and Madigan Monroe. Going back a little bit further, you're going to have the under 23 still all right next to each other. 5 under 23s all battling it out, as they're extremely close. Leading them going through with the under 23 is Murren Lowe, and then Bailey Chioppa is right there, along with Nicole Bradbury and Lauren Aguilera and Bailey McSpaden. There's Bailey McSpaden. She's currently sitting 5th, and she won on day number 1 here. So a little bit change of what's taking place out here. Again, it's a little bit warmer, so some of these riders might not be used to it. Yeah. But if they're racing out in California, and I think, Bailey McSpaden was out there, should be feeling a little bit more comfortable with this weather. Lots of racing going on. Bailey McSpaden did win in California. It was Emily Stapleton in 2nd and Maddie Fisher in 3rd at that California event. So a lot of racing still to go as we're getting ready for our podium on the other side. I'm going to quiet down a little bit. I'm going to give a little bit of a pause while we allow the podium to take place. If anything changes rapidly out on screen, we'll make sure to jump back on. But in the meantime, Podium up for grabs right now as it's 12:30. Excellent job and congratulations to all of our riders. And again, for our juniors, big thank you to all of your parents supporting you and being able to bring you out to an event like this, or to your teams and your directors for taking the time and the resources to bring you out to the U.S. Pro Cup. A big thank you. It's very much appreciated. As the podium wraps up, now we're going back to our Kate Courtney leading them on through here. Jen Jackson was leading about a half a lap. Courtney decided to be able to come back up to the front so she can pick her own line and ride her own pace. And that Canadian national champion and great cyclocrosser sitting in second position with the very distinctive maple leaf on the back of that jersey, the white and red jersey of Jennifer Jackson, sitting in second. She's been second. She swept everything here in Fayetteville last year. She was 2024 overall champion, winning all three disciplines, meaning day number 1 and day number 3, and also winning the short track in between. She's a Canadian national champion. We talked about a previous Pan American gold medalist as well. And then Kate Courtney flying on the front. Third place hasn't changed, as Gibson still off on her own, and so trying to be able to hang on to third, but she's got a group of chasers that are starting to track her down, and in that chase group, many of them are from that under-23 division. When they come around, they're going to be seeing 3 laps to go and 2 laps to go. When our leaders come around for these riders right now, they have 4 laps to go and 3 laps to go. That's a couple under-23s as Mira Calbas comes through along with Rin Capra.
Frankie, I'm back.
Brandon's back from the podium as they're celebrating the victories for many of these riders and HC points. That's what these guys are all happy about. They're happy to be able to pick up these big UCI points. Sun shining down. Temperature continues to get warm up. A little bit of a breeze up here on top as we're kind of on this plateau, which is where Centennial Park is. But it's very sunny. You get a sunburn if you don't have that sunscreen on.
Yeah, what they call Millsap Mountain. It is a named mountain here in Fayetteville, Millsap Mountain. So great to see a lot of this racing happening off the north side of the mountain, where you see a lot of this purpose-built cross-country race course lives here at the venue. Looks like it is still Kate Courtney, Jen Jackson battling out, as we've seen. Sure you mentioned, Frankie, as we've seen for now 2 days in a row, and now here we are for a third. Can Kate Courtney do the trifecta? Can she pull out a third win in a row here this weekend at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup? Or is Jen Jackson going to be able to maybe finally close the door that she's been looking to close all weekend in the competition?
And that's a good point. Neither of the events have anybody been able to go solo. It's come down to a sprint on both of these. So climbing ability, flatland ability, power, they're pretty evenly matched. It's just Courtney has had a little bit more guts to be able to dive on the inside and maybe a little bit more speed for the sprint. But otherwise, nobody's been able to win by themselves. They have not been able to drop each other. So that'll be interesting to see what happens a little bit later on. Look at our cameraman, Connor, running right alongside, almost matching them stride for stride and pace for pace as they're getting ready to be able to come in towards our finish line. Look at them coming through Stonehenge as we're getting ready to be able to cheer on. Make your way to the barriers as we're going to have our elite women coming through. They're still going to be seeing 3 laps to go coming up. It's going to be 3 laps, and for our under 23, going to have to pay attention when they come through because they're going to have 2 laps to go. And again, the under 23s, they were sitting in that second, like the third group, pretty much the first main group, not too far behind, only about 10 to 15 seconds behind our leaders. Courtney coming off the back a little bit for letting Jen Jackson be able to whip around these final turns as these two, again, very evenly matched as they're going to see 3 laps to go.
Now, tape blowing around a little bit, still nothing close to what we've seen from Mother Nature this week, as it's really nice little tailwind on that backstretch you saw our lead athletes going through, and as they approach Stonehenge, and then it's a tailwind looking at the flag here, the stars and bars flying at the start-finish line. You can see it's basically a tailwind directly through the start-finish. Not a bad way to finish a bike race. Leader's going to see 3 to go this time through. They go up and around that Walmart home delivery. Give us an opportunity to do a quick shout-out for the title partner for this weekend's competition. It's Walmart. Let Walmart do the heavy lifting with Walmart Home Delivery as a proud sponsor of the U.S. Cup. Walmart and Walmart Plus is dedicated to making life easier for families everywhere. And I will tell you that home delivery service, it's definitely a nice addition. We saw those become pretty popular back in the 2020-2021 time frame, and I know a lot of folks have just adopted that as a way to grocery shop these days. They don't even go to the grocery store anymore, from folks like Walmart just bringing it right to your doorstep. Teammates right here, Frankie, coming through. Gwendolyn Gibson, Madigan Monroe working together there, P3 and 4.
That's Ella McAfee coming through. So Gibson and Monroe only 22 seconds back on trying to be able to get back up to our leader. So that's not that far back. And that was the slowest lap they have had, as Marin Lowe, our leader in our under 23 competition, about to be able to come through. I think Marin's all by herself out there from Live Factory Racing. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. All by herself, their leader in the under 23 coming through. 2 laps to go. Marin Lowe coming through. So, again, Courtney and Jackson having their slowest lap so far, 13:23. So that's going to give a chance for those riders that are chasing. Only 22 seconds back. If they continue to be able to play a little bit of games, right behind Gibson and Monroe is Ella McAfee and Marin Lowe, your leader in the under 23. Makina Kellerman getting ready to be able to come through our start-finish line. Nice shot right there. That's going to be Maya Blanchard making her way up. That Delta team coming all the way from California to be able to come out here to Fayetteville, Arkansas to be able to compete in U.S. Pro Cup.
McKenna Kellerman making her way across the line, a part of that elite women's field for racing for Bear National. Yeah, and you could just see, though, the toll that climb is starting to take, as this truly is a pretty grueling climb, as is that experienced Fayetteville power climb you're seeing right there.
You got some riders going a little bit slower than some of our leaders are going through, as that fatigue starting to set in. A lot of racing, a lot of miles or kilometers, however you want to put it, as the leaders of our women doing 6 laps, and our under 23s doing 5 laps. Here's your leaders right now in our elite women, as Jennifer Jackson now is controlling the front, riding on the front. We talked about she's been second in day number 1 and in our short track, and again winning last year on all 3 different disciplines. Jennifer Jackson now continue to be able to control that pace.
Yeah, Kate looking to have a similar result this year. Jen Jackson sweeping the podiums last year. Kate Courtney 1 race away from doing the same here in 2025.
Yeah, and Jennifer Jackson 3rd in California. So they're actually doing a little bit better here as more riders continue to be able to come by. That was Makina Kellerman, Bailey Chiopa in that under 23 division, right over the along with Nicole Bradbury. So that's battling it out for the podium. That was 2nd and 3rd that just came by.
Yeah, Marin Lowe, though, in that U23 category race with Live Factory setting the pace. Out there by herself, as you said, Frankie, but see if we can't get a look in on her from time to time as our leaders start to descend down portions of this World Cup course. Just a beautiful Bluebird day. Great to see the fans out with us here today at Centennial Park in Fayetteville, Arkansas. We fought all week for this, Frankie, as we battled Mother Nature and winds up to 50 miles per hour, really wreaking havoc on the venue and the race course. But this team persevered, and here we are, blessed with a beautiful day for a bike race.
That's your winner of day number 1 in the short track, Bailey McSpadden, coming through. Coming off a 3rd at Puerto Rico, 7th place at her national championships, and
shot of our first place currently in our women's U23 race. Marin Lowe right there. She drops off the top, back down into the woods. She's going to see 2 to go next time through. Leaders in our elite field going to see 3 to go. No?
No. They're going to have
correction, sorry.
They're going to be 2 and Bell.
Okay. U23 category going to see the bell lap. That's right. I imagine it'll be what we'll call a virtual bell. You'll hear us letting our U23 athletes know they've got 1 to go. Another shot of that experienced Fayetteville Powerline climb. I cannot tell you how hard it is what they've built there. At the bottom is a technical rock garden to start that climb. Some of these riders come into almost a complete stop as they navigate the technicality of those rocks before the climb just punches you more and more all the way up, and then it's got a false top. There's 2 stair steps at the top that they've got to overcome, and you think you're done, and, well, you're not. You got to do it again. Great shot at some of our athletes out here with us this weekend. Combined field of 40 elite and U23 athletes with us in today's U.S. Pro Cup competition.
So this is the big climb. Yeah, and then they wrap around, come down this one, and go up and go back around to the start. Okay, great.
Just really starting to take its toll on some of these athletes towards the back of the pack, Frankie, as you can see just how grueling this climb gets, lap after lap after lap. And again, these ladies have been at it for 3 straight days in a row, most of them. This competition being Wednesday's competition meant to kick off a 4 days of racing over 5, but because Mother Nature, we moved that into Thursday and created really kind of our own little mountain bike stage race this weekend. And so now these women have been out here for 3 straight days. It was a full day of UCI Inscripted C1 racing on Thursday. Yesterday was that short track action, always exciting to call. And then tying a bow on our elite racing for the weekend today with this UCI HC level race. Here you see rider 264, one of our Broken Spo Devo athletes, grinding out that climb.
Excellent job, Ophelia Grandmont. Keep her going.
We can't get a peek on where our elite women are at. We're going to see leaders of the bike race going to get 2 to go next time through for our elite women. Again, leaders of our U23 competition going to get the 1 to go.
That last shot really kind of giving an idea of how steep that climb is. You can see how it's sliding way forward on the saddle to try to keep that front wheel down, and keeping the traction as well is very important, as that's going to be Natasha Visnak coming through. Dirt Camp Racing. Here comes Maddie Fisher and Roxanne Vermeet as they're making their way through. Excellent job. Keep her going.
There's a shot of the leaders. Is Jen Jackson now on that climb? If she is the leader, I don't know.
Where's Courtney?
I don't know where Courtney's at. Is there the first separation we might have seen? I think that was Courtney coming into screen. So Jen.
Or Courtney's in front. I mean, that's the thing. Kate Courtney could have attacked and been in the front in the black jersey. We didn't see it, but we're going to figure it out here in just a little bit. So keeping an eye out right now, trying to be able to figure out if Jen Jackson and Kate Courtney, where they are on this race course. Talked about Kate Courtney winning on the short track and winning on day number 1. As that is going to be Gwendolyn Gibson. That should be 3rd out on the course.
So I think Kate's in there somewhere between Jen and Gwen in that upper portion, kind of field area
So
we just saw.
You feel like Kate's in 2nd and not in 1st.
I do. I saw an athlete out there in a black kit. We couldn't really tell from the drone footage, but I'm going to think that Kate's sitting out there in 2nd.
Maddie Monroe's putting in a fantastic ride, starting to be able to chip away and get back up into up to Gwendolyn Gibson. And so
Maddie finishing 5th.
Monroe.
Yeah, finishing 5th on Thursday. Sorry, Frankie. Finished Maddie taking a podium spot on Thursday for 5th. But, yeah, I think this is your current race leader. Jen Jackson, if that's the case, I don't see Kate Courtney. Unless Kate Courtney's ridden off the front. We just don't have that yet, but guess is from the coverage we're seeing here on InsiderMTB.com, this is the leader of the bike race, Jen Jackson, your current Canadian national champion, diving into the woods onto our Orange Hill speed and style section. And there's Kate Courtney. There she is. Okay, she's not that far back, Frankie, but I was right. Sometimes broken clocks right twice a day, they say. And so Kate currently set in 2nd. In 3rd is that Trek Factory team of Gwendolyn Gibson and Madigan Monroe.
So taking over the lead, Jennifer Jackson doing a fantastic job. Number 1 out in the trail, as they're going to be seeing 2 laps to go once they come around. So she's been 2nd twice already here, now trying to be able to stay in that 1st place. You know what's going to happen, though, as they're getting closer, is Gwendolyn Gibson and Maddie Monroe are going to start trying to be able to inch closer towards Kate Courtney that you see right there coming over that rock guard. I'm going to guess that's about a 10-second lead for Jennifer Jackson unofficially, as Kate Courtney kind of keeping her own pace, staying within herself. But she's got to be careful of the Trek Factory Racing riders combined, as they're going to start trying to be able to chip away at that lead that Kate Courtney has.
Let's go, man.
Nice shot right there. That's Murren Lowe. That's your leader in the under 23. Two-time national champion, second last year in the under 23 national championships. When she was a junior, she won the Canadian national championships. Murren Lowe started racing. We talk about the different experience levels. She started racing when she was about 7 or 8 years old. Her dad is the one that got her into it. And so Murren Lowe, with a ton of racing experience, finds her in the lead with our under 23. She was fourth in our cross-country event on day number 1. So a big change for her is right now in this HC, the one it counts with the maximum points. Again,
not much way back there. If you look at the flag, I think she's on a tailwind right there.
Well, I was about to say tailwind along to find out how much of a lead she has on second place, Kate Courtney.
So Jen Jackson, maybe a different strategy here. Rather than leave a door open, she's just going to ride off the front, and we'll close all the doors behind her as she goes, Frankie.
Yeah, got to give her a lot of credit. It's not easy to be able to drop Kate Courtney, and so a lot of pressure being applied right now. A little glance over the shoulder, trying to be able to gauge the gap that she has on the rider in the black jersey. Kate Courtney riding for She Sends Racing, and that's her right there with that Red Bull helmet, getting ready to be able to come around, and she's going to be seeing 2 laps to go. Nice shot of that brand new bike sponsor she has, Allied, and Allied is in here in the expo. You want to find out some more information, head on over to the expo. You can find out more information about the Allied bike, and specifically the bike that Kate Courtney is riding, which is called the
C40.
The BC40.
That's right. You can get your hands, if you're here live, you can get your hands on one right over here in the expo. The Allied crew here with us in the event expo as Jen Jackson, current Canadian national champion, makes her way through. Going to be 2 to go. 2 to go for our elite women's competition. As our race officials need to update the lap counter, please. Whoever's pushing buttons over there needs to push some.
Can we confirm lap cards? Can you going to change the lap card? Shouldn't it be 2 to go? Kate Courtney, officially the time is
2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, Kate.
18 seconds is the time gap. 18 seconds is the time gap. 2 to go. 18 seconds. Jennifer Jackson's time, 13:08. That's why. That's the difference. That's the fastest time they've done so far. A 13:08, 7 seconds faster than their very first lap. Actually, it's ties pretty much the time on the second lap. They did a 13:06 on lap number 2, 13:08 on this time, but that puts Jackson in the front. So Kate Courtney sitting back. Gwendolyn Gibson, excellent job right there, tracking down Kate Courtney.
Ridden away from her teammate, Maddie Monroe. Last time we saw these two, they were together. At some point, Gwendolyn picking up the pace here and leaving her teammate. Now comes across the line. There's Madigan Monroe.
So Kate Courtney getting reported. It was 22 seconds down at a certain point before on the course. So Kate Courtney chipping away, starting to be able to come back with 2 laps to go. Now down only 18 seconds. Gibson comes through as Madigan Monroe, keeping an eye. Ella McPhee also currently sitting in 5th. So now keeping an eye out for our under 23, waiting to see Murren Lowe come through.
This weekend's coverage being brought to you live for free on InsiderMTB.com. Presented by our friends at Orange Seal. Shout out to John Vargas and team for supporting this weekend's live stream. And every race, every day, all weekend long, live and for free.
Murren, bell lap, 1 to go, 1 to go. That's your leader in the under 23. It's 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. Murren Lowe comes through.
If you like what you see on the stream, well, donations are welcome. Make a donation today, and hey, we'll give you a shout out on today's live stream. Good shot of Jen Jackson there, making her way through parts of that World Cup course.
Murren's got a pretty good lead for that under 23. Remember, second and third, they were riding with each other. Are they still going to be with each other? Second and third going to be coming through here with bell lap, as they've been able to separate themselves as Jen Jackson continues to try to be able to push the pace.
Not sure the gap back from Kate to Gwen Gibson, but there's Kate. Okay, we saw Kate on the screen, and so was 22 down to 18. To be interested to see if she's able to close this gap even more. Did Jen Jackson go too quick? We saw this, I will tell you, in Vail, similar instance. She did start off the front and was pretty dominating that race through the first few laps, and then towards the end, it was Kelsey Urban able to catch back up and make the last-minute pass on a sprint. National champion versus national champion. Kelsey Urban eventually taking the win there in California, but currently it is Jen Jackson off the front and just hoping she has what it takes to get this one done. Twist and turn through the woods here at Centennial Park, and there's a shot of chase there by Kate Courtney.
Racing this course, a lot of nerves are involved. It's very stressful being able to go through here. But you can watch, looking at this course, you can see, like, if you weren't in race conditions, this is a fun course to ride. The swoops, whipping around here, it's a lot of fun. Here comes Nicole Bradbury. She's going to have bell lap. This is going to be an under 23 rider right here. Under 23 getting ready to come up with Nicole Bradbury. Nicole, awesome job. One to go, Nicole. One to go, one to go, one to go.
Well, you called it, Frankie. We're at Centennial Park, 228-acre purpose-built for mountain bike and cyclocross competition. But when we're not out here hosting some of the most prestigious cross-country and cyclocross events in the nation, it's a public park in the city of Fayetteville for all to enjoy. So if you like what you see on your screen, you're not here, you haven't ridden these trails, well, about 360 days out of the year, you can come out here and you can ride this park and experience the exact same trails that our athletes are tackling today.
Bradbury was with another rider last lap. The under 23s, they were next to each other. So Nicole Bradbury put the pressure down. And here comes Lauren Aguilar. So Aguilar is under 23. This next rider coming through is an under 23 as well. And that's unofficially going to be third on the road. That's a great result for Lauren Aguilar as she's going to be coming through. Riding for Trinity Racing, one to go, one to go. You're third. That's a great ride so far. Got to be able to keep it up. Lauren Aguilar coming through right now, third on the road.
You're hearing us updating our U23 athletes on what we call a virtual bell lap. Me and Frankie are handling the bell duties there as they make their way through. Shot of our leader on the drone on the screen here on InsiderMTB.com. That's current race leader Jen Jackson. See if we can't pick up where Kate is and see if she's able to make it into the screen before drone pulls away, and she is not. So
18 seconds is a lot.
Jen still holding
coming
the
through
lead
right
there.
Here. Look at this, the Orange Steel Moto corner. Jen Jackson makes it through there, no problem. This is going to be Bailey McSpaden coming through. She's making up some time, up one spot. It's under 23, one to go for her. Bailey, I think, didn't have the start that she wanted to. Bailey was actually back down in 7th place 2 laps ago, now sitting in 4th. So starting to find her legs, starting to be able to get things going a little bit as Bailey McSpaden, your winner of the cross-country race on day number 1 and your winner on the short track, putting in a better ride as the race goes on. Problem is she's just going to run out of time as our under 23s are all having 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Kate not looking like the same athlete we've seen over the last 2 days. Wonder if she's not having something wrong with, it does happen. Listen, this is a big block of racing for all these athletes out here, now 3 days in a row. And so Jen Jackson looking to be having a proper day out here.
Juliet, 2 to go.
Look at Gwen Gibson on that Trek Factory team.
Lily Boucher getting ready to come in. She's going to have 1 lap to go. Easton Overland rider. Lily, 1 to go, Lily, 1 to go. Look how dirty the bikes are, just covered in dirt as they're making their way around. You can imagine that chain is not probably flowing very well, probably making a ton of noise with all that sand and dirt on there, making it only a little bit harder.
Yeah, see if we can't catch up with Marin Lowe out on course, your current leader in that women's U23 race.
Marie St. Ange, 1 to go. Laura Arsenault, 2 to go. Katrina Marcotte, 1 to go.
If Marin able to hold that lead next time through, she's going to take the win here today at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup. Marin finishing fourth. One to go, ladies. One to go. Good shot there of Jen Jackson approaching Arvest Mountain. Another athlete there. That's one to go, one to go, one to go, ladies.
One to go for
Madeline, yep.
Madeline, not for Roxanne.
Two to go for Roxanne.
Teammates, though. Both of them riding for Delta Merit. You had those matching jerseys of pink as we see a nice shot. Is that Kate Courtney down that descent right there coming down. That rider right behind her, she passed, so that's a lapped rider as Kate Courtney, again, trying to be able to chip away at an 18th second. Still plenty of time because when they come around, they're going to have one lap to go for our elite women, so it all depends on how much time she's able to take back. Remember, if it's 18 seconds down, got to have to take back at least half, you would think, at least 9 seconds to have a chance to take back another 9 seconds on the final lap. But can that be done? Can you bring back 9 seconds 2 laps in a row to be able to get up to the leaders as Jennifer Jackson, the Canadian national champion, continues to be able to ride her own race, staying up the front. Jennifer Jackson's been a national champion in cross country, a national champion in short track, a Pan American gold medalist, and right now leading the HC race here at our U.S. Pro Cup.
I think that's current third place. Gwendolyn Gibson on that Trek Factory ride, dropping into the woods.
That was Maddie Monroe coming in. Right there, she gets ready to go over those jumps and making their way in. Last lap, it was Gibson and Monroe that were together as they were trying to be able to help each other out. That was currently third and fourth, both of them racing for Trek Factory Racing.
McKenna Kellerman right there on your screen, racing for Bear National, having a strong showing in that elite women's field.
Kellerman 6th on the road. 6th place on the road as she's keeping that tempo going. You got to have those low gears. You got to be able to turn it over to be able to keep that traction going. And here we go back to Marin Lowe, our leader, again, in our under 23. She's on her final lap, Marin Lowe. She's making her way around. Talked about her starting racing her very early on when she was 7 or 8 years old, a 2-time national champion. Previously, a junior national champion as well in mountain biking. Coming out of Canada, trying to be able to pick up some HC points as Jennifer Jackson now getting ready to be able to come around. So as they come through this tailwind section, they're going to take advantage of that. You can imagine on the tailwind section, they can use that as a bit of recovery. This is also where she gets her feed. Every single lap, she gets a water bottle. Sometimes they'll attach a goo or a gel on that water bottle as well to be able to make sure they get some nutrition in there. So got about 3 more minutes or 2 more minutes, and we're going to have Jennifer Jackson coming through, and she's going to be receiving bell lap as Marin Lowe with our leader now on the final sections of our course here in Centennial Park.
Yeah, great shot of Marin there on that Dell descent. Get a shot of current race leader Jen Jackson, elite women's field, approaching Stonehenge. Going to be 1 to go for Jen Jackson as she approaches. If you guys have a bell, now might be the time to get it. There's that.
Last lap, 18 seconds between first and second, making her way around here, trying to get up to the Talladega turn. And when she comes onto that tarmac, we're going to be seeing her making her way down. She was second place in the short track, second place on day number 1, and leading them right now. It's going to be bell lap, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Jennifer Jackson, last lap you had an 18-second lead. Last lap you had an 18-second lead. Trying to be able to figure that out right now, but it's a fantastic ride. Riding her own pace and her own tempo, waiting to see when Kate Courtney comes through. What will the time gap be?
Jen Jackson looking to defend her win at the 2024 U.S. Pro Cup. Won the HC here last year. Potentially looking to win it again.
Kate Courtney right now getting ready to make her way around in Stonehenge, and I got a feeling that gap's going to be a little bit bigger than 18 seconds, waiting for them to come around. Then we got right behind her is Gwendolyn Gibson putting in a good ride.
Yes.
Cheer her on in the black jersey. She sends racing. It's Kate Courtney coming through. 1 to go, 1 to go.
Kate taking a big breath as she came through here, knowing she's got 1 lap to try to chase Jen Jackson down, but barring injury to body or bike, this is Jen Jackson's race to win.
Jackson did a 13:18 that last lap. Kate Courtney was 18 seconds. It's doubled. Jackson has taken more time out of Kate Courtney as it's gone up to 37 seconds. And so Kate Courtney holding on to second place. Now waiting for Gwendolyn Gibson to be able to make her way in. I wonder what happened to Maddie Monroe because they were together last lap. Gibson and Monroe were together coming across with 2 laps to go. Now Gwendolyn Gibson finds herself all alone, and it's going to be 1 lap to go. Trek Factory Racing Pirelli, 1 to go for Gwendolyn Gibson. Talked about her starting in NICA, Gwendolyn Gibson, that pipeline. 2-time collegiate national champion as Maddie Monroe now starting to be able to make her way in. The purple jersey of the leader for the under-23 starting to be able to come in to Stonehenge. It's the final turns.
Marin Lowe representing that Live Factory team. A couple more turns to get this one done and dusted. And you can see the dust on her bike as course conditions stayed just dry and dusty all week long here at Centennial Park. Great split screen coverage being provided by our friends at InsiderMTB.com. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen, making that Talladega turn for the final time of her week. Put your hands together. Going to take the win today for your U23 race. It's Marin Lowe.
What a great ride. 4th in the cross country on day number 1 in the elite women, but now in the under 23, number 1, winning the HC event here at the U.S. Pro Cup. Marin Lowe, the Canadian, coming out on top, racing for Liv.
Get back out on course and check into the action for our elite women's field. We'll try to let you know how the top 5 round out for our U23 as well as our elite women's category race. There's a shot of Kate Courtney on your screen. Kate out there all by herself at this point. Again, 36 seconds back, and then another gap back to 3rd place, and Gwendolyn Gibson, and a gap back to, I think, Maddie Monroe in 4th.
They're all singled out there. Everybody's by themselves. It's blown up. There's no groups out there at all, as everybody seems to be separated, and Jen Jackson trying to keep that tempo as Kate Courtney trying to be able to hold on to second. I guess every one of these positions, they're trying to hold on to the spot that they're in, and so we're going to see how that plays out. Podium up for grabs still in our under-23. Marin Lowe, the Canadian rider, coming in, picking up that 1st place, and now waiting to be able to see who will be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as our podium up for grabs here. As a reminder, as soon as this race is over, we are having our podium. So Marin, don't go anywhere. Make sure to stick around. Your podium will be immediately after the finish of this race.
All right, but speaking of racing, it is all Jen Jackson on an absolute flyer today, Frankie, as she went off the front with about halfway to go in this race. And, well, she's been able to maintain that lead and extend it now over Chase Chasers Kate Courtney and Gwendolyn Gibson expanding close to 40 seconds. It's McKenna Kellerman with Bear National comes through.
McKenna Kellerman coming through. That's 6th place. It's pretty America. That's 4 minutes down on our Jennifer Jackson, on our leader, and that's still 6th place. So you can see how spread out many of these riders are on this course, how tough it is, how hard it is, how fast it is here at our U.S. Pro Cup. Talk about it be a fun course to be able to ride at your own pace. Super difficult course to race at with all of the undulations, the up and downs, obviously tackling the Arvest Mountain and Experience Fayetteville Power Climb, the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. As now waiting for more of our riders. Nice shot right there as Maddie Monroe comes through. Trek Factory Racing is keeping it last half a lap, trying to be able to make her way in towards the finish. Maddie Monroe currently sitting in 4th place out on course.
There's a shot of race leader Jen Jackson going over that flyover. She's going to descend back into the woods. She'll have that moto-style orange steel corner to navigate and then drop back into the single track here at Centennial Park.
Welcome her in. It's going to be Nicole Bradbury, 2nd place in our under 23. What a great ride for Nicole Bradbury as she makes it in. Nicole riding for Hockley Valley Resort Armada. Congratulations, finding herself on the podium and big points going into her pocket.
Again, our U23 Podium Awards coming up directly after the finish of this race, so athletes don't go far. See if we can't catch in with Jen Jackson out there in the woods somewhere. We know she is. A little split screen action here on InsiderMTB.com as we look to round out the top 5 of your U23 competition.
It's interesting in our under 23, like our podium is completely different than what we saw on day number 1. Complete new set of riders performing at the highest level to be able to pick up those maximum points here, and waiting for more riders to be able to come in again. Lauren Agler now finding herself coming into the chute. Unofficially, it's going to be 3rd place for Lauren Agler. Got to be happy with that one. All smiles, and that's what we like to be able to see. The rider out of Trinity Racing puts herself on the podium. So our under 23 women coming in, finishing up halfway on the backside. There's our elite women as they're going to be coming in to the Talladega turn and finishing up in just a little bit.
On approach is Bailey McSpadden with Bear National. Unofficially look like she's going to find herself on the podium here in just a little bit, immediately following this race in 4th. Strong showing by Bailey.
She had a successful U.S. Pro Cup, winning the short track and day number 1. So very successful for Bailey McSpadden as our elite women are out on course. Wait to be able to try to see. Remember, Kate Courtney was 37 seconds down, trying to be able to get up. More importantly right now, I think for her, she's not worried about trying to be able to catch first, trying to be able to hold on to second, which would be a great result after already winning 2 of the events here at the U.S. Pro Cup. So it's going to be very successful. Brandon mentioned it earlier, Jennifer Jackson, she is your defending champion, trying to be able to repeat here at our U.S. Pro Cup on day number 3.
Yeah, we mentioned it. Day 1, Kate Courtney, last-minute pass on the inside. Jen said she wouldn't leave that door open again. Day 2 in the short track, well, Kate Courtney on a clean pass on the inside again. Different turn on the right-hand side, able to make that pass clean and taking the win in yesterday's short track. And today, Jen taking no chances, closing all doors behind her. As there you get a shot of our current race leader. And coming across the line now, one to go, Juliet. Shot of Jen Jackson approaching Arvest Mountain for the final time of the weekend for her. Navigating that technical rock section that is the gate into Arvest Mountain, and then up and over. There's an A and B line. This A line, no problem for these elite athletes. A little step down there and shoots into the woods into that Orange Seal Speed and Style section over this gap jump you're about to see there. And then it's down to the bottom off the north side of the mountain before one more climb back up to the top. When you see her reach some cobblestones, that lets you know she's back on top of the mountain, and she's got a couple more flyovers and a nice little tailwind to blow her in across the finish to take the win here today in the UCI XCO HC category races. There's a look at second place. Redville athlete Kate Courtney on that new Allied ride. She's found success here already this week, taking the win in Thursday UCI C1 and yesterday's short track competition. Easy to pick out Jen through the woods there as it's early in the spring. It's officially spring here in Northwest Arkansas, but leaf out hasn't happened on these trees, so great coverage being brought to you by InsiderMTB.com. Drone coverage, able to shoot right through the trees like that in the national championship jersey, the white and red maple leaf jersey of Jen Jackson. Easy to pick out there through the woods. Again, she's got this one last climb back to the top. You can see those switchbacks there. And
coming across the line, Sabor Quirol. That's going to be Ayana Gagne. Nice job. That's going to put you at 8th place in our under 23. Gravity Academy, 9th place for Lucy Hillstrom. One to go, Sydney. One to go. Roxanne's going to have one to go as well. Hang tough there. Come on. Excellent job, Roxanne. Keep it going. Keep her going. You're doing fantastic. Under 23, another one of our Canadian riders with Sabor Quirol. That's going to be a top 10. Congratulations, Annabelle Drouin. You know what? That's points in your pocket.
All right, here's that cobblestone section we talked about. Again, it's featured in the cyclocross competition here at Centennial Park. Jen Jackson's rolled over that, and she's got one flyover here. Take her by Team Tech feed zone number 2 out here on course. She's up and out of the saddle. She goes over that flyover there, drops back down, and going to find a tailwind right here on the backside of the course. That's going to be nice. It was this way in practice early in the week, and I talked to her a little bit about it, and she said it's great having that tailwind on the backside of this course, and here it is today.
How much less stressful is it going to be for Jennifer Jackson being able to come into the finish of this race than what we saw on the short track and on the day one, when she had to battle Kate Courtney around all these turns, dealing with diving on the inside, bumping handlebars, and then having to try to sprint to the finish. Now being able to come in solo, being able to appreciate it, being able to soak it in, enjoying the atmosphere that's here at the U.S. Pro Cup on an HC event. And so Jennifer Jackson now on the final turns making her way into the finish.
She's got to feel good about this after taking second at round 1 out in Southern California and second to Kate Courtney on Thursday's UCI C1 category race. Here she is today now, just a few meters away from taking the win and a repeat to 2024. Winning that Saturday's HC competition last year right here at this venue at Centennial Park. She got a left and a right one final time around this Talladega-like turn. Make your way to the start-finish line, ladies and gentlemen. Help us welcome in current Canadian national champion,
coming from that cyclocross background to a champion mountain biker, your Canadian national champion. Back-to-back wins, your defending champion and 2025 champion here at the U.S. Pro Cup, Jennifer Jackson. She is stoked, and what a great ride, riding away from Kate Courtney to be able to pick up the win here on day number 3. Now paying attention, trying to be able to let some other riders coming in as we're waiting for Kate Courtney. It was a 36-second gap.
She's already in Stonehenge. We see her there on approach as she battled as hard as she could, I know, to see if she couldn't make up some time out there, and at the same time defending this second-place finish and a ton of points up for grabs.
At this point, time doesn't really matter how far you're down. It's a matter of the placing, and so Kate Courtney getting ready to be able to come in should be in second place.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. She took the win on Thursday, took the win in yesterday's short track. Going to take second in today's HC category race. Red Bull athlete Kate Courtney.
Competitors out on the racing course, but friends when they come off, as Kate Courtney immediately goes over to congratulate Jennifer Jackson. But Kate Courtney with a successful U.S. Pro Cup winning on day 1 and 2 as well. Here's another rider coming in right now, Maya Blanchard.
Finishing strong, yep. And on approach, though, our third-place athlete, I think this is going to be Gwendolyn Gibson. She finished third in Thursday's UCI C1 category race, and I think Gwen Gibson going to come across the line in third, representing that Trek Factory race team. Should be on approach shortly.
Gwendolyn Gibson's been out there pretty much, except for one lap, all by herself, trying to be able to hold on to that third place. She's been third on every single day. It's another third place for Gwendolyn Gibson. Awesome ride. Excellent job, Trek Factory Racing Pirelli, with a third place going to put her on that bronze medal position on the podium.
I think that is teammate Madigan Monroe. I think she's currently sitting in fourth. She finished fifth in Thursday's Elite Women's Competition. Going to move up a podium step to fourth. She approaches Stonehenge for the final time here today. Beautiful day here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Approaching 70 degrees. A little windy, but nothing like we've seen throughout the week. And so just a bluebird day here in Northwest Arkansas. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Madigan Monroe, Trek Factory. Going to see her on the podium here in just a little bit, taking unofficially fourth place in today's UCI Elite Women's XCO competition.
Seventh place, Ella McPhee. Excellent job, Willier Victoria Factory. Fifth place, it was number 7 as she picks up a fifth place. And that'll put her onto the podium from Willier Victoria Factory team. So that is a great ride for McPhee.
All right, reminder, ladies, finishing top 5 in both our Elite Women's and our U23 category races. We're going to get your podiums underway here in about 5 minutes. Race director Ty Katie, looking for the thumbs up there.
Ty, we can do podium in 5 minutes.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah. Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Rnd.2, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
All right, it is lunchtime. It's that time of the day, and we have plenty of food available. Shout out to our friends out in Expo. Donnie Boy's Barbecue just gave me a pile of barbecue nachos. I'm excited to scarf these down during the break. Shout out to my man Moose out there at Donnie Boy's. Go check him out, get you some lunch. Fruity Patooties in the house. Most Taco and Churro. Look like they're still serving up some coffee over there later in the day. If you're looking for a cold beverage, look no further than that white event tent right there in the expo. Partners over there include Mad Rooster Brewing Company as well as Fayetteville Beer Works, two locally operated craft brewers right here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. They got a cold beer they'll put in your hand, allow you to walk around the venue. We're not really confined to a traditional beer garden here at Centennial Park. We've activated the City of Fayetteville's outdoor refreshment area, an opportunity for you to walk around with cup in hand and take the action in from all over the race course.
Lewis Automotive has been
Shout out to Experience Fayetteville, also out there in the expo. Go check out Vanny, their mobile visitor center, and say hi to their staff. If you're from out of town, they'll show you the ins and outs and all the things to do with your time while you're here in beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Jennifer Blevins. Trek Factory Racing Team, Riley Amos. Pan American Union Racing, Tyler Orschel. Giant Factory Off-Road, Carter Woods. Trek Factory Racing, Gunnar Holmgren. Riding for the Pan American Union Racing, Gorwell Perez Roman. Robbie Day. Logan Sadesky. Pivot Cycles, Owen Clark. Goat Coaching, Braden Johnson.
Dirt Camp Racing athlete Devin Fehan. For Bear National Team, Jack Springer. Pivot Cycles athlete Rafael Eclair. For Pan American Union Racing, it's Esteban Heraocha. For Dirt Camp Racing, Carson Beckett. Segment 28 teammates Ivan Sippy and Dane Gray. For Sports Science Racing, Jose Fuentes Colon. For Charge Racing, it's Cam McCollum. Bear National, Toby Hassett. Dirt Camp Racing teammates Carter Hall, Jerry DeFur, and Eli Kronfus. For Sutton Bay Bicycles, it's Kyan Olshov.
Dylan Kerr. Bear National, Brady White. Hart Cycling, Samuel Elson. Joshua Foley. Jeremy Norris. Zachary Brunel. Ryan Johnson. Troy Chipka. Eric Bruner. Patrick Frank. Cade Pummel. Lane Mayer. Greg Gaeta. Isaac Madgers. Christopher Lauro. Noah DeMuth. William Graves Van Gilder. Bryson Perry.
All right, at this time, we want to turn attention to the start-finish line. Going to have the singing of our national anthem.
Like to be able to welcome Steve Cruz to be able to sing our national anthem.
If you're able, please stand and remove your hats.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, and there we go. We are about a minute away from turning it over to our head commissaire for today's race updates. While we wait, those tuned in on InsiderMTB.com, thanks for joining us here for the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. This weekend's coverage presented by our friends at Orange Seal.
Riders, we're at 3 minutes. 3 minutes until we get ready to be able to start. It's going to be day number 3 of our U.S. Pro Cup as we get ready to turn it over. Once again, we're 3 minutes out, and we're going to turn it over to our start line and where you're going to receive your final instructions as you get ready for your race. A starter lap plus 7 laps. This is our UCI Elite Men in the staging area.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So we will be doing 80%, a couple of 100 yards before the finish line. You will be doing 7 laps.
the southern portion of the United States, Arkansas included. Again, athletes going out to do one start, what we call a start lap, same as you saw in yesterday's short track. They can get out there and kind of self-select where they want to be before they dive into the woods for the first time. And so we're doing this starter lap plus 7 full laps here of this 3-mile purpose-built race course at Centennial Park.
Fastest lap at our start lap for our short track was about 3:17. We're going to see what kind of time they're going to do on this first lap. Getting into position is super important. So this, it's not like this starter lap is any easier than anything else that's happening out there, because they want to be able to string it out. And plus, if you're getting a call up and you're starting on the front row, you want to take advantage of that. You want to try to be able to get rid of everybody sitting behind you, because you are on the front row. So that start lap will be quick. And again, in the short track, the very fast lap, which was the very last lap, which was Christopher Blevins when he took off, that was a 3 minutes and 17. Same short track distance that we have right here, and it's the same HC course that we had on day number 1. And again, they're attacking immediately from the gun. Look how it's strung out. Look at the gaps that are opening up. It's one bike length, another bike length, another bike length. Very much getting strung out.
That's Riley Amos setting the pace early for Trek Factory. Riley not rounding out the top 5 in Thursday's competition. That was Christopher Blevins, Braden Johnson, Owen Clark, Carter Wood, Tyler Orschel. Double flat for our Trek Factory rider on Thursday, looking to avenge his result here today. If you're not familiar, Riley Amos, he represented the United States in last year's Olympics in Paris, finishing 7th, the highest finish for any men in the 28-year history since the Olympics adopted cross-country mountain biking as a discipline. Also, unprecedented 2024 season for Riley Amos. 5 consecutive wins in the U23 category on the World Cup circuit. So He knows how to make. He's won here. He's won the HC here last year. So he is looking to revenge what has been a rough start to the week here at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart.
Yeah, I didn't have any opportunity in the first cross-country race with flatting out, double flat tires. And so that was a problem for him, finishing almost 8 to 9 minutes down. Wind is picking up, though. It's definitely getting windier, and that's going to affect things with the race. It wasn't this windy earlier this morning. Still a tailwind, pretty much a tailwind on our home stretch, so that's something that these riders are going to be well aware of once they're coming in. Getting ready to come around Talladega Turn as they get ready to turn right into that tailwind that I was just talking about. Come on down to the barriers and cheer them on. Pick your favorite rider, your favorite colors. Coming through, it's your elite men as they head out. 7 laps of racing, 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 laps to go, 7 to go.
Yeah, that was Riley Amos leading them through, followed by Christopher Blevins with Specialized Factory Racer. He won Thursday. He won again yesterday during the short track. Up there was a teammate of Riley Amos. Also, that's Gunnar Holmgren with Trek Factory riding in third. So a couple Trek Factory racers up in the front. As the rest of our field makes its way through here, the start-finish area. Good split screen coverage by our friends at.
That time, 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Didn't match the winning lap speed on the final lap of the short track, but it beat every single other lap in the short track. And again, this is a much longer race. So 3:21 as they head out. And again, Riley Amos leading them through. Riley Amos pretty much from the gun got to the front. He hasn't given it up. He's just staying on the front, especially through that short track portion of it. It's going to be interesting to see how he handles the second part of this. I think he wants to be able to keep the pressure on, to be able to reduce that group maybe to about 6 riders. Then you can drift a little bit further back and let some of the race or the miles take place underneath your wheels.
Well, I think a little bit of different tact of what we've seen early in the season. 2 weeks ago in California, it was all Christopher Blevins all the time. I think Riley Amos maybe trying to stretch Christopher's legs a little bit early in this race, see if he can't put the gas down early, because out there that was Christopher Blevins, took the win in Southern California. He's won 2 out of already 2 consecutive days here in Arkansas. Riley Amos looking to take him to the tape today. Again, Riley, your defending champion in last year's HC category race here at this venue.
If you're just tuning in, thank you. You're watching the Elite Men. This is the Elite Men. They just started off. They've just taken off on their full cross-country lap. It's lap number 1 of 7. When they come around, it'll be 6 laps to go. And then our final event, 4 p.m., that'll be our under-23 men. Again, 4 o'clock is our under-23 men.
Christopher Blevins, no stranger to competition, also an Olympian, also representing Team USA at last summer's Paris Olympics. Had a mechanical that pushed him farther back, but still finished in the top 20. Strong showing by both these men in their home country of United States at last year's Summer Olympics.
Riley Amos on the front, Blevins sitting in second, and usually Carter Woods is up there in that white jersey. He was on that front row. He's sitting about fourth position. It looks like he's back. So he's remained in contact with that first group as Blevins now comes around being able to keep that pace going. Again, they want to separate themselves. Ideally, they would love to have an elite group or a lead group of about 6 or 7. And Braden Johnson in that USA outfit is in there. Again, Carter Woods, the Canadian, sitting right back there. A lot of racing still to go as they're kind of feeling themselves out. Wind starting to be able to pick up. Very dusty, very dirty, as all of these races have come on the same track lap after lap. And so that's chewed up certain portions of the course, but other portions of the course, it has not changed at all. Very, very put together. You can see those kind of gravel. What would you call that? Gravel there? Kind of just chewed up a little bit part of the race course right there?
I'd say it's getting gravelly. Yeah, you can see the markers even covered in this kind of red type dust, as there is a good amount of clay in the soil composition here at Centennial Park. You can kind of see the red there on that fire road next to the course here, and so a lot of that dirt has dried out, but yeah, it's got this red kind of hue to it as the clay starts to make its way to the top. But yeah, kind of getting gravelly in some of these corners. We talked about that as the course conditions have gotten, we'd say, definitely loose out there with how dry and dusty they are. Again, first look at the portions of the single track trail here, the single track course here at Centennial Park, purpose built for international XCO style competition in mind. Still a lead group of about 10, maybe?
Yeah, but look behind it, how that, right? 1 bike length, 2 bike length, 3 bike lengths. Right now, Braden Johnson reacting to it, having to go around because that gap was opening up. So that one rider opening up that gap, starting to struggle. He's going to have a hard time because this is on the climb. He's got to get to the top of the climb. He did a great job through the first portions of this, but right now, he has to latch onto the back of that
That's
group.
Gunnar Holmgren with Trek Factory falling off the back, getting spit out of that.
Oh, and he's still
pack.
going backwards. Gunnar redlined himself and now dangling on the back, trying to be able to get up there. Some of the other riders doing a great job. Owen Clark Pivot Cycles. I think there's a couple Pivot Cycle riders that are going to be in there. But that was Riley Amos and Christopher Blevins putting the pressure on, trying to be able to see who's going to be able to keep up.
Braden Johnson in that Team USA kit out there. Strong showing earlier in the week. Finished second to Christopher Blevins on Thursday's Elite Men's competition here at the venue. Same course as we saw on Thursday. A lot more points and prize money up for grabs, though, today. So different incentives for these athletes. As you see Christopher Blevins pick through some of the technical portions of this course. A lot of rock. There's some right there. A lot of rock gardens out here on this course. Technical descents and as well as technical ascents, climbs. And so get to see a little bit of everything out here. And that's the idea with these Olympic-style courses, Frankie. You guys, if you're familiar with what those courses look like in the Olympics, it really favors the all-around athlete as they throw everything at them, from punchy, challenging climbs to rowdy technical descents. And well, here at Centennial Park, we have a little bit of everything just like that. Little split there in the action. Riders got the choice to go either way. Both pretty much similar in technicalities. They make their way through there and come back together. Braden Johnson dropping back to fourth in that section.
Yeah, just in front of him, Owen Clark. And then you got Riley Amos and Blevins is on the front. Carter Woods in the white jersey sitting behind Braden Johnson as they're making their way through. Other riders making their way around this course. Again, 42 riders. You can imagine what the junior field looked like with 160 riders out on course. It was the largest junior field that we've ever had. Could be the largest junior field of any mountain bike race anywhere in the world, and that's a testament to US Pro Cup and the draw that it has. Blevins out of the saddle, just celebrating a birthday on March 14th. So about a week ago, it was Christopher Blevins' birthday, and he's continued to be able to move up. He's also just going to become, he's a California boy. He's been living in Santa Cruz and training out there, but just recently bought a house here in Arkansas. Loves the area around here, just outside of Bentonville. He just bought a house, so he's going to be spending more time and splitting up his time between California and here in Arkansas. Riley Amos following the wheel, and so Blevins right now thinking about, hey, I won on day number 1. I won the short track. How can I win day number 3? And I'll tell you, one of the most impressive rides I've seen was the last lap, the last time up the hill when Christopher Blevins attacked, and how big of a gap he got in about 50 meters of cycling, where he pulled about an 8-second gap on the rest of the riders that were trying to chase him down.
Yeah, and that's a testament, like you mentioned with Christopher, considering maybe setting up shop here in Northwest Arkansas. That's just a testament to the investment that's been made, not only in Fayetteville, but across the region. Fayetteville has 100 miles of trails within its city limits, but across the region, over 500 miles of mountain bike trails and what we collectively call the Oz Trails network of trails. Great segue. Oz Trails with us today out in the expo. If you're here live at the venue, go over there and check out the latest and greatest in Oz Trails gear. Look at our leaders there, making their way over Arvest Mountain.
Sorry, that was Tyler Orschel, the last one in that blue jersey. I think that was number 8. Going to get confirmation on that. Rest of the riders coming around on Arvest Mountain as they're making their way. It's a pretty talented second group right there trying to be able to make their way up.
Yeah, that right there is teammate to Riley Amos. That is Gunnar Holmgren. He continues to kind of move the wrong way in this race, Frankie.
Yeah, I got a feeling when Gunnar comes by, there's going to be some red arrows next to his name. But did a great job to be able to try to be able to stay. And that's what you need to do. You need to do everything you can to stay with the first group. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But at least you're giving yourself a chance to winning. If you're going to pace yourself, you're never going to catch up. Like if you let 10 seconds go up the road, you're never going to bring back that 10 seconds. These are world-class riders. Talk about world-class riders, and you brought it up. Blevins and Riley Amos, both of them world champions. So Blevins a previous world champion, and Riley Amos the current short track world champion. You're not bringing back 10 to 15 seconds on any kind of somebody who had a rainbow stripe at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely the who's who of North and South America mountain bike racing here with us this weekend at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup. Again, being presented by our friends at Walmart.
Looks like 6 riders. 6 riders. 7 riders. I didn't see that first one that was going through right there.
Yeah, still all together. Now, we saw in the short track yesterday, Chris Blevins, maybe a little game of cat and mouse, let everybody stay with him for most of the race. But, boy, when he wanted to go, he went. And it was at the top of that experienced Fayetteville power line climb where he made that move. And so we know Christopher knows how to put on the gas when he needs to and create that separation, or at least we saw that in yesterday's short track competition. Pretty demanding win on Thursday as well. We'll have to look back and see what the split was between first and second with Christopher Blevins, again, taking the win in the UCI C1 race here on Thursday to kick off what is 4 back-to-back days of racing at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup.
When they come around, we'll get a confirmation of exactly who these riders are. I think one of them might have been Tyler Orschel who has made it in there. That would be that second blue jersey. That's the one that I'm not sure about, the one on the back there that I got to try to figure out. Carter Woods just in front of it. Then, of course, we have Johnson that is in there. That's Braden Johnson. And then Riley Amos and Blevins. Owen Clark, I'm assuming, is going to be in there as well.
Yeah, Amos here taking a feed. We talked about this. There's just a few places on this course to take some nutrition, especially with the pace as it is. And so right around here as they approach Stonehenge and then along the start-finish line seems to be a popular place for these athletes to be taking in some nutrition.
Riley Amos looking over his right-hand shoulder, saw that other chase group coming back. Sees that they're about 15 seconds back. So he's not very concerned about them right now. They're just going to kind of continue to be able to have a steady tempo. They're getting ready to see 6 laps to go. Walmart home delivery at your convenience. You can hop on the phone and be able to order up whatever you want. There's some campers up here at Centennial Park that have been using the Walmart home delivery as Riley Amos comes down. Gentlemen, it's 6 laps to go, 6 to go. 6 laps to go, 6 to go. So it is Tyler Orschel on the back of that group. Excellent ride by him as Orschel started to be able to move up.
A good eye by
Getting
you.
into third, so Orschel makes it into there. That time gap's only 5 seconds. 5 seconds is the difference to the leaders as a new group comes through. That's going to be Ivan Sippy, Rafael Auclair, Jack Springer as well. Then Robbie Day and Gunnar Holmgren trying to be able to bring back. Now, Riley Amos just did an 11:30 on that lap, so we're going to keep track on those lap times to see how fast they're going to keep going. 11:29 to give you an idea of why this race is so broken up, is that the very fastest time in day number 1 when Blevins won was 11:29. And that was on the last lap when they attacked going for victory. This is on the first lap with a lot of racing still to go, and they did an 11:30. But that's why there's so many riders off the back, and that's why it's so splintered, because of the pace that these guys are going.
Well, we know both athletes like Chris Blevins and Riley Amos and others have big aspirations for the 2025 season and that UCI World Cup calendar of events. And with these HC points on the line, a lot of points up for grabs early in the season for these athletes. And so I can see why this race is the main event of the weekend for our elite men. Again, great shots being brought to you all weekend long by InsiderMTB.com. If you like what you see at home and you're tuned in anywhere in the world, live mountain bike action being brought to you free every day, every race, all weekend long, all thanks to our friends at Orange Seal. Orange Seal, our title partner for the 2025 US XC Open Series and this weekend's broadcast, the official sealant of the US Cup. Orange Seal, trusted by more pros than any other brand, knockout flats with just one scoop. I'm a big fan of the product. Use it myself in all my tires, from mountain biking to gravel. It's my go-to for sealant, as it is for most of the athletes out here with us today.
Tyler Orschel moved up into third spot right there at number 8, and Braden Johnson sitting right on him. That rider in that USA Stars and Stripes jersey, previous top 5 at under 23 Worlds. He's a 3-time national champion in cross country and in short track. As Riley Amos looking very comfortable, just kind of riding. Horrible luck on day number 1 with the double flat. That took him about 8 minutes out of the lead. And so right now, Christopher Blevins is following him. There goes that Stars and Stripes Johnson. Carter Woods must be a little bit further back, trying to be able to figure out with him. And also Owen Clark, the young 21-year-old in the blue jersey.
There they are. Yep.
He's a previous national champion as well. We talk about world champions, national champions. That's what everybody is, because Carter Woods is a 5-time national champion. So it's the elite that have made themselves in that front group, separating themselves. 6 riders on the front.
Yeah, great to see all these athletes traveling in for this weekend's competition. 10 nations now in 41 states represented at this weekend's U.S. Pro Cup. 1,600 race starts over 4 days of racing, Frankie.
Here comes trouble.
Some of the staff eyeing my lunch that I got from Donnie Boy's Barbecue. Having to slap hands over here, Frankie. Good shot of our leader. Sorry, a little inside baseball. If you're tuned in live on InsiderMTB.com, well, we got a whole venue we're chatting with here as well. If you're live with us here in Fayetteville, Arkansas, thanks for being here again. There's a expo full of food vendors out there. We want to welcome local craft brewers, including Mad Rooster and Fayetteville Beer Works, both with us, serving up cold beer. Allied Cycle Works is here as well. You got to talk about the bike. A little bit of what Kate Courtney's found success on this weekend. Well, they got some of those bikes here, that BC40. You can go put your hand on one yourself. Speaking of bikes, Christopher Blevins looks to be coming around the outside of Riley Amos. Christopher on that Specialized factory race team on that S-Works. They got some of those in the venue too, so Specialized over there in the Event Expo. You can go over there and check out latest and greatest of what they have to offer as pertains to mountain bikes.
That group of 6, though, is now dwindled down to a group of 4. Carter Woods, how did he go to non-existent? Oh, there they are in the back there. Man, a big gap opening up with Carter Woods, and I think it's Owen Clark that's in the back there. It's Tyler Orschel that made the split.
It's not that they're non-existent. It's that Christopher Blevins has moved back to the front, and I will tell you, each and every time he does, I think we're going to see the pace pick up a little bit and more folks get spit out the back.
Yeah, but Woods has been good. Woods has been really good. I mean, Blevins won in the short track. Woods was second in the short track.
Carter finished fourth in the Thursdays. Yeah, excuse me.
Exactly. So Carter's been up there. He's been up there, and maybe feeling the fatigue of having to dig super deep to try to be able to stay with them. That short track one we saw with Carter Woods, on the first day, on the first day when Carter Woods tried to go with Blevins, attacking. He redlined himself, ended up finishing fourth. He was in second place for a long time, but that big effort hurt him a lot on that day. But right now we find Carter Woods a little bit further back than what I had expected. As Blevins and Riley Amos, they're going to be together, but a fantastic ride right now by Tyler Orschel.
Yeah, Braden Johnson making the pass there in the woods, moving back up to third. And shout out to Braden Johnson, took second in that elite men's competition on Thursday and finds himself in the top 4, making the selection here in our elite men's race in today's UCI XCO HC category race. Above classification, more points and prize money up for grabs than any other race in the United States this year, other than that World Cup later in the year. Good shot of Christopher Blevins on that Specialized S-Works. Trek Factory rider Riley Amos trying to keep with him pedal for pedal as they make their way up the Experience Fayetteville power line climb. And look at that. Just a little bit of gas by Christopher Blevins. Right where we saw him make the move in the short track yesterday, Frankie. He just put on the gas on that climb. The only one able to go with him was Riley Amos. I'm not sure that they're not going to leave these other two behind as they make their way out into the field here and then on the approach to Arvest Mountain. Few twists and turns here, and you'll see a little technical gate, a little technical rock gate into Arvest Mountain. These gentlemen should make quick work of that and kicks up just a little bit, and then all these athletes hitting that A line over here, which is just a little 6-foot step down. Sends them shooting right into the woods into the Orange Seal Speed and Style section. So there was that technical rock gate into this feature, and then straight off a little correction by Chris there, that BMX background paying dividends for him, and then that catch berm there, that's the start of our Orange Seal Speed and Style section. You'll see why, because they've got these big cinders right there that guys been happy to throw some tail whips over, doing it for the fans out here at US Pro Cup. And right about here, you're going to see the start here shortly. You'll see some blue banners on right or right, and that's going to start what we've referred to as the Dell Descent this weekend. Shout out to Dell Technologies. Like the elite athletes of the U.S. Pro Cup, Dell Technologies pushes boundaries to drive human progress. As a proud sponsor of the U.S. Cup, they believe in the power of technology to help individuals, organizations, communities, and the world move forward like these two gentlemen moving forward on the course right now.
A little bit of a separation coming in with Riley Amos and Christopher Blevins. Braden Johnson trying to be able to react to it. Tyler Orschel trying to react to it. The Canadian Tyler Orschel in that blue jersey, 27 years old. Took a third place at the Canadian National Championships in the marathon, the cross country, and the short track. So very consistent with that. On day number 1, Tyler Orschel was 5th. So he's right there in contention with everybody else. But it's Amos and Blevins really at a level above as they're attacking each other, trying to be able to get away from all of these chasers.
There's that technical rock garden, part of that Dell Descent. Making full use of these short travel bikes in that rocky technical section. And current look at our leaders, 1 and 2. Been trading blows throughout this race. About 25 minutes into the competition. Riley Amos and Christopher Blevins both know how to get it done here. Both have won here in years past.
Yeah, Riley Amos, one of the few people to upset Christopher Blevins here, picking up a win.
Last year's HC, today of last year. Yep, Riley Amos surprising everybody with the win.
And just moving out of the under 23 category as well. So I don't want to say he's moved up a level, because even when he was under 23, he was racing in this elite level a lot, and he would go to his under 23 category when it was necessary to be able to pick up the right UCI points. And so very talented rider, but my point is he's younger than Christopher Blevins.
Yeah, a lot of years left in front of Riley, and Christopher really still at the peak of his career, as you've seen his performance already this year, 2 weeks ago in California, and now 2 days of racing here. Well, he's done nothing but win here in 2025.
Feed zone right here. They'll be able to get some water. Blevins sitting up, stretching out his back a little bit. That's a smooth area. Plus, that's the tailwind portion of the race also. And so that's going to make a difference. There you go. Blevins getting some water, being able to rehydrate, be able to get some fuel in there as well as they're getting ready. When they come by, they're going to be seeing 5 laps to go.
Put a little water on his back. That's the first time we've seen anybody do that all week long, as temperatures have been chilly. Springtime temperatures have been windy and chilly all week. And now today the sun is shining over 70 degrees and full exposure out here on this part of the race course. So Chris may be starting to manage that heat a little bit and see him there stretching out his back.
Riley doesn't have a water bottle on his bike either, so I don't know if he missed a feed or what. But
Might have missed a hand up just now.
Possibly, maybe, but at least Blevins has some water in there. I mean, it's not super hot, but you're generating a lot of heat out there. If you're putting in a good thing, but not only that, the dust and the dirt, like just to rinse your mouth off or maybe clean off your glasses, I mean, that you need some water to be able to do that. So Riley sitting in second position definitely doesn't have a water bottle. Here comes your chasers right there. They're not that far back. Tyler Orschel, Carter Woods, Johnson. Nice move. I was wondering where Carter Woods had disappeared to, but he seems to have recovered a little bit and started to be able to make way. So here they get coming. Blevins and Amos, as they're going to see 5 to go. 5 laps to go, 5 to go.
Chris is going to set up here and take a feed. Again, we talked a lot about this place. Just a few places on course to really get some nutrition in as this course can technicality.
Oh, they're going to come back to them right there. They are right there. It's only a 3-second gap, and Christopher Blevins coming across that line first is going to have a time of 11:31, which is pretty much identical to what they did on the lap beforehand. So Blevins and Amos kind of don't want to show their cards with 5 laps to go, which is a lot of racing, and that's allowing the next 5 to be able to come back. Here come a couple riders right there. Excellent job. That's going to be that's going to be Raphael Auclair, Owen Clark, Ivan Sippy, Jack Springer, and Robbie Day.
Yeah, rounded out your top 10, and the chase is on as we're going to see if this group of 3, your podium going to be 5 deep, but if this group of 3 can bridge back up and get back on the wheel of Riley Amos, we'll be back up to 5 in the lead group. But like you said, not far behind them is another chase group of 5.
Yeah, Owen Clark in that group. He was 3rd on day number 1 in the cross country. He's currently sitting in 7th with that group, so a little bit further down. You can see some guys losing, and that's what we're talking about. Owen Clark losing 4 spots that last lap.
There's Holmgren, that Trek Factory rider we talked about, not able to keep up with the front. Just came across the line now in 12th. Little flare there for the fans as we watch one of our riders out there on course going through that, entering into our Dell descent. Yeah, Amos definitely having a better ride here today, Frankie, again, after suffering that double flat on Thursday during that XCO competition, putting him 8 minutes off the mark. But hoping to have a mechanical-free race here today and stay on terms with Christopher Blevins as they are going back and forth. And Chris has been turning on the gas a few times, and here's another little climb. Here's a chance for Riley. They'll be entering into a feed here shortly, and so if Riley does need to take a bottle, it's going to be a chance for him to do it here in just a little bit as he approaches a feed zone. Will be coming up shortly for him as they drop into the woods first and see if he doesn't take a bottle there to stay on top of his hydration. But there you go. All right, so Chris Blevins picking the pace back up a little bit down into this descent. Saw him kind of punch up that last climb, and every time he puts on the gas, well, it immediately blows this field up and creates several bike links between first, second, and the rest of the field. Is Riley Amos the only athlete so far able to go with Christopher Blevins today?
Yeah, these riders are here racing, and once they're done here, there's a USA Cycling mountain bike camp that they're having for the elite athletes just after this, close to here. I think it's near Bentonville where they're having it, where some of the top juniors are invited to and some of these elite riders are going to. So they're actually having a 3-day skills camp right after this that many of these riders are going to, staying in Arkansas.
Love that, able to bridge some quality racing with some development. That's the whole idea, Frankie. And so, yeah, shout out to USA Cycling. USA Cycling recently set up shop just north of Fayetteville in Bentonville. They moved their youth development and collegiate development to Bentonville, office just up the road from us. And so great to see them in town and be our neighbors.
Well, these two riders very familiar with each other. Riley Amos picking up a 3rd in the short track. Carter Woods finishing just in front of him. Blevins obviously winning on day number 1 and day number 2, which means he won the first cross country and the short track. So Amos has to be a little bit weary of the strength of Blevins. In other words, you sit on him, you follow him, you let him do all the work, and then kind of see what happens near the end. You can see Blevins out of the saddle right now. Look at that. That's what happened a little bit earlier with Holmgren. 1 bike length, 2 bike lengths. Riley Amos really having to dig deep. This is at the top, going across the top of the plateau after the climb right now as Blevins continues to apply pressure, testing the legs almost after every turn, trying to be able to see if Riley Amos can keep up.
Yeah, Riley able to match him blow for blow. I'll be interested to see when they get down to the bottom here, come out of the woods and start this Experience Fayetteville power climb, because as they go through this Orange Seal moto section, we see the dirt kicking up there as that his corner's been caused some pile-ups throughout the competition this week, and they dip down into the single track off of the double track there and back into the woods. But shortly they'll approach this Experience Fayetteville power line climb, and when they do, it's the top of that climb where now on the last lap we saw Blevs make a move there. It was yesterday's short track on the very last lap where he powered up that climb and left the rest of the field literally in his dust. And so see if not a similar tactic here as we are getting pretty close to approaching that climb, as these gentlemen just making quick work of these descents out here, riding in great form early season.
Last year in 2024, some very tough racing as well, with these riders going up against each other, challenging each other, and then coming out of here with some top form, because you talked about it. After the race last year, they went to Brazil, right? And didn't they have success down there?
They both won. That's right. Both these athletes were here with us in Fayetteville, then on to Brazil for the first round of the 2024 UCI World Cup calendar. Both Christopher Blevins winning the elite men's competition. Riley Amos taking the win in the U23 competition, was the first of then 5 consecutive wins in the World Cup circuit for Riley Amos in that U23 category.
So if you got a winning formula like that, why would you change it, right? It seemed to work out last year, so they're back here in Fayetteville. They don't want to miss out the U.S. Pro Cup, and so they're thinking about like what's coming up afterwards. Blevins, again, out of the saddle.
This is where I said he's made his move here several times. Here he is applying the pressure, putting on that gas again in this Experience Fayetteville power line climb. And look at the separation already. Riley Amos not able to go with him. Again, we saw Chris do the same thing in yesterday's short track. Here again, he's fine. That's where he's been making his move all week long. He does it again here today. I don't know if Riley Amos has what it takes to ring him back in.
It's going to be 4 laps to go when he comes around. Riley Amos has to be careful, though, about redlining himself too much to try to keep up. We saw what happened when Carter Woods tried to do that, so Riley Amos has to realize there are 3 guys right behind him hunting him down. You can't go too much over your level, otherwise you're going to completely explode and maybe even get dropped from the 3 and not have a chance to be able to go for 2nd, 3rd, or 4th and get onto the podium. Blevins now going by himself is going to be solo, and when he comes around to the start line, which is still about a half a lap away, it's going to be 4 laps to go, so there's a lot of racing still to go. Be interesting to see what kind of lap time Christopher Blevins does. We talked about 11:30 and 11:31, so very consistent. Will this lap be that much faster than what they've already done as Blevins comes through to Arvest Mountain, making it look easy?
Fastest lap on Thursday's competition. Again, the exact same course. 11:29 was the last lap of Christopher Blevin there on Thursday.
That's correct.
Be interested to see if this one isn't what we call a hot lap. He might be out here creating that separation here midway through the race, and then once he gets comfortable, back off the gas a little bit. But separation has been made. Christopher Blevins now riding off the front. Riley Amos had been able to go with him each and every time, but the last time up the Experience Fayetteville power line climb, Amos not able to answer that charge of Blevins. Great shot of that Dell Technologies descent there. Love the coverage that's been provided by InsiderMTB.com all weekend long. Shout out to friends at Orange Seal.
A little tail whip there from Riley Amos, having a little bit of fun. Looking to be able to see where those other 3 chasers are. We'll be able to figure that out in just a little bit. Riders spread out. Remember, 42 riders are out here, and more riders as they're coming into Arvest Mountain as they get ready to be able. This is like the 3rd group that's on the road right now as they come through Arvest Mountain. That's our 2nd group that's on the road. That's the group that's chasing Riley Amos, containing Carter Woods and Owen Clark and Braden Johnson.
Carter! Yeah, Carter! Go, Carter!
Blevins going at about 90% on that attack, trying to be able to get away from Riley Amos. Now he's going to be able to back it down to about an 80% effort. A little bit later on, once he establishes about a minute gap, be able to back it down to about 70% effort, and just kind of let the laps go underneath them. One thing to keep in mind for a lot of these guys, and that's what I'm going to be able to tell on what he decides to be able to do. Is he out here? I mean, he's got the gap now. Now are you just kind of cruising towards the finish, or are you using this as training? Normally it's about an hour and a half effort. Is he going to continue to go full throttle on certain sections of the course, which would be part of his training? Is he obviously he's trying to be able to win here, but he's also trying to prepare for what is coming up. He has goals that are further down the line in the summer, but obviously all of that foundation that you put in now, that's when you pay dividends a little bit later on. So we're going to find out what Christopher Blevins is going to be up to, or what's going through his thought process as we watch the times of his laps as he goes through. Getting another water bottle, that's going to be a big difference also, staying hydrated. Riley Amos, we talked about last lap, not having a bottle on his bike. What is he going to do when he comes through this feed zone?
Chris, up and over this pedestrian flyover here. You see the tunnel there. That's a pedestrian tunnel. Allows fans to go under the race courses here at Centennial Park. Pretty big investment also in the spectator experience at this venue. Chris approaches Stonehenge here. Going to see 4 to go for leaders here as he makes his way in past our Walmart branding. Give us a chance to give a shout out to this weekend's presenting partner. It's Walmart. With Walmart Plus, enjoy free same-day delivery, fuel savings, and streaming with Paramount Plus, giving you more time for what matters most. Fast, easy delivered. Walmart Plus saves you time, money, and keeps you moving. Well, something's keeping Christopher Blevins moving because he is off the front. We're getting a good idea of what the gap is as he's been able to establish in this single lap over the rest of the competition as he makes his way down to the tarmac and a few hundred meters to the finish line here to go out and do 4 more laps. Mr. Blevins, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go.
Specialized Factory Racing, Christopher Blevins going to be able to figure out what kind of lead he has as he comes through with 4 laps to go. So Blevins with an 11:25, that is 5 seconds faster than what they have done. Here comes Amos now as he makes his way through. That gap is going to be, it's only 16 seconds. 16 seconds, and more importantly, it's going to be 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Here comes
4 to go, Riley, 4 to go.
Here comes Tyler Orschel. Here comes Carter Woods. Here comes Braden Johnson. I'm going to let him know what's going on. Amos is by himself 10 seconds in front of you. Riley Amos by himself 10 seconds in front of you. There's our 3 riders coming through. 4 laps to go. 4 to go. Trying to motivate him, get him to catch him.
Look at Braden Johnson picking up the speed here. He's like, all right, I'll go after this. Little cat and mouse is bib number 21 there in the Team USA kit, well, Braden Johnson.
And Johnson was second on day number 1 in the cross country, so we know he has good form. Another group coming through, that's going to be Raphael Leclerc, Ivan Sippy, Jack Spranger. Jack Spranger coming through, only 20 years old, a very good cyclocross rider as well. He won the under-23 race in Puerto Rico as Spranger now finds him kind of fighting it out for that 8th, 9th, and 10th position. That's Robbie Day coming through, Bear National Team, sitting right now currently in 11th. Devin Feehan and Logan Sadesky, Dirt Camp Racing, along with Broad Street Off-Road. They're hold even. They haven't lost any ground, haven't gained any ground. Gunnar Holmgren coming through, Trek Factory Racing. It's going to be Carson Beckett, Jerry Dufour, Kyan Olshov. Now moving back to our screen with Blevins out of the saddle again, going up. Turning the pedals over, using the gears. Very important to be able to use the gears, be able to keep that momentum going. So I talked about that last lap, right, with that attack to be able to get away. It took a 5-second faster lap for him to get away from Riley Amos, and that is 4 seconds faster than what he did on day number 1 on the last lap. So Blevins obviously putting in a big, big effort in order to get away from Riley Amos. Not an easy task.
Good shot of Braden Johnson there, punching up that little climb. Again, 10 seconds separating second to third, fourth, and fifth. Braden Johnson currently sitting in third. That Team USA kit. Carter Woods there as well. You see him on the white kit off the back there. See if they can't close that gap down to Riley Amos here shortly. Again, this is, I think, part of the chase group earlier that came through in 5th through 10th. We had a pack of 5 come through here off chasing down our top 5, and I think this might be the remnants of that. This race continues to get strewn out across this 3-mile purpose-built Olympic-style cross-country race course. There's a shot through the woods of your current leader, Christopher Blevins, on that specialized ride. It's a great shot of that climb right there. Look back at our chasers. That is Braden Johnson setting the pace. A third place. Somewhere in between him and Christopher Blevins.
Owen Clark's the only
Riley
one.
Amos.
Sorry, Owen Clark's the only one that could be going with Braden Johnson. So about a 3 bike length back to Carter Woods as the Canadian riders trying to be able to keep in contact. Remember, Riley Amos is in the 2nd place position just in front of these guys. So that's 3rd and 4th that we're watching on the road. And, of course, they're trying to be able to make their way up. Johnson, 2nd on the first day, number 1 with the HC. That is what Christopher Blevins won. Blevins undefeated on day number 1 here of our U.S. Pro Cup for the last 4 years. So 2025, no different, winning, and then also winning at our short track is Johnson doing an incredible ride right now. The young 21-year-old, which I'm talking about now, is Owen Clark. He's the rider sitting on in that blue jersey. He's a previous national champion. Braden Johnson on the front there with that Stars and Stripes jersey coming out of Littleton, Colorado. Short track out at California. He was a 3rd place out there. So we started off at Vail, race number 1 of the U.S. Pro Cup. This is race number 2 of the U.S. Pro Cup. And, of course, I'm talking about 6 races. This is race number 2 of 6, the U.S. Cross Country Open Series presented by Orange Seal, traveling around to 5 different regions. And great to be able to see these different venues, these different event organizers and promoters coming together to create a series for these mountain bikers to be able to follow.
Yeah, that's right. 6 rounds, 5 regions, 10 champions for elite men, women, U23, juniors, 17, 18, 15, 16, all the way down to 13, 14-year-olds,
Which is awesome.
Frankie.
It's a lot
That's
of
awesome.
different categories, right? It's everybody. It's not just the elite. It's everybody is invited into this series.
That's right. It is the country's premier professional and amateur cross-country mountain bike series. Rounds 1 and 2. Round 1 in California. Round 2 here this weekend in Fayetteville. 4 more rounds to go on the calendar. Over $75,000 in total prize purse up for grabs on the series. Somebody chasing a little money right there. Christopher Blevins on that Experience Fayetteville Powerline climb. That's where the power, he's been putting the power down each and every time around, and every time he did that, less and less riders able to go with him. Now he finds himself out on the front, and there you get a shot of Riley Amos. I'm not sure what this gap is. I mean, it's actually a little less than what I thought it was going to be. Is now Riley already cresting the top of that climb. Not sure if Chris has set up a little bit on this lap after throwing what you said was one of the fastest laps of the weekend.
Yeah, that was one of the fastest laps, and it was at the start-finish line when they came through. It was a 16-second gap. Maybe we can, when they get to Arvest Mountain, we might be able to time it ourselves. That would be a midway checkpoint to be able to see what's happening right there as they're on their way towards Arvest Mountain. Blevins is going to know exactly what's going on with a little look over the shoulder, and again, going to be able to figure out if he's truly, like, if he's training, if he's out here really pushing himself, or if he's just content to be able to just kind of maintain the lead to be able to pick up the victory. Because obviously the UCI point is extremely important as we're going to time this out.
See if we hold the camera. Yeah, see if we can get the camera operator to hold right here for a second, and I'll get a shot of him as he drops off the drop right here. There you go. Start the timer. See if we can just keep that camera right there on Arvest Mountain. Nope, not this time around.
Well, we can go back. It's still 16 seconds. If we go back to where the cobbled are, here, there's Riley Amos. He's right there. He just got there. Hit your button. So 15 seconds. So it's holding steady. We saw that on camera, too. And so came through the start-finish line at 16 seconds. A little bit later, a half a lap later, going through Arvest Mountain, it's at 16 seconds. Normally, when you get dropped, you end up continuing to lose time. So that's really a sign that Riley Amos didn't completely redline himself and kill himself trying to be able to keep up with Blevins. He knows his limits, and that's the experience of Riley Amos. I mean, this guy's been riding mountain bikes forever. He's been at the top level. He knows how to be able to control that effort. That's exactly what he did, as he's right now sitting 16 seconds back on first place. And because of that, he's able to maintain his lead on the rest of the chasers that are trying to be able to get up to him.
Yeah, as the wind starts to pick up a little bit here at the venues, if you hear a little.
I'm thinking in camera number 2, these guys are just coming into Arvest Mountain right now. So I'm thinking right here, that's going to be another 16 to 20 seconds. So guesstimating, first to second place is 16 seconds. Second to third and fourth is about 16 seconds. So holding steady right now when they came through. And again, when they come around, they're going to be seeing 3 laps to go.
You know, Frankie, the technology exists to put timing splits out there on the course. We might have to talk to our timing company and see if they want to dabble with that.
That's what we got stopwatches for.
I guess so.
We can figure this stuff out.
I just thrown a little rib at Jeff Lucido and the team behind the team. Shout out to all our officials and race crew and timers been helping us throughout the week. Good shot of Chris Blevins there. Going to hit those cobbles right there and then make his way up and over this flyover and have a chance to get a feed right there if he wants one. We've seen him take a water bottle pretty much every lap around right here in this Team Tech area or feed zone area, and see if we don't see something similar where he takes a hand up and then splashes a little water on his back just to control his temperature, and a little tailwind right through here. Got to feel nice out there on the backside of this course. It's been a headwind at different times throughout the week. We've
taken a bottle every single lap.
Wind directions from every time, and up and over that pedestrian flyover. You see that tunnel there as the bikes go underneath. That's for the fans. There's some really unique infrastructure built with spectators in mind at this venue. You know, we're here this weekend for the U.S. Pro Cup this December. Frankie, this is home to the 2025 and 2026 USA Cycling's Cyclocross National Championships.
Be a perfect venue for that.
Yep.
There's so many options to be able to design the course. It's not like stuck on something. You can go anywhere around here and make it, and you can make it super difficult, or you can make it kind of easy. And so that's up for grabs with our course designers for the Cyclocross National Championships coming up. Christopher Blevins making his way around. He's going to be seeing 3 laps to go. It's coming up on 3 to go.
Great shot there of Fayetteville's own Stonehenge. That's a shared finish line feature for both the cyclocross and cross-country race course. We watched 2022, watched Tom Pidcock, Superman, across this same finish line when he won his world championship in the cyclocross discipline in the UCI 2022 UCI Cyclocross World Championships.
3 to go, 3 laps to go, 3 to go. Checking out that time, 11:33. So pretty consistent. Can't say it's much off. It's a little bit slower than what he did on that lap to get rid of Riley Amos, but now he's backed it down. But it's just as quick as what they did on lap number 1 and lap number 2.
Speaking of Riley Amos, here he is making his way through the start-finish line.
I think he's brought back some time as he's starting to be able to catch up to him. Nope, Riley Amos is 22 seconds down now. Last lap time he was 16 seconds down. Got to be able to pay attention as these guys are coming back. Excellent move by these guys. They see Riley Amos in front of them. I don't have to tell them what that time gap is. So that's going to be, again, great ride by Braden Johnson and Tyler Orschel.
Yeah, Carter Woods
doing good. Carter, you see the guys right in front of you. You know exactly what's going on. You're sitting in fifth place right now. Just in front of you, Owen, is Carter Woods. These guys were all together right now. Man, the fatigue setting in. They have all exploded. That first lap was so fast that all of them wanted to be able to keep up with Riley Amos and Blevins, and I think kind of put themselves into a little bit of a red line, and now they're starting to recover and find their own legs and try to be able to do a good ride as they're spread out all over the course. It's one by one by one. The only group we have right now out there is going to be Tyler Orshin and Braden Johnson. Otherwise, it's singles, including our race leader, Christopher Blevins.
Yeah, those two, though, just about 10 seconds back last time through. Maybe 12 seconds. No, yeah, 12 seconds back off of Riley Amos, but they have him in his sights. If they keep it up and keep working together, liable to reel Riley back in, and could be a race for second. This HC category race here at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup, presented by our friends at Walmart.
More singles coming through. Garwell Roman Perez as he comes through. It's amazing. Clark was by himself. Ivan Sippy's by himself. That's in 7th place. Auclair by himself. Gray by himself. Right here, that's Jack Spranger by himself. There's our first group that we've seen coming through right there. They're going to be able to. They're going to make some move on some other guys. It's going to be Devin Feehan, Logan Sadesky, and Robbie Day.
3 to go, gentlemen. 3 to go. Good shot of Riley Amos there through the woods.
Couple teammates, they could be able to work together as soon as Jerry DeFore and Carson Beckett. You got the white jerseys with the black and yellow stripe, Dirt Camp Racing. Couple riders at the top of the climb as Blevins continues to be able to push the pace. Amos trying to be able to bring him back, and this is 3rd and 4th right now. Tyler Orschel and Braden Johnson.
Great to see Tyler Orschel up here in the mix, having a strong ride here today in Fayetteville. He's joined us here before. I've seen him here off and on over the now 5 consecutive years of U.S. Pro Cups here at Centennial Park.
Yeah, Tyler picking up a 5th on day number 1 in our cross country. Earlier, he went down to Puerto Rico to pick up some UCI points, and he picked up a 2nd place down in Puerto Rico. So the 27-year-old Tyler Orschel putting in a great ride as he's following Braden Johnson. And Braden has really good form, picking up 2nd on day number 1 of that cross country, just behind Blevins. And so he's looking to be able to put himself back up there. Riley Amos, of course, we talked about him flatting, but I have a feeling with enough laps, they might be able to bring back Riley Amos, and we'll have a little bit of a battle going on for 2nd place.
Christopher Blevins continues to twist the screws out here on this course, up and out of the saddle as he approaches this feed zone, and then a shot back to Riley Amos trying to chase down Blevins.
Yeah, sometimes the best way to get over a climb is just to tackle it and try to get over it pretty much as fast as you can. You know, you try to go slower, try to conserve energy, then it lasts longer, and it just doesn't quite work. You kind of get into a rhythm on certain sections of the course, and these riders remember that, and so there's a certain way to be able to ride this, and that's what they're taking advantage of with Blevins and Riley Amos. Look at Christopher Blevins looking over his left-hand shoulder, just trying to be able to see if Riley Amos is anywhere around there or close as they're coming around this very tricky. That's the loosest part of our race course.
Yeah, taking
there.
that pretty slow, not taking any chances there, as we have seen some pileups and crashes happen in that same exact corner. And, you know, no Blev's no stranger to all kinds of course conditions. We've seen it all here after 5 years of U.S. Pro Cup. Pouring rain and dry and dusty, cold, windy. I mean, one of these years we might have some snow, but other than that, we've seen it's been a mixed bag over the years of what the weather has given us up on top of this beautiful mountaintop. You know, springtime, it's always up in the air as to what the weather conditions can be. But today, Frankie, all these riders being rewarded with just a beautiful Bluebird day here in Fayetteville. Over 70 degrees, sun is shining. It's about the best day for a bike race that I could think of. Tailwind through the start finish. I mean, come on, we're giving them everything they need.
It's pretty nice out here. That sun was shining. There's a little bit of cloud cover right now as it's coming in. Temperatures just to get maybe a little bit cooler off, or maybe it just feels cooler because that breeze is picking up. And still have, again, this is our elite men. We still have our under 23 race to be able to come up, and our under 23 race gonna have, what do we got here? 72 riders getting ready to tackle this under 23 course. Gonna be a fantastic race, and it'll be our final race here on day number 3. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, current temperature 71 degrees, feels like 71, but you did mention the wind picking up just a little bit out of the south-southwest at 19 miles per hour. So
that's pretty rapid 19-mile-an-hour wind, a steady 19-mile-an-hour wind.
Not the 50-mile-an-hour we saw earlier in the week.
But I mean, if you're out on the bike and you're riding it, you're going to feel that, it's not a breeze. That is a headwind or a strong tailwind or a strong crosswind, and they're experiencing that on different parts of this race course. So it is a very steady wind, and it's not gusty. It's direct and it's nonstop, and that's what's keeping the temperatures a little bit cooler here.
Good shot of Riley Amos there, cresting that experienced Fayetteville power climb, and back to Christopher Blevins in the lead. If you're tuned in on InsiderMTB.com, again, coverage being provided free every race, every day, all weekend long. Compliments of our friends at Orange Seal. Shout out to Orange Seal for presenting partner for this weekend's live broadcast. If you like what you see, maybe consider throwing a few bucks at the team and buying them dinner later, make a donation, and hey, we'll give you a shout out on today's live stream.
You can see how they accelerate going into that rock garden right before Arvest Mountain, trying to pick up as much momentum as possible to not let those bottom lower section of rocks slow you down too much. After that, going through the Orange Seal, the speed and style section, making it look easy as Blevins goes across that jump, and right behind it it was a 32-second gap. Last lap it was a 16-second gap. Then it became a 32-second gap, waiting to be able to see where Riley Amos is. And then more importantly, I'm very curious to see where Tyler Orschel is and Braden Johnson, and if they're able to get any closer towards our rider that's sitting second out on the race course. Great shot right there as we're seeing Blevins making his way through.
Yeah, good shot of the fans. That's a fun place to hang out. And then here you go. Right behind him is Braden Johnson. Stars and stripes there. Racing for Team USA. Throwing a little flair for the fans as he made his way over there. And then I did not see, there's Carter Woods as well. And there's Riley Amos. Okay, and there's to give you an idea, look back at where these chase group is between second and third as Riley was making his way into that Dell descent. And here comes Braden Johnson and Tyler Orschel right now.
I think that's under 16 seconds. I think that's down to about 6 seconds as these third and fourth starting to be able to make a little bit of headway into second place. Riley Amos still with a little bit of a cushion, but they're going to be motivated, especially when they're coming around. They're going to be seeing 2 laps to go. So right now, waiting for our race leader, which is going to be Christopher Blevins, is going to be seeing 2 laps to go again, giving him an opportunity to be able to win 3 days in a row.
Yeah, he's on the bottom side of the race course here. He's going to climb his way back to the top, and then you'll see that cobble section that kind of signifies that he's back on top of the mountain, what is a flat top mountain here in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and back into that wind that Frankie's been talking about. You got a little crosswind. Most of it's a headwind, though, on the backside of the course, and most of that's a tailwind on the backside of the course, and going to follow him all the way through the start-finish line. So wind's currently in the favor of our athletes. There's those cobblestones, and so now he's back up on top. He's got one little flyover to punch up and over, and then he's out there, go by that feed zone and opportunity to take up, hand up, or take in some nutrition. And once again, Christopher Blevins going to see 2 to go next time through. There's that hand up, clean hand up, well done by. There's this second there you go. See him on a regular basis taking the bottle, then taking a second to opportunity to throw just a little water on his neck. As again, there's a lot of exposure up on that part of the course, and while it's not hot by any means, it's over 70 degrees for the first time this spring. A lot of exposure again, a lot of sunshine. Currently clouds moved in just a little bit, but when they move out, that sun is bright and hot up here at the venue. We can try it. Great shot there of Tyler Orschel and Braden Johnson. Tyler now setting the pace in front of Braden. Great shot of Christopher Blevins now making his way around that Talladega-like turn. Going to be 2 to go. 2 to go, 2 to go, Christopher. Taking the opportunity to take a feed real quick, get some nutrition in. Again, talked about it several times. This is very few places to fuel on the course. Looks over his shoulder, seeing if he doesn't see Riley Amos, and no Riley Amos to see. Now we do see Riley on approach to the start-finish. Right there you're seeing Tyler Orschel, and as Riley Amos makes his way through the start-finish, we'll see if we can get some splits there. 23 seconds is the mark. 23 seconds back. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Get another look at the chase here. 3rd and 4th. Tyler Orschel and Braden Johnson making their way through. 23 seconds back was Riley Amos from leader Christopher Blevins. 2 to go, gentlemen. 2 to go. 24 seconds back from Riley Amos up the road. These two have been working together throughout. It is now Tyler Orschel taking a turn in front of Braden Johnson with 2 laps to go. Here comes Carter Woods. Carter having a strong showing. Currently setting in 5th. 2 laps to go. Currently a minute off the pace, but just about 20 seconds back from the rest of the competition.
I think Owen Clark's going to get up to Carter Woods here in just a little bit, which is good. Carter Woods sitting up trying to get some fuel. You can see the rest of the riders all trying to be able to chase down. So right now as it sits 23 seconds back is Riley Amos.
There's a shot that really okay. Tyler Orschel looks to have been picking up the pace out here.
So Orschel and Johnson, they're 24 seconds back on Riley Amos, and so kind of holding steady out there. That last lap was an 11:33, so pretty consistent. Lap before that was an 11:30, so only within 3 seconds of each other. So honestly, Christopher Blevins really isn't slowing down very much.
No, seems to be pretty comfortable at this pace that he is setting, that 11.5-minute mark. Getting about halfway through this race, he decided to go and see who wanted to go with him. And, well, after a few answers by Riley Amos on that final time that threw that dagger, it stuck because Amos not able to go with him on that experienced Fayetteville power line climb. That's where the separation happened, and it's been all Christopher Blevins ever since. Great shot of Riley Amos in that multicolored kit riding for Trek Factory. You saw his teammates earlier today in elite women's competition, both Madigan Monroe and Gwendolyn Gibson finding the podium here in today's UCI XCO HC competition. The main event for our elite riders on what is 4 back-to-back days of racing this week based on some shifting in the competition calendar due to weather earlier in the week. There's a good shot of Braden Johnson through the woods. Tyler Orschel, those two having a great ride, Frankie.
Yeah, these two working very well together, and they need to. They have to work together in order to be able to try to have a chance to catch up to Riley Amos. Again, that shot that you're seeing, they are 3rd and 4th on the road. That's Orschel and Johnson. Give or take about 24 seconds back, trying to be able to get up to Riley Amos. Nice shot, Tyler Orschel coming through there, the 27-year-old, the Canadian. Bronze medalist in his national championships in all 3 disciplines, meaning the marathon, the cross country, and the short track. Coming off getting a 2nd place earlier this year when he went down to Puerto Rico to try to pick up some UCI points, and Orschel having a great ride. 5th place on day number 1, starting to be able to move up here, trying to be able to battle for that podium.
Yeah, both these riders still look to be riding strong.
They look like they're having a blast on that downhill, the way they're turning those bikes around those banking turns. What a fantastic race course this is here in Centennial Park.
There, some of the elevation on the course as Christopher Blevins continues to make quick work of everything he finds out here this week. Chase group there. In between these two and Christopher Blevins, somewhere out there in no man's land, is Riley Amos. There he is. Again, currently it's about 23 seconds back. Last time through with 2 to go.
Riley Amos, a previous Pan American gold medalist, Pan American champion, along with short track world champion.
U23 category, yep.
Very successful 2024 winning. I think he'd love to be able to have a 2025 like he had in 2024, winning 5 UCI races in a row. Like, who does that? You know, actually, that's going to be a little bit harder because now he's moving up into that category, right? Getting out of that under 23 ranking where he was just a level above everybody else. And he's still a level above everybody else. But Blevins here seems like he's having a little bit better. Spends a lot of time training in California, Christopher Blevins does. And that's paying off with the amount of hours that he can put on the bike working or riding. When I say work, I mean his mountain biking job out of Santa Cruz, California. So Riley comes through, little glance back. Remember that time gap was about 24 seconds, waiting to be able to see where these two guys are. Tyler Orschel trying to be able to catch up to Braden Johnson. Braden Johnson coming out of Littleton, Colorado. These two are going to be familiar with each other as well, racing many of the different World Cups and big mountain bike races together. So they know each other, and they're trying to be able to get it together. Coming around that crazy, dirty, dusty corner. That's where we've seen riders going down before. It's better to just be a little bit more cautious in that one corner, and you save yourself 30 seconds because you crashed, compared to maybe losing a half a second just because you hit your brakes a little bit more often. So you got that risk versus reward. Very, very important when you're traveling around here on a mountain bike course that has so many different obstacles, from the rocks to the dirt to the dust. As right now we have a great shot of the California rider, Christopher Blevins, getting to the top of the climb. Just recently purchased a house right here in Arkansas, right outside of Bentonville. Loves the trails around here, loves the riding around here. So he's going to be splitting his time between Arkansas and California. And considering he's going to be the king of our U.S. Pro Cup here in Fayetteville, not surprising.
Yeah, Chris, a product of Durango, Colorado. Started as a BMX background, and you talked about this earlier. A lot of different disciplines are feeder to sport, and a lot of these athletes out here coming from cyclocross. Others like Christopher coming from BMX. Is Riley Amos there, making his way up that experienced Fayetteville Powerline climb?
And Christopher mentioned to me that he was, right, as you just mentioned, Durango, Colorado. But then school is what brought him out to California. And once he got out there, he just stayed out there. He liked it, and who doesn't like California? So he became a California boy.
Then he comes to Northwest Arkansas, rides his bike, likes what he finds here, and now he buys a house here.
Now he's becoming an Arkansas boy.
Seems like a good recipe for success. And like we mentioned, with the investment that's been made by city communities, cities, and stakeholders in this region, over 500 miles of single-track trails are just littered across the region. And so, for those interested in coming here to ride, well, no shortage of single-track to be found.
What do you call somebody from Arkansas?
An Arkansan?
An Arkansan. I would definitely would have got that one wrong. So I'm glad I didn't try to wing it there.
An Arkansawyer?
Well, no, I'm asking.
Well, I'm telling you, what
the heck is an Arkansawyer?
Arkansawyer.
All right, I like that. So that's what he's going to become. Both of those words.
An Arkansan. We'll welcome him with open arms, as he is each and every year, now 5 years in a row, guesting his appearance here at the U.S. Pro Cup. Christopher was here ahead of the Summer Olympics in Japan, which were delayed a year due to the COVID pandemic, pushed that 2020 Summer Olympics up into 2021, was here ahead of the Paris Olympics last year. See if we don't have similar narrative ahead of the next Olympics, Frankie.
Look at this. Where's Johnson? Is he in front? Yes, I think he's dropped Cole Davis. So now Johnson does not have to worry about kind of like
Tyler Orschel?
The threat from Tyler Orschel. Doesn't have to worry about the threat from Tyler Orschel. He can just go off on his own and just kind of strike and try to be able to go after Riley Amos. So a big move from Braden Johnson. Love being able to see that as he's now struck out, as Tyler Orschel has to try to be able to keep up. Still, that's top 4 for Orschel if he can maintain that position. And maybe this is just a temporary attack where Orschel's going to try to respond to it. But Johnson, really, really strong. Put a little tail flip right there. Little spectacle for the fans that are spread out around this course. Now trying to be able to go after Riley Amos. Excuse me. We got the bell out because we're getting ready for it's going to be 1 lap to go as we're waiting for our leaders to be able to come around. Still a little ways out there in the second half of that course as they're making their way around. And we got not only one sole leader, it's a leader, it's individuals. The top 10 are pretty much all one by one, all separated by 10 or 15 seconds as these guys are all spread out. There's no groups out there. It's like every man for himself. That's how hard this race has been.
Chris going up and over that flyover. Going to be here in the back here. Going to catch this tailwind all the way back to the finish line as he's going to get, again, the 1 to go next time through for the leader. And we'll get a look back at that gap between second and third here in just a few moments.
We're getting the feed. Again, a little bit of water over the back of the shoulders as we're going back. Blevins looking fairly comfortable, turning those pedals over. High speed, getting ready for 1 lap to go. Now we're going to Riley Amos. That's on that little, what do you call that thing?
Flyover.
Flyover, thank you very much.
Yeah, wearing bib number 1. He's the defending champion from this race last year where he edged out Christopher Blevins for the win in the HC competition in 2024. Doing similar tactics now, taking a bottle. Didn't take a bottle, just took a drink.
Super interesting. He doesn't want a bottle on his bike. He just pours it over his neck, pours it over his shoulder, took a sip. That's all he has for the next, well, they've been doing, 11-minute laps. So he's not interested in having any water for the next 12 minutes because he just, he had a chance to be able to stick that on his bike, but that's by choice, and I wasn't really sure about that when I first noticed it. But Riley Amos, by choice, not wanting any water on the bike, just kind of keeping it as light as possible. And he looked over his shoulder. He definitely knows what's going on behind him and worried about what's coming up as we're going to have bell lap. It's going to be 1 lap to go. Ringing the bell for Blevins with the final lap. It's 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. 36 seconds, 36 seconds.
Oh, and the pace, he just immediately picked up the pace as he looks at his wrist. Want to update on where the rest of the racers are out on course. But
Blevins with the time of 11:38 that time. So that's almost 5 seconds slower. 11:38. Riley Amos coming through. Last lap, it was a 32-second gap. Blevins was worried about it, and Amos now 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Time gap 28 seconds. So Amos has actually brought back a little bit of time. Has he, though?
No, Christopher Blevins absolutely put on the gas in this section.
My point is, though, Blevins slowed down 5 seconds. Amos took up 3 seconds. So, did he actually gain some time on Blevins? Not really, but right. Once I told him it was 36 seconds. This is the battle we want to be able to see. Johnson coming through with 1 lap to go. He has a chance to be able to catch up to Riley Amos to put him in second. That's exactly what he finished on day number 1 was second. So Johnson with a great ride. Johnson looks over his shoulder because he's worried about Tyler Orschel, who comes through right now.
1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Okay, and Carter Woods now off the back because it was Carter Woods.
That's Owen Clark. Yes, Carter Woods has dropped back. Owen Clark moving up. So a great job by Owen Clark. Carter Woods I saw last time coming through with that white jersey, kind of stretching his back, kind of sitting up. He seemed like he was suffering a little bit and waiting for him to still come through. Still no sign of Carter Woods, so that's a big difference. And like I was talking about, right? It's 1 by 1 by 1. There are no groups out here. Nobody's riding with anybody. It's completely exploded and broken up. As Blevins is your current race leader, all riders getting 1 lap to go. Great eye on that, Brandon. Where did Carter Woods disappear to?
One to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Ivan, you're sitting in 6th spot. That's a great ride. Ivan Sippy coming through 6th spot. Ivan riding for segment 28.
Yeah, Carter Woods no longer in the mix as more athletes on approach. Don't know if it was a mechanical happened out there on course to body or bike, but hopefully able to get back after it.
1 to go, 1 to go.
Shot of Riley Amos there. 28 seconds.
Here he comes.
Off the pace.
Carter Woods showing a red arrow, down 4 spots. So struggling out there. Last lap, going to be glad to have this done. Finally, our first group. We haven't had a group come by at all. Carter Woods coming through. That's going to be along with Raphael Auclair. They have 1 lap to go.
Yeah, at this point in the race, Frank, you want to go, you happy just to hook up with anybody out there. If you're struggling and find somebody else in the same position you are, hook up and see if you can't
no fun
help each other out, tow each other around for a little bit, get this one done and dusted.
No fun suffering alone.
Well, I don't know about suffering, but Christopher Blevins looks comfortable all alone off the front as he did on Thursday during a similar UCI XCO C1 competition here that was hosted to kick off 4 straight days of racing at the U.S. Pro Cup. There's a good-looking battle happening out on course right there. Good shot of them dropping back down into the trees here on the north side of Centennial Park. Good shot at race leader up and out of the saddle. I don't think he's leaving anything up to chance as he is just grinding away in this top section of the course. Go up and over this flyover, drop down in the woods. You pick up a quick single track section after little switchbacks back and forth. Here's your Orange Seal moto style corner we've been talking about as he slides around that. No problem there. Not taking any chances though. Where we saw a lot of the crashes or pileups there was when you had multiple riders in that corner at one time. Those loose conditions just caused a few riders to get wadded up together, but really no one injured. Just good place to lose some time if you're not careful. And there's a chase. Bib number 1 of Riley Amos, your defending champion in this HC category race from 2024. All our athletes getting 1 to go as they come through the start-finish line. And a shot back at Riley Amos. Again, last time through, close to 30 seconds separating first to second. See if we can't get a look back at the chase here between third place. Be able to bring that to you here in just a moment, but another look at the
time gap in between the two where before was only 20 seconds, and here comes Braden Johnson. I'm going to call that pretty steady, like 20 seconds. These guys look a little bit more comfortable, just kind of like, I think they're happy with their position of where they're at and trying to be able to just get through the end. You know, you don't see him getting out of the saddle, sprinting out of the corner, trying to be able to catch up. You see him glancing over back to be able to see where the rider is behind him as he's looking for Tyler Orschel, worried about him, but pretty much it's 20 seconds in between everybody except this rider. A little bit bigger gap right now at about a 36-second lead. Remember, last lap slowed down 5 seconds to do an 11:38, but Blevins out of the saddle once again, getting ready to finish on a strong note here in Fayetteville.
Yeah, that climb right there is where he's made most of his gaps happen, and so it doesn't surprise me that he powered up that on this final lap to make sure that that time gap remains as he goes out into this little lollipop over here by Stonehenge before approaching Arvest Mountain for the final time of his week of racing here at the U.S. Pro Cup.
That's Jack Springer coming through. 1 to go, Jack. 1 to go. The young 20-year-old. Really good cyclocross rider going through right there as he manages to go out for his final lap as well with that Bear National team.
Bright-colored kid of Riley Amos. Final time up that experienced Fayetteville Powerline climb, but as Christopher approaches Arvest Mountain.
Yeah, you see how they accelerate into those rocks to be able to keep that momentum, then he'll slow it down a little bit. Obviously, it's uphill. It's a hard little uphill turn.
He likes his little correction, does it every time to kicks that back tire around. Some of that bike handling skills on full display as he lines up for that 6-foot drop.
Yeah, he's got really good technique on trying to be able to get over some of these rock parts or these tight turns. That was a great shot of the Stars and Stripes jersey of Braden Johnson. That USA Cycling kit's not a national championship kit, although he has been a 3-time national champ in cross country and short track before.
Chris approaching what we've been referring to, our Dale descent. You'll see right here after that little up and over, he starts to descend here and picks up the pace pretty quick here. Again, the technical rock garden right there, short travel bikes, and Chris making quick work of that. I think you probably have a line picked out at this point after lap after lap after lap. You know the fast line, and Chris able to hit that. And here comes Riley Amos, final time up and over Arvest Mountain himself. Same little bike correction there, similar style there. Hits the dropper post down and sends it off that little 6-foot step down into the woods. Wooded mountainside here of Millsap Mountain at Centennial Park. One of seven hills, they call it here in Fayetteville. You got Mount Kessler to the south, Markham Hill to the east, University of Arkansas campus on the other side of Markham Hill. Just a few stones throw away from this venue is the University of Arkansas campus and home to the University of Arkansas. Woo Pig taking the win over the Kansas in the first round of the NCAA tournament this week. Shot there at our leader. One more climb, Frankie, as he makes his way up here the final time. Going to see these cobblestones come up right here, and that cues the fans at home on the screen here at InsiderMTB.com that he's back on top of the mountain and got one little flyover up and over, and then out in that backfield there with a tailwind all the way to the finish as he's up and out of the saddle over this final flyover there, the Dell technology on the right or left, and go by this feed zone. Not sure if he needs to take a bottle here as he, imagine he just takes a look down and just going to pedal through here as he knows it's his race to win. And
yeah, taking advantage of that tailwind, and he's going to have that all the way around. Then he's going to go around into our Stonehenge, finishing up with the Talladega turn, and then a tailwind into the finish line coming onto the tarmac for the very last time.
Yeah, if you're here at the venue, now's the time. Make your way to the start-finish line. Help us welcome in our champion, soon to be crowning Christopher Blevins King of the Week here at the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. Round 2 of the U.S. Open, U.S. XC Open, presented by our friends at Orange Seal. Chris taking the win round 1, now taking the win again here today, round 2 in Fayetteville.
Last year on this final day of the HC race, he went out and rode 3 hours before the race. Ended up finishing 3rd or 4th. Didn't exactly have the day that he wanted. He won here on day number 1. Came back and won here at the short track. Blevins, a previous world champion as well, making his way around. And guess what? Your 2025 U.S. Pro Cup champion once again. This is Christopher Blevins with the Specialized Factory Racing Team. Lap time, 11:11.
Wow.
25 seconds faster than any other lap, saving it for the last lap. So we talked about, was he going to test himself? That's exactly what he did. Training and testing himself with an 11:11. A fantastic ride right there by Christopher Blevins picking up that win.
Make a wish.
Now it's going to be Riley Amos now making his way in.
Some of those may have gotten that. 11:11, Chris, make a wish. Riley, another strong showing, though. Going to be happy, have to be happy with this second place finish in today's UCI XCO HC category race. Put your hands together. He high fives down the line. Racing for Trek Factory, Riley Amos. Great week this week for Braden Johnson here in the Stars and Stripes, representing Team USA. Got that Team USA kit on. Finished second in Thursday's C1. Going to be happy with his third place finish today. We'll see him on the podium here shortly as he makes his way up and around Talladega turn for a final time. Hit this little tarmac. Let's let him hear it, fans, as he makes his way through
Braden Johnson coming out of Littleton, Colorado. Third place. Excellent job. Second place on day number 1. Third place on our HC day. Another successful ride as Braden Johnson comes in third. Waiting for Tyler Orschel to be able to come through. Hey, Elite Men, as a reminder, top 5, your podium immediately. Top 5 to the podium. Still waiting. We got our top 3 in. Here's number 4. Owen Clark, holy cow, he jumped up. A big jump for Owen Clark. Owen Clark was a great ride on the first day of the HC, finishing up in third, and this time in fourth for Owen Clark. Owen Clark with a rocket time of that last time. There's Tyler Orschel. That's the one I was expecting to come through, but still, that'll put him on the podium for Tyler. So once again, gentlemen, get yourself something to drink, rest up a teeny bit, and in 5 minutes, head on over to the podium. Again, top 5 Elite Men, head over to the podium. So Tyler Orschel going down one spot as his teammate Owen Clark was able to catch him up. Nice ride by Ivan Sippy, picking up 6th place, segment 28. Here, just... That's Carter Woods, our Canadian rider coming through. Giant Factory Off-Road Racing Team. That'll put him in 8th place. A lot of racing out here. A tough one. Leaders coming in just under an hour and a half. Think of that effort. An hour and 25 minutes going flat out, redlining yourself, testing yourself the entire time. It's not a 20-minute short track race. An hour and a half of racing as these guys are phenomenal, putting on an incredible show as we're still going into our top 10. Ninth, Joel Roman Perez. This could be Rafael Auclair wrapping up our top 10. Lots of other riders still to be able to come in as we're about a half hour out, 30 minutes out until our final under 23 men coming up at 4 p.m. In the meantime, once again, calling our top 5 elite men to the podium. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back with our final event here on day number 3 of the U.S. Pro Cup, presented by Walmart.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah. Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us in Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Brian, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us in Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and
Welcome back, everyone, as we're continuing with our final event on day number 3 of the U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. This HC edition, the only one in the United States, is race number 2 of 6, all part of our U.S. Cross Country Open Series presented by Orange Seal. 6 rounds, 5 regions, and 10 different champions. And as we get ready for our under 23 men, I'd like to be able to thank our partners, Walmart, Experience Fayetteville, Dell, Arvest Bank, Ozark Foundation, UAMS Health, Lewis Automotive Group, Orange Seal, and V-Lick Farms, as we're right here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. You know, the city's named after Fayetteville, Tennessee, where many early settlers came from. Second largest city in Arkansas, home to the University of Arkansas as well. And this is Bike City, and that was awarded in 2021 by the UCI. Once again, as we're getting ready for our under 23. We've had some pretty good racing so far with our under 23. Konecki picking up our day number 1. Max St. Onge picking up second place. Cam McCallum had a great ride with third. And in our short track, we had some of our under 23 riders diving into the elite. With 3 days of racing, I think it's super important that these riders try to race every single day, not trying to be able to skip a day to be able to see how it goes or to save their legs. The way they get better is by racing with the better riders and with the elite, and that's a perfect opportunity with the short track and many of the other events that are going to take place along with our U.S. Cross Country Open Series, once again presented by Orange Steel. Welcome, everyone. It's InsiderMTB.com. That's right. They're bringing you the live web stream, and you can go to InsiderMTB.com on YouTube. Be able to watch every single day all of the events. And, of course, that blue button, you can click on that donations tab. Help them out to be able to continue to bring you live web stream coverage of many different cycling events. And our web stream here in Fayetteville, part of our U.S. Cup presented by Walmart, brought to you exclusively by Orange Steel. Coming up on 1 minute out until our call-ups. 1 minute until we start our call-ups for the under 23 men, as this is going to be our final event on day number 3. They're going to do one starter lap followed by 6 full laps. And there's going to have 72 riders on the start line. Very dynamic course, just under 3 miles long. Arvest Mountain, designed around La Beatrice Rock Garden in Mount St. Anne in Canada. 6-foot rock drop. You can take the A line or the B line. Experience Fayetteville power climb as well. And then you have the Orange Seal speed and style section. And then the final turns coming up Stonehenge and the Talladega turn. It is now time for our call-ups. Let's get ready with our rider introductions. And I'd like to be able to start off. First rider on the day, racing for segment 28, Carson Beard. Trek Future Racing, Ian Ackert. Équipe de Quebec, Mika Kominuk. Pivot Cycles, Maxime Saint-Onge. Bear National Team, Lassie Konechny. Massimiliano Ambrosi. Nicholas Konechny. Alexander Woodford. Gabe Harrelson. Raulito Gutierrez. Soren Westlake. Representing Trinity, Dan English. Adam Moat. Segment 28 riders, Owen Deal and Austin Beard. Coming out of Canada, Cibourg Quirol Cycling Team, Felix Antoine Leclerc. Will Mertens. Douglas Gambarota. Preston Johnson. Landon Dindy. Jacob Roy. Jordan Porter. Angel Rodriguez Morales. Charge Racing, Rhett Bates. Équipe de Quebec pair, Julien Desjardins and Raphael Pichet. Shannon Hempstead. Griffin Halpin. Donovan Racing, Miles Mokalik. Colin O'Neill. Representing Donovan Racing, Teague Jackson and Max McDade. Noah Guinea. Ryan Avery with Lees McRae. Cade Bosler. Andrew Brinkman. Elijah Kokoris. Brody Melton. Matthew Hamsa. Jacob Fernandez. Dirt Camp Racing, Charlie Chastain. Shama Cycles, Corbin Gugel. Daniel Abarisin. Hunter Gingler. Jack White. Contour Racing, John Goldman. Dirt Camp, John Mazzoni. Keegan Barrows. Lucas Gertz. Ryan Drummond. Isaac Anzalone. Carter Buck. Kevin Verreek. Mathis Duval. Jack Ralston. Cameron Kowalski. Logan Cobham. Robert Miller. Cibourg Quirol, Alex Brunil. Luke Harris. Jack Keller. Ned Broersma. Charles Bowman. Cullen Perky. Ian Kangas. Samuel Marsteller, Thomas Bork, Aiden Brown, Max Beam, Hayden Fisher, Joshua Fella, Sam Calvert. Riders, 2.5 minutes. Riders' time is ticking. 2.5 minutes as I turn it over to your start-finish line for your final instructions for your event.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We will be doing 80%, about 150 meters before the finish. You are doing one start loop plus 6 laps. We'll give you 2-minute warning, which is right now. 2 minutes to start, 1 minute 30 seconds anytime in the next 15, and you will go on the whistle. Everybody have a great race. One minute to start. Thirty seconds to start. Anytime in the next 15 seconds.
'72 riders lined up, off to a clean start, hopefully all the way in. Leading them through right there, that's Ian Ackert right up the middle in that light blue jersey. So Ackert on the front right now. The under-23s, remember they're doing a starter lap, and then they're going off and they're doing 6 full laps. Yesterday, they were combined with our elite men, or there's no under-23 in the short track. So elite men, if we're looking at times, we're looking at about 3:17 to 3:30. We're going to see what kind of times our under-23 men do in this very first lap as they're trying to be able to get away from everybody else. Lots of racing still to come as it's our under-23 underway.
Looks like we had a little mix-up there at the start line. Maybe? Not?
Medical down here on the start line. Medical down here past the start line.
Yep, just past the start line there as it crossed over. Looks like we got a couple riders tangled up down there. Hate to see that. The rest of the race getting off here and underway on what is, again, just a start loop. What is that short track loop you saw yesterday? Now they go out there and do one lap around, about 1.2 miles to sort things out. Again, we do have medical on the way down to the... Few riders go down there at the start. Big field, Frankie, so sometimes that does happen. Rubbins Racing, it's bar-to-bar, elbow-to-elbow action all weekend US Pro Cup, but we saw a couple riders get tangled up there at the start.
Give me 1 second, I'm checking.
Look at that. Look at that on the front right there, out of the saddle, sprinting, trying to be able to split this group up.
Yeah, there's an attack early on here.
On the front right there, that's Nicholas Konechny. He was Konechny was your winner on the under 23 and on day number 1 in our race here. So got to be able to watch out for him. Very strong rider. So.
Get a good look at there as our leaders make their way through. Stonehenge again. This is just the start loop. Frankie, how many laps are they doing?
Riders going to be coming through. They're going to be seeing 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go. 5 riders getting a little bit of a gap on everybody else. You can see that crash at the start line obviously made some gaps open up. So riders are going to have to really dig deep to try to weld back whatever kind of time loss they had, as these are our leaders. Put your hands together, make some noise. Let's cheer them on as they're coming through.
Austin Beard with segment 28, leading the way, setting the pace early here.
Riders, 6 laps to go, 6 to go, 6 laps to go. First lap doing a 3-minute 29-second. I'm going to go back to my elite men. Actually, I didn't write down their starter lap. Oh, they did a 3:23. The elite men first lap was a 3:23 on that starter. This we just did a 3:29. So relatively quick lap, obviously stringing it out, trying to be able to get it into a single line. And when it's in a single line, it's much safer than when it's all bunched up together. But who's going to keep it going? Who's going to keep applying the pressure? We got a lot of good riders in this group, all looking to be able to win here on day number 3. Again, it's an HC race, so the big points, that's what's on everybody's mind.
Yeah, reminder on during Thursday's competition, it was Nicholas Konechny taking the top step, Maxine Sidonge, Cam McCollum, Soren Westlake, and Colin O'Neill rounding out the top 5 in that U23 competition on Thursday.
Yeah, and Max Sidonge, you talked about, who had finished up second there. He rode the short track yesterday with the elites and ended up a very respectable 9th place. And so only 19 years old, and Konechny 18 years old. And we'll talk a little bit more about him once he reaches the front of this bike race. So now they're heading out, going off on the long loop, let's say. Remember, it's about a 3-mile loop around here in Centennial Park as they tackle Arvest Mountain and experience Fayetteville Power Climb, that Orange Seal Speed and Style section, Talladega Turn. And different parts of this course getting a little bit loose compared to what they did on day number 1, because we've had so many racers and so many races going around. And, of course, we're going to pay attention once we get to the Orange Seal Moto Corner, making sure that everybody stays upright. That's where you got to take it a little bit slower. You don't want to go down. You lose more time if you have a little bit of a crash than just hitting the brakes for a little bit extra. 6 riders starting to separate themselves as they continue to be able to push the pace.
Yeah, Austin Beard still setting the place there. That race plate 109. Looks like some of the Bear national team up there in the mix made that initial selection in this race. Teammates, in fact. We'll get an idea of who those teammates are here shortly. Maybe another Bear national athlete at the tail end of that lead group. He is currently good look at the leaders making quick work of this descent here. Great shots here being brought to you by our friends at InsiderMTB.com. Thanks for tuning in all weekend long. Every race, every day, brought to you free, streaming into your homes. Compliments of our friends at Orange Seal. Such a showcase of what is some of the top talent in North and South America. Both professional and elite amateurs. Austin Beard currently setting the pace for segment 28. We get a look at some of the other athletes out here. Again, a field of 72 in our UCI U23 men's competition. See those light blue and pink kits of Bear National now linked up there, second and third. Might be Max St. Onge right there in that light blue. Could be that pivot kit. We'll get a better look there and give you an update shortly. Okay, we have an attack on the outside. Coming around the right side of Austin Beard is one of our Bear National Team riders. And I'm going to call this an attack, as not a lot able to go with him and starting to split out the field as they approach that first neutral feed area on course. Some more riders coming around trying to make a move before they dive back into the single track.
Austin Beard leading them through there for the beginning, 21 years old. Doing a good job as he continues to be able to push that pace.
Yeah, position so critical as you dive back into the woods here in the purpose-built XCO Olympic-style cross-country race course here at Centennial Park. Here's that moto-style corner we talked about where things get a little loose at times. All these athletes seem to be taking it pretty easy as they go through there. We've seen some other little faster turns in yesterday's short track action, and that's where we saw a lot of the riders getting wadded up together.
Good amount of guys tagging onto the back of that front group, so it's a little bit bigger group. I like being able to see that. Talked about Austin Beard, who slid into that second. He was 24th in day number 1, so looking to be able to change that up. As also he took a trip down to Puerto Rico, had a couple top 15s down in Puerto Rico. That's where he started off his 2025 calendar year, and then decided to be able to come here to be able to continue with his racing. But a lot of guys right now still sitting in that front group, about 9 riders, as they're trying to be able to battle it out. The elites, they were all broken up. Top 10 places all pretty much one by one by one. What's going to happen in our U23? That's what I'm curious about. Are we going to have a little group battling it out, or are we going to have riders going solo like we saw in our elite race?
Well, I'll be interested to see which one of these Bear National Team riders have made this selection, as going back 2 weeks ago to round number 1 in the U.S. XC Open, presented by our friends at Orange Seal. It was Raulito Gutierrez with the Bear National Team taking the win there and potentially looking to defend that win here today. Is currently sitting first in that 6-race series, but this is their race in that series right now. The series points up for grabs in addition to these UCI points, and so there's a good shot. We'll get a
Gutierrez didn't have that good a race on day number 1 here, though. So I was kind of surprised. You talked about him winning California. It was Landon Denny in second and Colin O'Neill in third. And so who's this Bear National rider that's leading out the first ride? Oh, that's Lassie Konechny on the Bear National team.
Yep, as one of his teammates makes a move. I think that's him making a move around the outside, but might be one of our Pivot Cycles riders. They've been also making a noise all week, making noises all week long here at the U.S. Pro Cup. We saw that junior women's race earlier today. Very dominating performance by the Pivot Cycles team. Back on front, I do think we did have a lead change. Looks like Austin Beard was segment 28, now back in front, setting the pace. Konechny in second. See if we can't pick out this third place rider. They make their approach towards Arvest Mountain. Do you think that's Max St. Onge with Pivot Cycles? Frank, you talked a little bit about him earlier. Leading their way up here to, see why we call this Arvest Mountain. Got an A and B line. Opportunity to get this little 6-foot cinder or take a rock garden on the left. Haven't really seen anybody opt for that B line, as it's definitely a time penalty and pretty easy run into this little 6-foot step down for these athletes. And then they hit this Orange Seal Speed and Style section. You can see why we call it that, as they hit that cinder that launches them into the woods. There's a couple of these, pretty playful part of the race course, and then it's where the elevation starts to descend off the mountainside right here, what we call our Dell Descent. You can see it right there, those Dell banners on the rider's right. One of the most technical rock gardens right there is Austin Beard makes his way through there. It's part of that segment 28 crew. More riders making their way over Arvest Mountain. Might start seeing a little bit more separation from this lead group of 3. At least that's what we're seeing right now in the shot. We'll see how far back 4th or 5th. Again, going to recognize 5 deep in our Podium Awards immediately following this afternoon's competition. There's 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Looks like they're going to be able to bridge back up and rejoin the leaders, and maybe a group of 6 now setting the pace. A lot of racing left up for grabs. It's what, 6-lap race?
Yeah, 6 laps left. When they came through, it was 6. So obviously, when they come through, it's going to be 5 laps to go coming up. Group not splitting up, so pretty even strength so far very early on. It's a big difference on having even strength 15 minutes into the race compared to having even strength an hour and a half into the race. That's about how long it's going to take for these riders to get through this, an hour and a half, give or take. But nice sized group right there as it continues to be able to push the pace. It looks like the rider that was on the front there continuing to be able to push that pace. That's going to be Austin Beard from segment 28, having a pretty good day. Definitely a better day than he had on day number 1. Again, so much can go right and so much can go wrong when you have 75 riders in a start. You might not be able to clip in correctly. You might get cut off in a turn and have to hit your brakes, and 20 guys will go by you in a snap of the fingers. And so that's a lot to be able to make up. So right now for Beard, he's having a really good day as he's leading our under 23 riders up towards be able to get ready through our feed zone.
All right, lead group making their way up and over that pedestrian flyover, that tunnel underneath. I think this group's kind of come back together once Austin Beard moved up to the front. Don't know if the pace slowed down a little bit, but seems a little yo-yo going on with this lead group and does seem to bunch back up. We're going to get a good look at who's who and who's doing what out here as they come through here shortly.
Nine riders in the front group making their way around. It's a pretty big group. Love being able to see that. And again, it's only the completion of lap number 1. So Dan English is in there. Austin Beard is in there. Maxime St. Ange, Alassie Konechny, Ian Ackert, Nicholas Konechny, Soren Westlake, Mika Komunuk, Rolito Gutierrez, your winner out of California. Riders coming through. You're going to have 5 to go, 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go, 5 to go. Sitting on the back of that group, not giving to anybody, Massimiliano Ambrosi, making sure he's staying there. That's the rider in the yellow jersey, second from the left. But look at the speed. Look at the speed they're coming through as Ambrosi continues to be able to push that pace.
Yeah, it looks like a lead group of 10 have made this initial selection as they dive back into the woods on this, what we call World Cup. It's a unique design. Trail Builders, it's actually 5 different sections of this Olympic-style XCO course that they can open or close. A race director like Ty Katie can open or close different sections, design different race courses throughout the years, but a lot of it on display here. I think 4 of the 5 sections are being utilized to put together this weekend's Olympic-style cross-country race course. Some of the technical features right there. These riders going through that rock garden there and then descending off. Total, they're going to go up and down the mountain about 4 different times, or at least this northern mountain side, about 4 times each and every lap. This is the first of those descents. They'll turn around, get to the bottom, turn around, climb back up, and then do it a couple more times.
First lap covering 11:45, which is pretty good. I mean, you talk about our pro men or the elite men that went off earlier were right at about 11:30, so it's only a 15-second difference. And this is lap number 1. You know, they're not going flat out because still a group of 10. And so pretty good quick times. There's a huge group of riders all behind struggling with that rapid pace, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Starting on the front line, they want to take advantage of that. They make it super hard, try to be able to distance themselves from many of the other riders that are coming through as they're all seeing 5 laps to go. 5 to go, riders. 5 laps to go.
Yeah, race winner on Thursday, Nicholas Konechny, currently setting 6th in that group. Second place, St. Ange, currently setting 1st. So second place on Thursday, currently setting in first in this afternoon's competition here in beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas. Second largest city in the state of Arkansas, home to the University of Arkansas. Campus located just across the highway from Centennial Park. We're just a stone's throw away. In fact, there's a single track trail. The Fayetteville Traverse actually connects the University of Arkansas campus to this park. Students can leave. They can roll out of their dorms on their mountain bikes, Frankie, from the University of Arkansas.
Stay on a bike path the whole way?
Stay on single track.
Oh, so it's trail.
It's trail. They can ride professionally built mountain bike trails on campus, which leads them to a pretty cool tunnel under the interstate.
Oh, I was going to ask you, how do they get over the freeway?
They go under, and it comes right over here to Centennial Park. Centennial Park, that same trail, connects to the mountain south of us, Kessler Mountain Regional Park, one of my favorite places to ride mountain bikes in the entire region. And then from there, you can ride back into town on single track back to downtown Fayetteville. Pretty cool. It's about 20 miles, just that one loop, and connects to a total of about 50 miles of single track trails available on this southwest corner of town.
So Maxime St. Ange with Pivot Cycles, trying to be able to see if he has a teammate in that top 10. He does not. So it's a different rider in a blue jersey, which I'll probably from We Development. That's a blue jersey. So going to have to try to keep an eye out to see who that rider in second place that has tried to be able to break away here as they're moving up the road. Two riders in the blue jerseys. Got to be able to figure it out. One of them is Maxime St. Ange. Again, strong rider trying to be able to make his way up. The Canadian rider, 19 years old, as three riders now trying to be able to get away.
Yeah, that light blue, a popular color out here in the kit selection for 2025. It's like we got a mechanical or a crash. We'll see if that's.
Well, either way, not a good race day for whatever is happening with that rider.
Back on, might be a flat. Looked like that tire might be going low. He was looking at something there. I think he might have been checking the pressure on that tire as they go up and over this flyover. Yeah, you can see the conditions have just stayed dry and dusty all day. Still a little windy today, not near as amount what we had earlier in the week, and just course conditions are dry and dusty. This has been our Moto Style Corner, Orange Seal Moto Style Corner, is in the bigger groups. On yesterday during short track day specifically, man, you'd have a whole lot of riders were going through there with fields of 60 plus in some of those categories, and man, they go through there 5 wide on that real loose corner, and that's where we saw some folks wad up. Good shot at some of the descent you can find here off the top of Centennial Park. Fun little technical descent down back to the bottom.
And they're testing each other on that downhill. They're whipping it around those turns, trying to be able to see who can keep up. So nice job by these three riders as they're going to start to continue to extend their gap on the chasers. Hitting one of the harder parts as they start to head back uphill.
Yeah, right here. This is one of the more technical sections of the course as they decide there. Not really an A-B line, just rider selection. They can choose right or left there as they split around the tree. We've actually seen some positions changes in that portions of the course. Good look at some more of our athletes here making their way. Ooh, there you go. See, that's what we're talking about. 1 foot out. That's why we call that corner what we call it. Really moto style with that inside that right leg kicked out and trying to keep that bike upright as that rear tire just slides out. 91, that's Dan English with Trinity Racing. That's a light blue kit. Currently setting the pace. Maxime St. Ange with Pivot Cycles in second. Riding second wheel. In third. We didn't get a good look at third, but I'll give you an update on that shortly. I think it's Ian Ackert out there, part of that Trek Future Racing Squad.
Ackert coming across that finish line, or start-finish line in second position there. So when that attack came from St. Ange, because that's the one who started. Remember, it was the blue jersey of Maxime St. Ange that started that attack. Ackert responded to it, but now Ackert struggling a little bit, coming just off the back riding for Trek Future Racing, sitting about 2 bike lengths off. Maxime St. Onge comfortable sitting in second place. The Canadian rider, 19 years old, trying to be able to follow Dan English right now.
Yeah, St. Onge finishing second in Thursday's competition behind Nicholas Konechny. Again, final race of the day. What's been a pretty incredible day of bike racing here at beautiful Centennial Park. Great shot of the what we call Arvest Mountain there. You saw that feature is shared by both the purpose-built cross-country and cyclocross race course. On the backside of this drop they just did is a set of Belgium stairs. I think about 30 Belgium-style stairs that are featured in cyclocross competition here at this same venue. Well, once again, it's been announced this venue going to be home to the 2025 USA Cycling's Cyclocross National Championship after 2 years in Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville? Louisville. Arkansas? Arkansas. I don't know. You know what we mean. Louisville did a great job hosting Nationals 2 years in a row. Excited to see that come to town later this year. There's a look at our Dell Descent in the technical section of the race course. Again, Dell, a sponsor of this weekend's racing. Like the elite athletes of the U.S. Cup, Dell Technologies is pushing boundaries to drive human progress. As a proud sponsor of the U.S. Cup, they believe in the power of technology to help individuals, organizations, and communities and the world move forward. It's almost the world here with us this weekend, as we've got 10 nations now and 41 different states represented at this weekend's U.S. Pro Cup. It's one of our Bear national team athletes. That might be Rolito Gutierrez again. If it is, he had a strong showing in California 2 weeks ago. He's a California native and was able to stitch together a solid performance out there in California for the win in the U23 UCI race there 2 weeks ago. Round one of the U.S. XC Open presented by Orange Steel. See if he's able to maintain the lead in that series. What is a 6-race series? Again, you're watching the action for what is round 2 of 6 in the 2025 calendar for the U.S. XC Open Series presented by Orange Steel. A little separation happening out on course. Is that your current leader hitting the cobblestones there? He's got that flyover, and then he's out there he's got that feed available to him, as all riders do. See if they don't grab a bottle in this section. I think that's Dan English currently off the front there for
Dan English just picking up that feed, being able to hydrate himself. Yep, there it is right there. Nice shot of him as he's pumping the legs over there. Dan English off the front right now going solo.
Part of that Trinity Racing squad.
Dan was 6th on day number 1 here. So not a bad result. 6th place on day number 1. Obviously looking to be able to improve that. In California earlier, he was 15th in the Cali race. And earlier this year, picking up a 5th place in Spain. So Dan English right now on the attack right now, trying to be able to separate himself. He's getting ready to see 4 laps to go, so he's got to pace himself because that's a lot of racing still to come. In the chase behind him is going to be Maxime St. Onge, and Ian Eckert had a blue jersey, trying to be able to see if he's been reeled back in by a group, or if it's going to be one rider after another coming in through our start-finish line.
Yeah, here Isaac Anzalone with the Gravity Academy had a crash out on course. Not going to be able to finish, but DNF, but able to get off the course under his own power.
Tucking in, getting the arrow. It's going to be Dan English. It's 4 laps to go. 4 to go, Dan. 4 laps to go. Did a time of 11:29. Pretty good. Maxime St. Onge only 8 seconds back as he comes by solo. So it's an 8-second gap between first and second.
Austin Beard right there. As is Ian Eckert with Trek Future Racing.
So that 11:29 matching pretty much all of the fastest laps that our elite men did, except for the final lap when Christopher Blevins attacked. So That was a very much a hot lap for those riders coming by. St. Onge only 8 seconds back, 2 seconds behind them. Austin Beard, he's the one who started all this attacking in the first place. Ian Ackert, Micah Komunik, Lassie Konechny makes himself up there. Massimiliano Ambrosi and Soren Westlake. There goes Rolito Gutierrez, your winner out of California.
Yeah, I just saw a shot of rider 383 Sam Calvert with that racing development presented by Pace Coaching. Looks like his day is done, but glad he's able to get up under his own power and get himself off course. Love this split screen action being brought to us live by the folks at InsiderMTB.com. I want to thank everybody for tuning in this weekend and joining in on the live broadcast presented by Orange Seal. Every race, every day, all weekend long. 2025 U.S. Pro Cup. Again, shout out to Orange Seal for helping us providing the coverage this weekend's races. And if you like what you see there at home, well, there's an opportunity to donate. There's a donate button. Click it. Throw a few dollars at the crew here at Insider MTB and heck, maybe buy them dinner or something. But appreciate those that have supported the feed already today. Jim Casagrande, Maria France Nadeau, and Trevon Nestal. Thanks so much for the donations. There's a good look at the current leader, Dan English with that Trinity Racing squad. Maxime St. Onge there, looks over his shoulder, currently setting.
Maxime St. Onge with that orange fork, right? St. Onge, orange fork, kind of puts it together there. It's a good way to be able to tell them apart is they're trying to be able to continue pushing that pace. Again, St. had a good ride in that short track, finishing up 9th, and that's with the elite, the young 19-year-old, really tearing it up in that short track that he did. But right now, he's got bigger problems on his hand, and it comes in the form of Dan English, the 20-year-old, riding just in front of him by only 8 seconds last lap when they came through.
Yeah, getting a shot there of Austin Beard and some of the chase group there. Austin part of that segment 28 crew. But yeah, Dan English creating some separation here. Climbing portion of the course. Just stack switchbacks back and forth, back up to the top of the mountain. Might be spring, but still looks like winter out there. I know it's a beautiful day here, but because the leaf out hasn't happened on all these trees, getting this great coverage by the drones from InsiderMTB.com where you can see through the woods and follow the action.
It would be impossible to follow this action without the leafless trees. Would not have the same coverage, and that drone footage has just been phenomenal on every single day here. And big respects to our drone operator doing a fantastic job. Of course, part of InsiderMTB.com, bringing you that live coverage from Orange Seal. It's the under-23. It's our final race of the day. You know what? For these guys, they would have had to eat lunch. They had to probably gone for a ride this morning, and then they just been waiting and waiting and waiting to be the final race of the day. And so this is their opportunity to be able to shine, and that's what they're trying to be able to do. Maxime St. Onge picking up a bottle. No, that couldn't have been Maxime St. Onge because this is our race leader. So they're on the back side of the course as Dan English continues to be able to push that pace.
Yeah, and he pushed the pace he is as he drops into this Orange Seal section of the course, that moto-style section. He stays clipped in through there. It seems like he's comfortable just taking it easy through that section. We saw some other riders in that same section earlier in this race getting pretty squirrely in that corner. Already seen a few crashes happening in this U23 competition, 3 or 4 already in this race. So shout out to the medical team and the medical provider here for this weekend, UAMS. UAMS, a great partner. Huge thanks to the medical team taking care of the racers. If you happen to see one of the staff this weekend, make sure to say Thanks. As the official healthcare provider of the U.S. Pro Cup, the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences delivers world-class care to the athletes competing today. A leader in medical research, clinical treatment, and education, UAMS is dedicated to advancing healthcare and enhancing performance both on and off the course. UAMS, here for a better state of health. Once again, thanks to our medical team out here keeping all these athletes, taking care of these athletes should they need it. I'll get a little squirrely there as we approach this. We just saw riders go down here. So this is something we can't really see it on camera. There's a turn down here at the bottom as they approach. Again, they almost come to a dead stop here, a complete stop as they approach this technical climb. At the bottom, you can see it's a rock garden that they got to punch through to start this climb, what we call the Experience Fayetteville Power Line Climb. You can see why we call it that with the power lines overhead. It's really this power line corridor, easement as you would call it here, and provides a really punchy climb up the mountainside. But I've seen a couple crashes now at the bottom of that turn. So that turn getting pretty loose. We saw the leader just there. Looks like he got a little loose in that turn as it's a hard ride turn right onto a rock garden to start this climb. There's the orange fork of Maxime St. Onge. Onge and orange. I see what you did there, Frankie.
Trying to put it together.
Speaking of orange, there's the orange banners of Experience Fayetteville. Shout out to Experience Fayetteville, host community now 5 years in a row for the U.S. Pro Cup here in Arkansas. Fayetteville, Arkansas, home of the U.S. Pro Cup, invites riders to explore over 100 miles of trails within the city limits and over 1 million acres of national forest just out of town. I play there often. At the end of the day, settle in for a craft brewery, bookstore, or one of more than 300 restaurants. Me and Frankie, we've enjoyed a couple already this week. Come see why Fayetteville is our favorite Ville. Shot of your race leader, 91.
Nice shot of your race leader, just kind of stomping on the pedals. 2 years ago, he won in California at Velocity, picked up the victory there. Then last year, it was second in California. So this is going to be a big victory if he can stay off the front right there. Trying to be able to use all his momentum, picking up that front wheel to get over those bumps, going over the jumps as well, that Arvest Mountain descent. Now he's going to hit the Orange Seal speed and style section. Remember, last lap it was an 8-second gap. I think it's a little bit bigger as Maxime St. Onge is coming through. And then right behind, I think that's still Ian Ackert, who's going to be able to get onto the wheel there. It's amazing on how, like, you have a small gap, but yet it takes forever to close down because it's so technical and rough. Hitting the rocks and it's slowing down the climbs and the descents. It's like, you have a 3-second gap. It's not that easy to close a 3-second gap, and Ian Ackert's finding that out as he's trying to be able to catch up to Maxime St. Onge.
Yeah, portions of this course, all these are short travel bikes, traditional cross-country race bikes, race machines actually, but short travel at that, and there's plenty of chunky rock out here that test all the suspension on these bikes. Some of that right here in this Dell descent. You can see that riders putting that suspension to work. Seems to be a popular spot for our photogs as well. Back to the race leader, Dan English with Trinity Racing. Team got to be happy about where their rider is currently in this UCI XCO U23 men's race here today. HC Day here at the venue. Love these shots through the trees by the InsiderMTB.com crew. Starting to see a little green out there, Frankie, as it's officially now spring. We're ready for it too. Been a pretty wild winter around here. Several snowstorms. Pretty chilly winter here in this portion of the country. I think a lot of folks around here are ready for some sunny days. And just like today, we got some. Waited all week to get one, but today we did. Current temperature around 70 degrees. Partly cloudy, a little bit of wind.
You just got to get rid of this wind. This wind is a ideal killer for the spring. Makes it so tough.
Again, it's,
tough watching the bike race, tough in the bike race, because you can imagine, oh, what's going on here? Flat tire. What horrible luck for our race leader.
Dan English getting a flat. His team right there, though, been able to ride in at least to the tech area to get a change. We'll see if he's got what it takes to get back on terms. But now we got a new race leader. It's a lead 2 leaders now.
So Maxime St. Onge and Ian Ackert now take over the lead as Dan English with a flat tire, and they're still changing it. There he's going to lose some big time. Disaster right now for Dan English. The only saving grace is that when they come by, they're going to be 3 laps to go. He's got a couple of strong riders that he's going to have to be able to try to chase after. Ian Ackert coming out of Canada, 20 years old. He's been a bronze medalist at the World Championships before, and he finds himself in that group with St. Onge. So
still looking at this
2
bike.
leaders. Now he's back on. Hopefully they fixed it, and they just didn't say, like, hey, I can't do anything about it. Get going. But Dan English, I talked about it in 2023, winning in California. Last year, 2nd in California. This was the opportunity to be number 1, but not to his liking, having a flat tire and now trying to be able to chase. Looks like he's bouncing up and down a lot more, but that's just how mountain biking is with the low tire pressure in. Rider from, is it Trinity Racing, correct? And so now he's going to be able to do the chase. Gentlemen, you're going to have 3 laps to go, 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
Maxime St. Onge with Pivot Cycles leading them through.
Also, that's Mika Komniuk. So it's not Ian Ackert as he is out of there. So Komniuk managed to be able to get in there.
There's Ian Ackert now coming across the line.
I didn't even see him pass Dan English. He was on the side of the road getting the flat tire. A lot of riders had passed Dan English.
Yeah, because here comes Maximilio Ambrosi, that yellow jersey. Soren Westlake with Charge Racing. There's Dan. Back at it after that mechanical. 3 laps to go. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, gentlemen.
That last lap, 30 seconds slower than what they did the lap before. So that's a big difference coming in with a 12:02.
Saw Austin Beard come through there, leader of the bike race early on as Rolito Gutierrez, winner of California, just made his way through the start-finish, part of that Bear national team squad. Great shot of our leaders here as now they on this fast descent off the top of this mountain. Love this section of the course. They get to the bottom, twist around, and got to climb right back up, though. These two look to be seem to be pretty evenly matched out here, Frankie. Micah and Maxime. Pretty comfortable out there in the climbs again. Some great shots here. Be climbing back up to the top here off the north side of this mountain. There's some of that tech. This little climb right here is trickier than it looks. You can see how technical it is. There's a nasty place to put a rock garden at the top of a climb. Again, if you're just now joining us, Dan English been leading most of this race after about a lap in with Trinity Racing. Suffered a mechanical, rode into the team pit with a flat tire. It took a little bit to get that changed, and I think it was a tire. Could have been chain, but I'm pretty sure it was a tire. And like he got a wheel swap. There he is. And see if you can't get back on terms with this lead group. But I tell you, that's got to be hard to overcome, Frankie. You spent several years as a professional racer, and man, when things like that happen, mechanicals that are sometimes out of your control, just hard to mentally overcome that sometimes, especially for some of our younger athletes that are still developing in the sport, as are some of our U23 men here. And so another rider down here on the backside of that jump as he's going to come off course.
He's going to retire himself. But, yeah, mentally very tough to be able to overcome that, knowing you're in a good position. And then because you know how hard it was to be able to get that 8 seconds. You can imagine trying to be able to make up 30 seconds. And he's going against some really good guys.
You've put in all that work to be on the front of the race and create a separation to potentially win a race here at the U.S. Pro Cup, one of the most prestigious cross-country mountain bike events in the country this year. And then something like that, just got to feel that in his gut.
Yeah, and he's going against a couple of those really strong guys, a couple Canadians, as Maxime Saint-Onge, the 19-year-old, got second on day number 1, is in that group up there. And then Mika Komniuk, 20 years old, also Canadian, and he picked up a 7th place on day number 1. And a little bit earlier this year, going to Puerto Rico, picking up a 7th place and a 10th place down there.
Ian Kangas, a Broken Spoke Devo there, getting a shot of him. Some more of our athletes out on course. We really start to see just how grueling that experienced Fayetteville Powerline climb is. Again, we talked about it, really deceiving. You think you're done and you're not. It's got a couple stair steps towards the top. It's just the gift that keeps on giving, maybe a gift you don't want this late in the race.
Yeah, right now, we're looking at 2nd and 3rd. That was 2nd and 3rd on the course. Can they take advantage of the gift of Dan English getting a flat? Because right now, this is 1st and 2nd. Once again, Mika Komniuk and Max Saint-Onge find themselves in the front as they pass by English. And when they're coming around, they're going to be seeing 2 laps to go. We're a ways from that right now as they're in the backside of that course, but you got a lot of riders behind them trying to be able to catch up to our 2 leaders.
Part of our Dirt Camp Racing squad there on the screen.
Talked about that slower lap, almost 30 seconds slower, trying to be able to see behind Komniuk. Ackert only 14 seconds back, and so that's what we're going to be paying attention to. And then 25 seconds back is Ambrosi. So a couple of riders relatively close to our 2 leaders trying to be able to see if they can get up to their 1st and 2nd on the road.
Rider 6-8, is that DNF? Is he walking out? Yes, he's walking out. Copy, rider 6-8, DNF.
So, yeah, getting reports that Nicholas Konechny with Lexware Mountain Bike Team going to DNF in today's field. And Nicholas, if I'm not mistaken, Frankie, took the win on Thursday. So your winner here Thursday, now DNFing this afternoon's competition. So bummer for Konechny and that crew. Hate to see that, but sounds like he's walking out under his own power. So always good to hear. Again, a good shot of our leaders right there. Maxime Saint-Onge from Pivot Cycles. Micah really just kind of happy to set second wheel, it seems like, Frankie, as it's Maxime's been off the front here since that mechanical by Dan English. We got another. There is a shot of Nicholas Konechny, the winner on Thursday's competition. Good to see him walking under his own power, but he definitely took a spill, as you can see, getting some assistance to get up and out of this race course. But good to see him walking around. It looks like it could have been a pretty good spill.
Very talented rider, Nicholas Konechny. We talked about winning on day number 1. He's a previous continental champion, previous national champion as well. Last year, picking up actually 2 race wins in 2024 in Spain, won 2 different races. The orange fork of Maxime Saint-Onge can spot it from a mile away, and he continues to be able to lead. And that's like you had just mentioned, sitting back, taking his time. I don't blame him sitting back. That's going to be Mika Komniuk, the Canadian rider, waiting to be able to see what can happen. So both of these riders are going to be very familiar because they've raced against each other many times at national championships. They're both Canadian. They see each other on the circuit, and they find themselves in the front. This is 1st and 2nd that we're looking at. 14 seconds was a rider behind him, which was Ian Ackert, trying to be able to get up there. So we're going to try to be able to figure out what kind of time gap we have.
Making their way up, over, and down Arvest Mountain. That catch berm there, the start of our Orange Seal Speed and Style section. Send it over that jump and back down into the woods. This is some of the favorite part of the race course for several of the athletes. Is such a fun descending section of the course. Lots of opportunity to catch some air out there. We saw some folks throwing some style in that section of the course, little tail whips, and that starts those blue banners right there on the bottom right of your screen. That's the start of our Dell descent, some of the faster section of the course, but technical as well. Pretty technical rock garden right there. Those two gentlemen making easy work of that. Little separation there, maybe about 5 bike lengths.
There's about 20 seconds to 3 riders chasing them that just went through that rock garden at Arvis Mountain, so that's about a 20-second gap. So going to be able to see how that plays out here coming up on these final laps. Get ready for them to come around, waiting for them. It's going to be 2 laps to go when our leaders come through.
And that's Ian Ackert still there in third, part of that Trek Future Racing squad.
Flag is blowing pretty steady at about 15 to 19 miles an hour, not giving these riders any break out on course. The only time you do get a break is when you're at the bottom of the course through the trees. Otherwise, every time you pop up, you come out to this plateau. Nice shot there of the plateau with the wind coming across like that. You're going to have tailwind, crosswind. Very, very difficult. And that's where the advantage of sitting on the wheel will come into play. Long race going to be about an hour and a half. And again, last lap almost 30 seconds slower than any of their other laps. So what is going to take place getting into these 2 riders that have taken over the lead? At some point, they're going to start attacking each other to see if they can get away.
Well, the pace is definitely slower, and you wonder, is there an opportunity for someone like Dan English to ride himself back into contention as they hit those cobbles there? They're back up on this, like you said, plateau, this flat top portion of the mountaintop. Go up and over this flyover and down through that feed zone.
Kamanu coming up to the front right now, taking over as he makes up. Now they'll be able to have a chance to be able to fuel up every single time. We saw in the elite race, every single lap, they took some water, they took some fuel, they took some nutrition. Very important to be able to stay hydrated. You can see that right now, doing the same exact thing as Mika is on the front, continuing to be able to push that pace. Super strong rider finds himself. Mika riding for Equipe de Quebec pit stop as he's going to be able to continue pushing that pace with one rider sitting on his wheel, which is Maxime Saint-Onge.
Oh, we got to pass on the inside there.
Last lap, 12 minutes and 2 seconds. What kind of lap times are they going to be doing coming in when they're going to be seeing 2 laps to go? One of the benefits of going into Stonehenge and all these curvy and twisty turns is that you can look over your shoulder and you'll see the riders coming down the field towards you, so you can kind of gauge the gap. You can decide how hard you have to go, or if you can ease up and play a little bit of the cat and mouse game that's possibly going to be able to take place. Nice shot of our Walmart home delivery van sitting right in the middle. Very convenient no matter where you're at, Walmart home delivery, and these two trying to be able to deliver it home. Let's give them a big round of applause and cheer them on, because it's going to be 2 to go for our riders. 2 to go, 2 laps to go.
That's pretty good, Frankie. Wish I'd thought of that. Could see a split
lap
back
time,
to third.
What do we got here? 12:02. What? That's like identical. Last lap and this lap, 12:02. So identical times. Now paying attention as we have Ackert coming through. 22 seconds back for Ian Ackert.
So 2 to go.
He's lost a little bit of time. All riders 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. Riders right in front of you. That's third place on the road with the rider right in front of you as these guys come by. And that is going to be Dan English starting to be able to make his way back up after the flat. You said when you said he might be able to come back, I was like, there's no way, but he's doing it. I'm super impressed with that.
Yeah.
And Brosie's in that group as well, along with Westlake.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, gentlemen. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. But good to see Dan back up and in the action. Looking like he's going to be able to at least at minimum ride himself back into podium contention here today.
Here's the rider that started all the chaos out there on the race, Austin Beard, putting in a great ride. He was testing these riders immediately from pedal number 1. 2 to go, 2 to go. Your winner out of California, Rolito Gutierrez, doing a great race right now with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, setting top 10 for that Bear national team.
So Dan English going from first. I mean, the first and second, I think, are up the road, but he's got a good possibility of getting himself into that 3rd spot, and that would be pretty impressive. I'm sure he's going to be a little bit disappointed, but mentally, if he can recover from this and actually get into that podium spot, that's going to be a big haul of points for him. So very impressive.
Just saw my man Will Mertens come by. Will Mertens, local to Fayetteville, calls Fayetteville home. Great to see him out there mixing it up in this U23 category race. Took the step up to UCI elite level racing. Part of that dirt camp racing squad. Known Will and his family for several years. Been calling him at bike races as long as I can remember. Started the day in 17th and is setting just outside the top 10. So Will able to be making some moves up in this race, and is able to pick off 1 or 2 more competitors. Going to finish top 10 in this UCI XCO race. Somebody to root for. How about that hometown hero, Will Mertens?
Yeah, and once again, this is a part of a series as it's race number 2 out of 6 races. And so obviously you'd like to be able to start off on a good foot by picking up some points, and that's the whole idea here is got a rider going away all on his own. That's going to be Ian Ackert. Actually, Ackert's trying to be able to drop the other riders, trying to be able to go across the gap. He's leaving Dan English behind and a few other riders. This was our second group on the road as they're trying to be able to make their way back up.
I think this puts Dan up in 4th now. Now Dan's been able to make the pass, and remember, Dan was our leader with 8 seconds up, had a mechanical, had to roll into the pit, do a wheel swap, took a little bit. Now I think he's setting in, if I'm not mistaken, this puts him in 4th, and now he's just got to chase down Ian Ackert, and that's in 3rd, and you can see Ian on the screen in front of him.
Still plenty of time also because these riders came through with 2 to go. They still got to come around and have 1 lap to go. So, again, it's about 4.4 kilometers around, about almost 5 kilometers, about a 3-mile loop, and very technical with the rock gardens and the descents and the ascents. And so a lot going on as we have 72 riders all out on this course. Nice shot right there of a rider coming up the hill. That shows to show you how difficult it is. And that's going to be Brody Melton, Southside Cross Country Devo team.
It's like one of our Donovan racers on his wheel. We're happening to get towed up that experienced Fayetteville power line climb.
Riders 2 to go, 2 to go.
Shot back at our leaders. Maxime St. Onge setting the pace there. Dell descent. It seems to be a popular spot for fans to hang out there. That's, again, one of the more technical sections of the course, and great to see. Very spectators-friendly sport. Again, this venue built with fans in mind. A lot of the flyover features you see are really meant to allow for unimpeded racing, allowing the fans to move over or under the race course without the need for a course marshal.
And it's relatively easy to be able to get to other sections of the course, to be able to get down on the hill, to be able to see some of the climbs or the descents, walking through the trees. It's not that difficult to be able to kind of maneuver and make your way around this race course. Going back to our 2 leaders that we see right here, and taking turns at the front, gauging each other's effort, seeing what they're going to be able to do, perhaps saving something for the very last lap, and that's what we're waiting to be able to see.
Yeah, next time around for our leaders is going to be that bell lap. They're going to get the 1 to go next time around. Riders in our Orange Seal Moto section of the course. Look back at our leaders. See if we can't find a spot on course, maybe Arvest Mountain. See if we can't get, maybe we'll do what we did before in the previous race and see if we can't get a gap back to 3rd, which I think is still Ian Ackert, but we know Dan English was on the move, had ridden himself back into 4th after originally leading this bike race, was upwards of 8 seconds on the rest of the field. The mechanical put him into the pit, but he's back out there and already ridden himself back into podium contention. But be interesting with about a lap and a half to go what he can do. This is the start of that experienced Fayetteville Powerline climb. You can see just how technical the start of this climb is. It is punchy, it is steep, and it is littered with rocks. We'll follow these athletes up and then find someplace on course to maybe start a little count. Great shot of the leaders right there working together.
Yeah, turning those pedals over, looking really good. Look at them changing that gear to be able to keep those RPMs up high as Mika Komniak is staying on that front with Max St. Onge sitting in second position. They'll have different representatives from their team or even maybe just friends spread out around the course being able to give them time updates because obviously you got to know how close somebody is behind you. So talked about Ian Ackert trying to be able to get up there. Ian Ackert lost about 10 seconds the last lap, so maybe going to be able to find the legs to be able to start chipping away at the time. Again, it was an identical lap time on their lap number 3 and their lap number 4, waiting for them to come around as they're going to be receiving bell lap once our leaders make their way over the top portion of this course.
Well, here they go. They're approaching Arvest Mountain, and once they do that drop, I'll start a clock, and we'll see if we can't track down a separation between first, second, and the rest of the field.
Riders, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Again, this coverage being brought to you live all weekend long, every race, every day of competition. Compliments of our friends at Orange Seal, InsiderMTB.com. Here we go. The leader makes this little step down drop. We'll start this clock and then see if we can't get a look at next time we see somebody come up to the mountain. We'll get an idea of how far back. I think it's going to be Ian Ackert with Trek Future Racing. Should be the next athlete up and over Arvest Mountain. Looks like that was him right there. We were able to get word. About 21-second difference from separating second to third.
Give or take holding steady is what I would call it, right? I mean, 18 seconds, 21 seconds, not much of a difference right there. As Ian Ackert trying to be able to catch up to our 2 leaders, still sitting 20 seconds back, is the same as what it's been for the last 2 laps. So he hasn't really gained much, only lost maybe 2 seconds as they continue to be able to make their way around. Starting to be able to run out of real estate, though. Starting to be able to run out of climbs and descents because when our leaders come by, it's going to be 1 lap to go.
Yeah, well, who I didn't see in there, wasn't able really to pick out Dan English as he was coming through that section. So be interesting to see where he is at as well. I think last we saw him, he was setting in 4th after that mechanical, and wondering if he hasn't able to chase down Ian Ackert and battle for additional podium steps here on the final race of the day. Hear him warming up that bell here at the start-finish line. You know, Frank, are these two, are they just that equally matched? Are they that even matched at this point in the race? They're willing to just take this one to the line, or do we expect with 1 to go, somebody's going to make a move?
I think they're waiting because if you go too early, you'll burn up. And they're going at a pretty good intensity. Let's say they're going at 80% effort. So you got to be careful of taking off too early and then blowing yourself up, and so you don't want to be able to do that. Remember, Max St. Onge, second on day number 1, so he's got to have some pretty good confidence for his cross-country skills. Micah Komniak, he was 7th on day number 1, and so got to be a little bit careful. So I think you're going to wait for this last lap somewhere on the backstretch on one of those uphills to be able to test each other. Obviously, you would love to be able to win by yourself. You want to be able to come in solo. You don't want to necessarily wait for a sprint. as we have Ackert, and that's Dan English sitting right behind him. So Dan English having an incredible ride.
So you're saying he was able to bridge back up, and now
I got to scroll down here real quick, see what Dan English's lap time last lap was, if I can get there.
Currently on screen, this is your leaders making their way into Stonehenge.
Real quick, Dan English did an 11:56 last lap, where the leaders did a 12:02, so that's almost 6 seconds faster. And we're going to see what they come up with as our leaders get ready to come around. So English with an 11:56. I'm going to write that down.
Well, there's a great shot of Stonehenge and all the international flags flying there in the wind.
So let's get ready to ring the bell and cheer them on. It's our final race here on day number 3. It's going to be 1 lap to go, under 23. Our 2 riders in the front, 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. Maxime Saint-Onge and Mika Comino coming through. Saint-Onge doing a 12:06, so 4 seconds slower than the lap before. But now they're on the final lap, and they have to figure out how to get rid of each other. Somebody wants to be able to get rid of the other, as this is going to be Dan English coming back from that flat tire. What a ride. He's on a mission, and guess what? He did an 11:55 once again, 10 seconds faster than the others, as English is going up alone, trying to be able to get back up to the leaders. 1 to go.
Incredible comeback story of the weekend right now is Dan suffering that mechanical about halfway through. He was the leader of the bike race, watched everybody roll by him in what seemed like a long pit to get that wheel swap, and then back out here, battles himself back up to third, and there's going to be times he can see the leaders in front of him.
Pretty good time also for Massimiliano Ambrosi with an 11:59, but Dan English is the one setting the fastest times over the last 2 laps with an 11:55, and then you look at what Saint-Onge did, a 12:06. Pretty big difference right now. The problem is he's going to start running out of time as Dan English is trying to be able to stay up with them. Right now, currently sitting 20 seconds back, and he's been taking back about 6 seconds at a time. So if he can take back 6 more seconds, he's still going to end up falling short from getting up to the leaders. But all the respect, he was in the lead. He was by himself with a 15-second lead, had a flat tire, ended up being over 30 seconds back for the wheel change, and now has been clawing his way back the entire time to try to be able to finish this race on the podium.
Yeah, just coming through was Rolito Gutierrez, your winner round 1 out in California. With him, Austin Beard, the gentleman that really picked up the pace of this race from the get-go, part of that segment 28 squad. Split screen there for those tuned in on InsiderMTB.com. There's a look at our leaders, and it is Maxime Saint-Onge with the Pivot Cycles still out in front. And again, the chase is on for Dan English with that Trinity Racing having a Rider of the Day award for sure if we were giving them out, regardless of how this one shakes out. Shot at more of some of our riders. That might be Massimiliano Ambrosi right there in that yellow kit. Might be some lap traffic out there, not sure, but I do think that is Dan English now out there. Looks to be on a flyer on this lap, seeing if he can't chase the 2 leaders down. There he is on that blue and yellow S-Works. Number 91, Dan English with Trinity Racing. 65. He's been able to make the pass with Massimiliano Ambrosi.
Ambrosi putting in a good ride also, trying to be able to get himself up there. So fantastic. Ambrosi was not in our top 5 on day number 1 in
I'm wondering
our cross-country race. So Ambrosi starting to be able to have a great ride, trying to be able to stay with Dan English, but English is on fire here today.
Yeah, I'm wondering, was it Ian Ackert that got spit out the back of that group and now maybe riding 5th wheel? We'll have to see, but yeah, you can see the pressure These racers are putting on themselves as Dan English looks to make up time and might run out of a little real estate here today, but it's not for lack of effort, Frankie.
I got him on me right now.
So we can't get a shot of our leaders. Okay, it is still
side by
Maxime
side.
St. Onge, and no one's making a move yet. We talked about this. They've been carrying a pretty consistent lap time. What was it? I know they put down 2 consistent 12:02s. What was the last time around?
12:04.
Okay.
So I mean, pretty consistent. Lap number 3 was the barn burner, 11:29. That's what made the breakaway establish itself. Then they all backed down a little bit, and then they've been doing 12:02, 12:04, whereas the riders in the back are actually increasing and getting quicker and quicker as they're going through, especially Ambrosi and Dan English as they're trying to be able to catch up to our 2 leaders. But again, if you're down by about 18 seconds and you're only making up like 6 or 7 seconds each lap, that's not going to be enough time to be able to get back up to the leaders unless these guys start really cat and mousing and slowing down a lot. But I don't see them doing that as Maxime St. Onge is on the front, continuing to pedal and push the pace.
Yeah, Mr. Consistencies, these 2 gentlemen, as they put down pretty consistent lap after lap here in the backside of this race. Again, we're on the final lap of the final race of the day, day 3 of 4 of the 2025 U.S. Pro Cup, presented by our friends at Walmart. Round 2 of the U.S. XC Open Series, presented by Orange Seal. It's been one of our Dirt Camp Racing squad coming through the start-finish there. Okay, here it looks like the pace may be picking up a little bit. This is that descent. They're on a descent here. We'll see if one of these riders isn't willing to make a move late in the race, or if they're comfortable taking it down to the line in a 2-up sprint. We've seen some exciting sprint finishes every day all week this week, and so
yeah, we've seen elite women. We saw pretty good sprints with that. The under 23 men.
No, the 17, 18-year-old men today, 3-up sprint, incredible.
But also yesterday and the day before with the 17, 18 men, and that's the one that I was talking about. So yeah, we have just validating your point. We've seen some pretty good sprints here at our U.S. Pro Cup, and so, but that's the gamble. Do you want to wait for it to come down to a sprint? Again, these guys are both Canadian. They know each other, so they might know like who's fast, who's not. These guys have raced against each other many times, including at the national championships, and it's on a climb. That's where you want to try to be able to make a difference. And Maxime St. Onge looking at stride out of the saddle, not sitting down until he has to, trying to be able to keep the pressure on. But look, what a great response from Micah Komeniuk, not letting him get away right now. Oh, there's a gap. There's where it's starting to be able to break. The rubber band is breaking, and Micah coming off the back right now. St. Onge starting to be able to have a lead. Now, can he hold it?
That experienced Fayetteville power line climb, continues to be a decisive factor of this race course. It's where Christopher Blevins made his move just a few hours ago. Similar results now, as you see. Maxime St. Onge has, I think that rubber band has broke. He is now out in front on his own.
Second on day number 1, and then now possibly being able to pick up a first place. I would call that a very successful weekend, but he's got to be able to finish it off. You can't make a mistake. The heart rate's going through the roof. The lactic acid's going through the legs. You got to be able to stay focused. Just behind him, he looks over his right-hand shoulder. He sees what's coming after him, and that's his fellow Canadian, Micah Komeniuk, trying to be able to bring back our one sole leader as St. Onge is driving it up towards Arvis Mountain.
Yep, into that technical gate entrance onto the mountain, and then quick up and down here. And it's this little 6-foot step down. Back into the woods for a final time on the day. Pretty fun section of course here as he descends through the trees off the north side of the mountain.
Leaders on the descents right now coming down. They're still a couple miles out as they're making their way on the farther part of our race course.
Yeah, you got that Dell descent coming up here shortly. You'll see those blue banners right there cue that descent, and there's that technical rock garden. He's just flying through there.
Riders, one to go.
He is cranking away on those pedals. I don't think he's wanting to give any chance to the chase group.
No, and it's very hard to be able to catch up on the descents. I mean, you can only go so fast on the descent. If the first guy's going, let's just say, however, 20 miles an hour, the second guy's only going to be able to go 20 miles an hour, maybe 21 miles an hour. Separation comes on the uphills where you can use that power in the watts and be able to get a bigger time gap in between the two. And Maxime St. Onge very aware of that. That's exactly what he did, attacking on that uphill, coming over the top with about a 6-second gap on second place, his fellow Canadian, Mika Komeniuk, trying to be able to see what's going to happen.
Austin Beard there in the shot, as was Rolito Gutierrez with the Bear national team as they're coming off the top of Arvest Mountain for a final time.
Yeah, they're racing for top 10 and doing a fantastic ride to be able to get in that top 10. And Ian Ackert's out there somewhere as well. And Dan English. That's the one I'm curious about, trying to be able to see if he can get into the podium for the third spot. The problem is he has that one rider sitting on him for much of that lap, and so not going to be able to see what's going to happen with Massimiliano Ambrosi in that yellow jersey. Has been sitting on Dan English for much of the lap. But in the meantime, with our focus going back to our sole race leader.
Yeah, he's done with the climbing. He's back there on the cobbles, which means he's back on top of the plateau of this mountaintop. And one little flyover here, you'll see him get up and out of the saddle to punch over this. He's going to go by that feed zone for a final time, and right-hand turn here. It's a tailwind at this point. Still the wind blowing in his favor. They don't expect him to need to take a feed here as he's just cranking on the pedals and using that wind to his advantage. Maybe a little bit of a crosswind, but mostly tailwind in that section. And then about 2 or 3 more turns here to get this one done and dusted, Frankie.
Last 3 laps have been a 12:02, 12:02, and a 12:04. Guaranteed this is going to be a faster lap as they are attacking. And it's one attack on the uphill, and it seemed to have paid off as Maxime St. Onge coming into the final turns to be able to come in and seeing if he can win on day number 3. Second place on day number 1, but this is the HC, and it counts towards our U.S. Cross Country Open Series. So it's going to be maximum points for our rider getting ready to be able to come in. The Canadian now on the final stretch, making the way around Stonehenge, and then coming into the Talladega turn before he comes into the finish.
Great showing by the Pivot Squad. We saw several of his teammates on the podium earlier in that women's U23 category race, and now going to be pretty happy with this result, I have to imagine.
All smiles and a celebration. No one behind him. Max St. Onge picking up the win, the 19-year-old winning here at the U.S. Pro Cup. What a great ride by Max St. Onge as he picks up that win. The rider riding for Pivot Cycles, and looking at that time, 11:50, 10 seconds faster than any other lap. We're giving you a big round of applause. That was an excellent race out there as Mika Komeniuk comes through. So that's 1 and 2, 18 seconds back.
I think that's
Micah.
Dan English is sprinting it out to the win. He's going to ride himself back into third. What an amazing ride by that young man. Incredible effort, was leading the race, had as much of an 8-second lead on the rest of the field. Mechanical put him into the pit, long pit on that wheel change, and was able to get back on terms and ride himself back into podium contention. Well done, Dan.
English holds off Ambrosi to be able to 3rd and 4th. Ian Eckert picking up a 5th place. Congratulations, Ian. So Maxime St. Onge did an 11:50 that last lap. Dan English is at 12:02 on that last lap. So you could see the difference. St. Onge was holding back, was staying a little bit reserved, trying to be able to come in.
Comes Austin Beard, that was Soren Westlake. Austin Beard with that segment 28. He's the one that spiced things up early in this competition. Going to find himself in the top 10. Lasse Konechny as well going to come across the line. He too going to have a top 10 finish in today's U23 HC race.
Under 23 riders, top 5. Raise your hand. Top 5 down there. Hey, guys, under 23, top 5. Raise your hand. Head on over to the podium. Once again, under 23, your top 5. Head to the podium. Head to the podium. Your podium.
Rolito Gutierrez coming across the line. 1 in California, going to have a top 10 finish here today in Fayetteville. He is going to round out your top 10. Well done, sir.
Yeah, Gutierrez picking up a top 10 like you just called, so a great ride by Raulito. That'll be some points for him after winning in California.
How about my man Will Mertens here, Fayetteville kid, repping 11th place in a big field of over 70 riders. Going to have to feel good about that finish, part of that DCR, Dirt Camp Racing Squad. Sure, he would have been happier with a top 10, but I've got to feel pretty good about 11th position in a stacked field like we have here this weekend at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Once again, for our under 23 riders, our top five, head to the podium. Need you to head to the podium. Top 5. Big thank you to all the parents doing a fantastic job bringing out these kids to be able to race here. And, of course, for our under 23 riders as well, thank you for coming out and participating in the U.S. Pro Cup presented by Walmart. Day number 3 tomorrow, we go into many of our amateurs, and that's going to be our amateur cross-country schedule, starting off at 8:30 a.m. and going throughout the day until we get to about 2:30. We're going to be wrapping things up with an incredible weekend of racing here at our U.S. Pro Cup. Once again, glad everybody's come out here and had a great time. What a beautiful day here on this Saturday. U.S. Pro Cup day number 3. Once again, top 5 podium coming up in just a little bit. And we're going to continue to invite all the rest of the riders to be able to make it in through the finish. Congratulations to everybody for coming out here. Brandon's going to be heading over to be able to do that podium. My name's Frankie Andreu. Going to be signing off from right here. And again, make sure to tune in tomorrow as we continue with our live web stream brought to you by Insider MTB and a live stream from Orange Steel.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge, and when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Friday, Utah.
Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Rnd.2, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.
Podium here, Rnd.2, Utah.
Lewis Automotive has been serving Northwest Arkansas for over 75 years and just getting started.
Our knowledgeable sales team is here to find you the perfect vehicle to fit not only your lifestyle, but also your budget.
Our factory-trained service technicians keep your vehicle running at optimal level.
And if you're looking for genuine parts and accessories, our team has exactly what you need.
Relax in our comfortable lounge. And when your car's ready, we'll return it to you spotless.
Thank you for being a part of our story.
Come see us at Lewis Automotive Group, where you're more than a customer, you're family.